Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1. A motion in relation to the Right Honourable Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada.
Give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Speaker. I move the motion relating to the address by the Right Honourable Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada, on Thursday, 5 March 2026, in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. For the information of members, what this will mean, people are aware that the Prime Minister will be here to address us on Thursday. It means on Thursday morning the bells will ring at 10:30. Not before. The front of the chamber will have been reconfigured to allow for the speech, and the senators will be invited to join us.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think you have it. Okay. I'll give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Yeah. Mr Speaker, I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the following from occurring immediately. The member for Hume presenting a bill for an act to amend the Criminal Code 1995 and for related purposes. Debate on the second reading of this bill proceeding immediately for a period of no longer than 1 hour. Any question required to complete passage of the bill then being put without delay, and any variation to this arrangement being made only on a motion moved by the Manager of Opposition Business. Mr Speaker, standing orders today must be suspended to allow me to introduce a bill today without delay, because this issue is urgent and must be resolved today. Yeah. Mr Speaker, we must be clear-eyed about threats to this nation. Consider what we've seen in recent years. The day after Hamas gleefully tortured, raped, mutilated and murdered 1,200 citizens in Israel, a rally was held at Lakemba in Sydney. There, a crowd cheered a radical Islamic cleric, and he described the terrorist attack on Israel as a day of pride and a day of victory. The following night, a seething mob gathered on the steps of Sydney Opera House. They chanted, "Where's the Jews, F the Jews." They sought to strike fear into our Jewish community. It was one of the most odious events in our nation's history, an event where we didn't even recognise our own country, but an event where we did realise that something sinister had taken root in Australia. In the aftermath of that sordid evening, there was an opportunity for strong political leadership grounded in moral clarity, an opportunity to stop the spread of anti-Semitism, an opportunity to come down hard on extremism. Instead, there was weak political leadership engulfed in a moral fog. What followed was the tolerance of even more intolerable anti-Semitic incidents, marches where genocidal slogans were chanted, encampments on university campuses, homes, cars and memorials graffitied and vandalised, extremist preachers spreading hate with impunity, synagogues firebombed, and then came the bloodshed on Bondi Beach. 15 innocent people gunned down by radical Islamists. The worst terrorist attack on our soil in our history. I say again, we must be clear-eyed about the threats to our nation. Our borders have been opened to people who hate our way of life, people who don't want to change for Australia, but who want Australia to change for them. Of course, Those who seek to change Australia exist on a spectrum, and there are some who would use violence and terrorism, as we saw on Bondi Beach. There are those who seek to incite violence, as we've seen with radical clerics. There are those who seek to import foreign hatreds, as we've seen in rallies where protesters chant, "Globalise the Intifada." And there are those who, while rejecting violence, still reject Australian values. People who don't believe in equal rights for men and women. People who don't believe in the rule of law and want to establish parallel legal systems. People who don't believe in freedom of speech, association and religion. We have to be clear. Islamist extremism has no place in this country, nor do other extremist ideologies that are weaponised for harm. The vast majority of Muslims in this country, be they migrants, conferred citizens or Australian-born, embrace our values and our way of life. They are not peddlers of political Islam. And that's all the more reason why our nation must confront radical Islamism and political Islam, which are threats to us all. Threats both imported and homegrown. Threats that will be amplified with the repatriation of the 34-strong ISIS bride cohort. Mr Speaker, let's be clear about these ISIS sympathisers, or the ISIS brides, a label which conceals all manner of sins. These people chose to abandon Australia. They chose to travel to terrorist hotspots. They chose to support one of the world's most evil and barbaric death cults. They chose to steep their children in a monstrous ideology. They don't deserve compassion, they deserve condemnation, and they pose an unacceptable risk to Australia because of their terrorist sympathies. Their children likewise pose a risk to Australia because of the hate which has undoubtedly filled their minds. The 34-strong cohort are allowed, if they are allowed into Australia, they would import hate and be incubators of hate. Their repatriation fails the values test, fails the security test, fails the fairness test and fails the pub test. And yet repatriation appears to be proceeding. The government has tried to shroud this process in secrecy, but we know a few things. We know DNA testing has been conducted. We know passports have been granted and citizenship applications have been processed. We know that just one temporary exclusion order has been issued, raising more questions than answers. The Home Affairs Minister has power to issue more. He does not need to hide behind advice. He has chosen not to. I repeat that, he has chosen not to. And this is a crucial part of the way this legislation is put together. He can issue temporary exclusion orders independent of intelligence advice. We know the Home Affairs Minister has discussed repatriation with Save the Children and with his mate and political backer, Dr Jamal Rifi. And we know the Premiers of Victoria and New South Wales have been encouraging with the Commonwealth for months on engaging on return and reintegration issues. The Albanese government is not being upfront with Australians when it pretends to be at arm's length from these repatriations. But what is absolutely clear is this, Mr Speaker. Under Labor, non-government third parties have been empowered to facilitate the re-entry of terrorist sympathisers. In other words, the government is outsourcing decisions that affect the security of all Australians. That loophole must be closed. And the Coalition seeks to close this loophole with the Criminal Code Amendment, Keeping Australia Safe Bill of 2026. Mr Speaker, the proposed legislation that we bring before the Parliament today has three clear objectives. First, it will end the freelancing of non-government third parties who seek to bring dangerous individuals into the country. It amends the Criminal Code Act of 1995 and creates a new offence. It would make it a crime to assist the entry into Australia of an individual who has been in a terrorist hotspot, who has links to a terrorist organisation or who has committed terror-related offences. They are crucial preconditions. In this, the bill seeks to achieve a second objective, which is restoring ministerial accountability. Through our proposed legislation, any non-governmental third party that seeks to provide repatriation assistance must obtain written prior permission. Must obtain written prior permission, and both the Home Affairs Minister and Foreign Affairs Minister must approve any non-government third-party repatriation assistance for individuals affiliated with a terrorist organisation. In other words, they must be accountable for the decision. And that's how ministerial accountability should work. Such authorisations will ensure that ministers are responsible for significant national security decisions. We want the government to take back control over who comes into our country instead of outsourcing control to third parties and turning a blind eye. The third objective is technical. Under section 1192 of the existing criminal code, it's a criminal offence to enter or remain in a declared terrorist area. This bill seeks to extend the sunset date of this provision from 7th of September 2027 through to 7th of September 2030. Mr Speaker, Australians have had a gutful. They can see the country they love changing for the worse. The Coalition's goal is clear. We want to shut the door on returning ISIS sympathisers. Shut the door on returning ISIS sympathisers. We want to shut the door on Islamist extremism. We want to shut the door on those who don't subscribe to Australian values and our core beliefs. The bill that the Coalition has brought before the Parliament is a test for the Prime Minister. Will he keep I'll say that again. Will he keep the door shut to protect our way of life? Will he shut the door to protect our way of life? Or will he keep the door wide open because he cares so little for our way of life?
Is the motion seconded? I'll give the call to the honourable member for Fairfax.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I second the motion. A means by which we protect the way of life of everyday Australians is to seek greater national unity. Under this government, Australians' way of life has been under attack, not protected. Under this government, Australians themselves have been divided and not united. The more that Australia diversifies as a country, the more important a common set of values are to ensuring that we have unity. We know that Australians come from every part of the world. They bring with them their own histories, their own ethnicities, their own food, their own way of talking and walking and whatever else. The one thing that unites the Australian people today, and even more importantly moving forward, is a common set of values. Those values are values of freedom, of equality, of a fair go. Liberal values which are Australian values. These are the values which have been under attack under the Albanese government. In many ways, people have suggested that values are embedded in a people's culture. There's one thing only that can shift the dial on culture. It's not strategy, it's not kind words, it's leadership. History has proven such. Only leadership has the capacity to move the dial on culture. What we have seen sorely lacking over the last now almost 4 years has been moral clarity in the leadership of this country. Now, this is why we have seen through the bill that the Coalition is putting forward, the Coalition stepping up where the government has stepped back. It is why you hear from the Leader of the Opposition the importance of protecting Australians' way of life, because the Prime Minister is leaving Australians vulnerable and their way of life under attack. Now, of course, this bill that we are proposing is also a direct response to the ISIS brides. This cohort of people, the adults of which, they made a decision already. They chose violence over peace. They chose ISIS over Australia. They chose an extreme ideology over a common set of values which unite our country. And because this government claims to know nothing, do nothing, yet again you see it's the opposition who takes the lead. And what you see in this proposed legislation is the leadership that should be provided by this government. As the Leader of the Opposition has already made crystal clear, the example of the ISIS brides sees the government outsource decision-making and actions. That is not leadership. It's an abdication of responsibility. And it is a sad indication of the direction this country is going, as everyday Australians see their way of life eroded. It is a lack of leadership. Now, of course, the responsible minister has said on public record that he has been actively doing nothing. Doing nothing is no excuse. That is not an example of leadership. It is an example of cowardice. It is why this bill deserves the support of the entire House, both chambers. Why? Because Australia is worth fighting for. Because Australian values are worth fighting for. And we need leadership in this country, not cowardice. There is nothing more important in this country than not only lifting people's standard of living, but protecting their way of life. That is what the opposition is prioritising.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Fortunately, the bill's not very long, so I've had a chance to be able to have a look at it. But I really hope, for his own sake, the Leader of the Opposition hasn't read what he's tried to introduce. Because if you go through what this bill is, that he's now wanting us to interrupt the business of the day to be able to focus on this. Point one. Point one. The description of the people involved doesn't necessarily capture the cohort that has been debated publicly. Read the definition, read what's there. It doesn't actually capture that cohort. But what it does capture is this. For the fighters, for example, who came in under their watch, fighters who were clearly guilty of a terrorism offence, and we know that fighters did come in under their watch, who would the people who this bill would criminalise? It would criminalise because they were people who came back with Australian passports under the previous government, having to gone off, not women and children, people who went off to hold guns on behalf of ISIS. They're the ones who came in under the Abbott government, under the Turnbull government and under the Morrison government. Fighters. This would criminalise the pilots of the commercial plane that flew them back. This would criminalise the baggage handlers. This would criminalise, and importantly, the main group that was wanting people to leave those camps have been our American allies. Our American allies have been the main group that have been wanting now, and when they've made public requests to Australia, I know it's a long bow, so why is it in the Act? Why is it in the bill? If you think it's ridiculous, why are you trying to legislate for it?
Order.
The Leader of the Opposition right now is wanting Parliament to debate legislation that will not deal with the cohort that we've been talking about, but it would, if anyone, if you look at what happened under the watch when he was a member of the Cabinet of Australia, and he was very quiet when fighters came back. Did you ever complain about the fighters returning?
Order. The Leader of the Opposition
Did you ever complain about the fighters returning? The people who came back, having gone there to fight, did you oppose any of that?
Order.
Then why didn't you apply? He says that's why the legislation was put in place. If that's the case, why were fighters still returning under the Morrison government? Why were they still returning under the Morrison government? Because Senator Patterson might say they weren't, but I can tell you fighters returned under the Morrison government as well. In fact, one of the fighters who returned under the Morrison government—
The Minister will pause. There are far too many interjections. People are interjecting outside of the seat. If you hopefully don't wish to interject, please return to your seat. It's highly disorderly. I won't. So the people who aren't sitting in their seat, trust me, do not interject. That includes the Chief Opposition Whip. Just, we've got to have a debate here, not a yelling match. The Leader of the Opposition was heard in silence and he was given that courtesy. We're just going to moderate this a little bit more, okay? The Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. So Senator Patterson made the claim that no fighters returned under the Morrison government. Two fighters returned under the Morrison government. One of them returned after Scott Morrison had sworn himself in as Minister for Home Affairs. During that time, we had two Home Affairs ministers, and apparently neither of them knew that the fighters were returning. Neither of them knew. That's what happened under their watch. But at that time, not a peep from any of them. Not a peep, not a complaint when fighters were returning under their watch. But if this law had been in place, while they were being quiet about it, this would have criminalised anyone who in the ordinary course of their work did something that was viewed as assisting. So, anyone involved, our allies involved in trying to get people out of the camps, this would criminalise because it excuses someone if they're a Commonwealth officer, but not if they're working as an ally for the United States. They're not excluded. So our allies would be criminalised by this. Anyone working at an airport, who in any way facilitated would be criminalised through this. Anybody who worked on the flight themselves, because there is nothing more direct in assisting someone's passage than in fact flying them back. And those people involving in the flights under what would have to be one of the shoddiest pieces of legislation that anyone has tried to introduce to the parliament. We see, as we've heard, if anyone wondered what a silver foot in your mouth looks like, it looks like the legislation that the Leader of the Opposition is trying to introduce to the parliament right now. And my suggestion is stage one when you decide to do a private member's bill, when you're a Leader of the Opposition. Pick something that you're passionate about, and secondly, pick something that you've read. Pick something that you've read. Pick something that you've read. Because I'm not sure what is more frightening on this one, that the Leader of the Opposition is wanting to introduce legislation that does none of the things that he's publicly said he wants to do and all of the things he's claiming he doesn't want to do. I'm not sure it's a problem, if the bigger problem is he's done that inadvertently or if he knew and he did it anyway. But by the bewildered look in his face, I think it's a fair bet, and we can probably always err on the side that the Leader of the Opposition didn't have a clue. I think that's possibly where we're going to find our sort of pattern of what we've already got. The person who came to office knocked off their first woman leader on the basis that he could unify their party, and on day one, two of his members crossed the floor in the Senate. That's the sort of unity he delivers on day one. And then he comes in here on day two and introduces legislation that does none of the things that he says it would do, absolutely none of it, and instead criminalises a whole lot of people who I don't think anyone in their right mind would say should be falling foul of the criminal law. I don't think people who work in the aviation industry doing their ordinary jobs should somehow find— and if you scoff at it, why did you put it in here? Why did you put it in here? Clearly those opposite don't think this should be in the bill. Clearly those opposite don't think it should be. And yet they have introduced that legislation. And I still want one of them at some point to explain why they have the view they have now, that somehow, if someone exercises rights which you can't cancel in terms of the automatic rights of an Australian citizen, why they are furious about it now but were so silent when fighters were returning. Why is it somehow that men who went there to kill don't trouble them? Why is it that somehow that men that went to join one of the most bloodthirsty organisations we've ever seen, and that they come back to Australia, that they have no problem with that? What sort of compass? What sort of compass? To the point, Mr Speaker, that they want to pretend it didn't happen. To the point that Senator Patterson denies that anyone came under the Morrison government, that Scott Morrison denies anyone came under his watch, when they didn't just come under his watch as Prime Minister, they came under his watch, one of them under the time that he had sworn himself in as well to be Minister for Home Affairs. What is in front of us here does not match the actual impact that any of them have said they want to have. What is in front of us here does not do any of the things that they have said they want to do. But what is in front of us here is clumsy legislation that doesn't do anything to stop people who you would not want in Australia, but does criminalise people who, from the reaction I hear, nobody thinks should be criminalised. And quite simply, there is a way to deal with it. If we all agree that the people I've described should not be criminalised, if we all agree that the aid workers shouldn't be criminalised, that the aviation workers shouldn't be criminalised, that our allies shouldn't be criminalised, then there's a simple way to deal with it, and that's to vote no on this suspension.
Time has expired. So the question is the motion be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. No. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. The question before the House, the motion be agreed to. The ayes shall pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 39, noes 93. The matter was resolved in the negative. Members can leave the chamber quickly and quietly. I'll call the Leader of the House. The Leader of the House has the call.
Thanks, Speaker. I declare that unless otherwise ordered, the following bills stand referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration. 1. Appropriation Bill No. 3, 2025 to 2026, Appropriation Bill No. 4, 2025 to 2026, and Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill No. 2, 2025-2026 immediately. And 2. Commonwealth Entities Legislation Amendment Bill 2026 and Treasury Laws Amendment Financial Reporting System Reform Bill 2026 at the adjournment of the debate on the motion for the second reading of each bill.
I received a message from the Senate returning the Law and Justice Legislation Amendment New South Wales Land Court Bill 2026 without amendment, and I call the Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Commonwealth Entities Legislation Amendment Bill 2026. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Commonwealth Entities Legislation Amendment Bill, and I want to start by putting this bill in context because Australians are living under the most secretive and least transparent federal government that we've seen in a generation. Time and again, this government's instinct is to control information, avoid scrutiny and shift key decisions out of the Parliament's line of sight. Instead of lifting standards, Labor's pattern has been to make accountability harder. More decisions made by ministerial discretion, fewer documents proactively disclosed, and more trust us governance where Parliament's asked to sign off on frameworks while the real power sits with ministers behind closed doors. That matters here because this bill is not being proposed in a vacuum. It sits squarely within that same culture where the instinct is to reduce transparency, to centralise control and to weaken parliamentary oversight, especially when it comes to statutory offices that Parliament created precisely to operate with independence. And that's the core issue here. If you combine greater ministerial power with weaker visibility, you don't get modernisation. You get a structural tilt away from the parliamentary accountability and towards executive control. That's why the Coalition will not oppose its second reading in the House, but will seek Senate committee scrutiny. Because sunlight is exactly what this government keeps trying to avoid. That brings us to the details of the Commonwealth Entities Legislation Amendment Bill. This bill is presented as a governance modernisation measure, aligning certain statutory office holders with contemporary accountability standards. It applies to 4 entities: the Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research, or ACIA, Austrade, the Australian Safeguards and Non-Proliferation Office, or ASNO, and the Office of Parliamentary Counsel. It does this by changing some maximum terms to 5 years, by expanding termination grounds to include serious misconduct and, for most roles, unsatisfactory performance, allowing ministers to set written performance standards that can be used when assessing unsatisfactory performance, introducing express suspension powers and giving the minister a new power to issue general written directions to the Office of Parliamentary Counsel. Individually, many of these elements are not unprecedented. The concern is the combined effect and what it does to the balance of power. Taken together, this bill creates a clearer executive pathway. The minister can set the standards, assess performance, suspend and ultimately terminate. In other words, the powers are transferred from being clearly set out by the Parliament to being set by the relevant minister, all without strong parliamentary oversight. A critical point is that several of these levers were deliberately placed outside strong parliamentary oversight. For example, the performance standards are not legislative instruments. They're not disallowable and they're not required to be published or tabled. And suspension decisions for most entities are not required to be tabled. So while Parliament passes the framework, the executive gains greater practical control over how key accountability thresholds are set and applied. This shifts the power away from this Parliament and towards the ministers. That's a problem in principle, because these are statutory offices created by this Parliament, often to operate with a degree of independence, and in particular the Office of Parliamentary Counsel and ASNO. So we're not opposing accountability, but the questions we need to ask are, what problem is this bill actually solving? Why only these 4 agencies? Why them and why now? Why are the new performance standards not subject to tabling, publication or disallowance? Are the suspension and termination safeguards strong enough to protect procedural fairness and independence? Does this architecture preserve the right balance between executive control and parliamentary oversight? That's why we're not opposing its second reading, but we are seeking committee scrutiny before finalising our position. If this bill is about restoring public trust and modernising accountability, consistency is important. It is reasonable to ask why these reforms apply to only the 4 entities and not other major statutory office holders such as the ACCC, ASIC, APRA, the Information Commissioner, the Australian Human Rights Commission and their commissioners. Why should the Race Discrimination Commissioner, who has lost the confidence of so many of our ethnic communities, including the Australian Jewish community and the Australian Hindu community, be exempt from ministerial performance standards and potential termination? It is also reasonable to ask whether similar changes are planned more broadly or whether these entities have been selected for specific reasons. The introduction of ministerial performance standard is the most significant new feature of the bill. The bill gives ministers the power to set written performance standards for certain statutory office holders. Those standards can then be relied upon in determining unsatisfactory performance, which is a ground for termination. Traditionally, Parliament creates statutory officers and defines the removal grounds in the Act. Here, while Parliament sets unsatisfactory performance as a ground, the minister may effectively define what performance looks like without parliamentary scrutiny of those standards. That's novel and highly unusual. It raises 3 important questions. First, transparency should standards that may ground termination be publicly available. Second, oversight. Why aren't they subjected to disallowance or tabling? And third, independence, particularly where these roles involve regulatory or drafting functions. We support accountability, but accountability mechanisms must themselves be transparent and subject to scrutiny. There are also 2 changes that matter because they increase ministerial control over senior statutory office holders with limited built-in transparency. First, the bill lets a minister write performance standards for some agency heads. Those standards can be used to say someone has unsatisfactory performance, which becomes a reason to terminate them. In other words, ministers can write the rules and then use them to sack people. Again, the problem isn't that the standards exist, the problem is how they're done. The standards don't have to be tabled in the Parliament. They can't be disallowed, they don't have to be published. So the minister can set the benchmark that might later be used to remove someone without the Parliament seeing it. Second, ministers get a stronger power to sideline an executive through suspending them. Suspension isn't neutral, it's a serious step. It can strip someone of their powers, damage their reputation, disrupt an agency and in effect push them out before anything is finally proven. And the transparency requirements are different across the board. For ASNO suspensions, they must be gazetted and made public. However, for AKIA, Austrade and OPC, there's no clear requirement to publish or table suspensions. So some suspensions must be public and others must not be. This is inconsistent and weak oversight, and it's worth spending a minute or 2 reflecting on how this plays out in specific circumstances. Take ASNO, for example. ASNO is Australia's nuclear safeguards regulator. It's the body that checks and reports that Australia is meeting its international nuclear obligations. Because of that, it has to be seen to be independent. If it looks like a government can lean on the regulator, it risks damaging Australia's credibility with our international partners. The government seems to recognise this. Unlike the other agencies in the bill, it doesn't add unsatisfactory performance as a new reason that the minister could sack the director of safeguards. In plain terms, for the nuclear watchdog, they're not giving the minister quite the same performance-based sacking lever as they are for other agencies. But the bill still gives the minister new intervention tools, including an express power to suspend the director and expanded misconduct-related mechanisms. As I said a moment ago, suspension matters. Even if it's temporary, it can strip the director of their powers, sideline the regulator's leadership at a critical time, and create the perception internationally that the regulator can be controlled. The point is this: if independence is so important that you want to introduce a performance-based termination ground, we need to check that the new suspension or intervention powers don't achieve the same outcome in practice, just by another route. Let's now consider the case of the Office of Parliamentary Counsel, or the OPC. This bill gives the Minister a new express power to issue written directions to the OPC about how it performs its functions. The bill says that directions must be general and not about a specific drafting matter, but it's still a structural change. OPC is the body that drafts the Commonwealth's laws for Parliament. Its credibility depends on technical neutrality and independence. Even general directions can influence priorities. It can influence resourcing and internal processes, which in turn can shape how legislation is developed. The concern is also about transparency. The directions are not legislative instruments, and the bill doesn't clearly require them to be tabled or published. The explanatory memorandum also doesn't clearly explain why this new power is needed now. So again, it's a power that warrants committee scrutiny, because it's in all of our interests to ensure the safeguards and visibility are right for an institution as central as the Office of Parliamentary Counsel. Deputy Speaker, let me come back to the net effect of these changes, because the net effect is to establish a clear chain of control for the Minister. The Minister sets the standards. The Minister then says performance is unsatisfactory according to those standards. The Minister suspends, and ultimately the Minister terminates. That's a degree of executive government leverage over statutory office holders that is far larger than we would usually expect, at least in the absence of strong safeguards. Since the Act of Settlement in the United Kingdom in 1701, we've accepted that safeguards against removal by the executive government were an essential component of any guarantee of independence. And so when this sort of bill comes before the House proposing to remove exactly that guarantee, it's appropriate to ask why. Why these four agencies specifically? Why only these agencies? Why now? And why don't the powers set standards and suspend office holders with stronger transparency obligations? In conclusion, the Coalition position is clear. We support accountability, but if ministers are going to get new powers to sideline and sack statutory office holders, Parliament should check the guardrails. That's why we want a Senate committee referral to scrutinise the design. I thank the House.
And I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour of this day. I will now put the question. All the opinions say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I believe the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 2, Treasury Laws Amendment, Financial Reporting System Reform Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Treasury Laws Amendment, Financial Reporting System Reform Bill 2026 proposes a significant restructuring of Australia's accounting and auditing standard-setting system. This bill would abolish the long-standing audit and accounting standard-setting bodies that have served Australia for decades and implement a new centralised bureaucracy. Fundamentally, the bill proposes to reform a system that is not broken. I'll repeat that. Reform a system that is not broken. It is a system that has been operating for a long time and is serving Australians well. Our audit and accounting standard-setting bodies are respected, internationally aligned and function well. For decades, these bodies have underpinned our financial credibility. There has been no collapse, no international credibility issues, no demonstrated governance failure, and the government has not produced evidence of a systemic breakdown. So why, we have to ask, are extensive structural reforms of a system that already works necessary? Deputy Speaker, the Coalition can't support this bill in its form at this time. We are not convinced that the changes will improve the current system or deliver better outcomes. Stakeholders have raised significant concerns about independence, governance and concentration of power under this bill, and those concerns deserve proper scrutiny. That is why we will seek examination of this legislation through the Senate Economics Legislation Committee. Any changes to institutions that underpin our financial system must be made carefully and only when the case is clear. Now that brings me to this government's priorities. There is plenty of work for the government to do in financial services instead of trying to fix an institution that isn't broken. Take insurance, for example. Over the past 5 years, home insurance premiums have risen around 51%. Families in disaster-prone and regional areas, such as mine in Cowper, are being priced out of insurance coverage altogether. Small businesses are facing enormous premium hikes and asking whether or not they can afford to keep operating. These are the immediate and real pressures affecting household, businesses and employers today. This is not to mention that there have been at least 8 parliamentary inquiry reports on financial services tabled since 2024 that the government still hasn't found time to address. 8. They include insurance affordability, regional banking access, financial abuse and consumer protections. The government has not responded to them because they say there's not enough time, they don't have the capacity. But Labor have time for a structural overhaul of our accounting standards bodies that are working perfectly fine. You have to ask, why is this the government's priority? And more than a year ago, the government promised to reform education standards for financial advisors. That reform has not been delivered. We were told that there's not enough legislative drafting resources. That means young finance graduates today are deciding whether to take on additional study and additional debt, might I add, or keep waiting on the government to see them as a priority, or they deserve better. Add to that, the delivering better financial outcomes reforms have stagnated for months. These reforms designed to make financial advice more affordable for everyday Australians. Those reforms were supported across the sector by superannuation funds, by advice professionals and by the banking industry, and yet they remain on hold. And we're again told there are not enough drafting resources. This excuse is repeated far too regularly. But somehow there are sufficient resources for this reform that fixes institutions no one has demonstrated are broken. Deputy Speaker, this bill abolishes 3 long-standing statutory bodies: the Financial Reporting Council, the Australian Accounting Standards Board and the Auditing and Assurance Standards Board, and it replaces them with a new consolidated body called the External Reporting Australia. Under the current framework, there is a deliberate structural separation. The AASB sets accounting standards. The AUASB sets auditing standards. The FRC provides oversight. Each has an independent role. The oversight body does not write technical standards, and that separation is very intentional. It creates internal checks and balances, provides institutional distance and protects the independence of technical experts. This bill seeks to remove that structural separation. Instead of 3 independent statutory bodies, there will be one consolidated entity governed by a single board. Whilst technical boards will sit beneath it, they will not be independent statutory bodies in their own right. It is a fundamental redesign, and without demonstrated failure, it demands careful scrutiny. Accounting and auditing standards may not always attract public attention, but they matter enormously. They determine how companies report profits and losses, how assets and liabilities are recognised, and how risks are disclosed. They give investors confidence in the reported financials of companies, so when investors decide to invest, they rely on the credibility of those standards. Australia's reputation as a stable, rules-based economy has been built over decades. That reputation rests on strong, independent, standard-setting institutions. Deputy Speaker, one of the central concerns by stakeholders with this bill is the concentration of power. Currently, authority is distributed across 3 bodies. That distribution acts as a safeguard and as a separation of powers. It creates institutional distance between oversight and technical decision-making. This bill will consolidate authority into a single entity. And, Deputy Speaker, that is extremely concerning. Stakeholders have also raised concerns about reduced separation between oversight and technical standard setting, risk to the independence of technical experts, and expanded governing board influence. Appointments to the Governing Council will continue to be made by the Minister, as is currently the case for the FRC and heads of the technical boards. But under this new model, the Governing Council will have greater potential influence over technical standard-setting functions. The Coalition cannot support a governance framework that increases the risk or even the perception of politicisation of accounting and auditing standards, because once confidence is weakened, it is very difficult to restore. This bill also enables the Minister to confirm additional reporting functions by legislative instrument. Under the existing framework, expanding core standard-setting responsibility would typically require the primary legislation and full parliamentary scrutiny. This Labor government seems to take the opportunity whenever it can to reduce Parliament scrutiny and oversight. That should concern every member of this Parliament. It is important to note that these accounting standards do not only apply to private companies, they also affect the public sector accounting for Commonwealth entities. The standards governing transparency in public reporting must themselves be insulated from undue influence, particularly in areas that have become politically sensitive. We have seen, Deputy Speaker, in recent years, as the government added sustainability and climate-related issues to financial disclosures, which have now become increasingly contested, how climate risks are recognised, how supply chain emissions are disclosed, how international sustainability standards are interpreted. These are technical matters, but they will sit within a politically charged environment. Precisely for that reason, technical decision-makers must be structurally protected from political pressure. The current system has ensured protection from political pressure for decades, and this bill weakens those protections. But let us return again to the central question. What failure justifies abolishing 3 long-standing institutions? What systemic breakdown has occurred? In the January 2025 consultation process, stakeholders were told that views were not being sought on the merits of abolishing the 3 bodies and establishing a single entity. That is not only remarkable, it is extremely concerning. If the case for reform is strong, it should withstand scrutiny. If the benefits are clear, stakeholders should be invited to test them. At present, this appears to be institutional reform without institutional failure, and that should give Parliament concern. This bill is not time critical. There are no urgent regulatory emergencies. There is no immediate crisis requiring structural overhaul. The Senate Economic Legislation Committee should examine governance safeguards, independent protections, appointment processes and limits on ministerial intervention. The government should demonstrate examples of failure under the current structure that demand reform. It should make it clear the case for reform and invite stakeholders to provide their views on the merits. And the government should welcome that scrutiny. Deputy Speaker, Australians expect this parliament to focus on the pressures they are feeling now. In financial services, that means insurance affordability, access to banking in regional communities, protection from financial abuse and scams, and affordable financial advice. Instead, this government has prioritised restructuring institutions that have operated effectively for decades. Before dismantling this proven system, the government must answer 3 simple questions. What has failed? What will materially improve? And why is this urgent? Those answers have not been clearly provided. For those reasons, the Coalition cannot support this bill at this time. We will seek proper scrutiny through the Senate Economics Legislation Committee because the Coalition protects our long-standing institutions. We believe in good governance and transparency, and the government simply has not made the case for reform. Thank you.
I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour of this day. All the opinions say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I believe the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 3. Royal Commission's Legislation Amendment, Protections for Providing Information Bill 2026. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Royal Commission's Legislation Amendment, Protections for Providing Information Bill 2026. This legislation proposes significant changes to the Royal Commissions Act. It aims to ensure that the Royal Commission into Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion and future Royal Commissions can access intelligence and operationally sensitive information. From the outset, the Coalition believes that it is critical that the Royal Commission into Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion is given every opportunity to succeed. The Bondi massacre on the 14th of December last year was the worst terrorist attack on Australian soil, an attack which directly targeted Jewish Australians celebrating Hanukkah. This attack was devastating to all Australians, but particularly to the Jewish community. The terrorist attack didn't happen in isolation. Since October 7, 2023, Australia has witnessed a disturbing and sustained rise in anti-Semitism. Jewish Australians have reported intimidation, harassment, vandalism, threats and social exclusion. Synagogues have been attacked and have required heightened security. Jewish students have described feeling unsafe on university campuses. Families have removed religious symbols in public out of fear. For many in Australia's Jewish community, the past 2 years have not simply been uncomfortable, they've been frightening. During that period, community leaders repeatedly warned that anti-Semitism was escalating. They called for decisive national action. The Prime Minister and his government ignored these warnings every step of the way. After the horrific massacre at Bondi, the Jewish community called for a Royal Commission. Victims' families wanted a Royal Commission. Yet when that call was first made, shamefully, Prime Minister Albanese opposed it. Instead of committing immediately to a Royal Commission, the Prime Minister proposed a narrow departmental review. He questioned whether a Royal Commission was necessary. He raised concerns about timeframes. He suggested it might provide a platform for extremist views. He suggested that so-called actual experts opposed it. To many Jewish Australians, that hesitation was an insult. It hurt deeply. Because a Royal Commission is not just another inquiry. It compels evidence. It overrides secrecy barriers and it signals that this is an issue of national significance. Let me pause there, Deputy Speaker, to make a couple of observations about the Royal Commission in a more personal capacity. The Royal Commission has been given a timetable which has been set by the federal government. As I said, it is a government that didn't want to have the Royal Commission in the first place, and it didn't want to ensure that the Commissioner has adequate time to do their job. Let me say something first about the inquiry into the security arrangements at Bondi, because the Commission held its first hearings last week. It's now March, and the government has given them a timetable to report on the security elements by the end of April. This is not a fair time frame. The Commission has only been recently stood up. It will be nearly impossible for it to look at these matters with any thoroughness. The security matters before the Royal Commission deserve to be investigated thoroughly, and if the Commission needs to take more time to do it, it should be encouraged to take more time and take the time to do it right. 15 people are dead, murdered in cold blood on our streets. So my message to the Government and to the Royal Commission is do not rush this process. The second matter relates to those things that the Commission has been charged to investigate with respect to institutional and institutionalised anti-Semitism. The Royal Commission has made something of the need to report by the first anniversary of the Bondi massacre on the 14th of December. There were media reports last week suggesting that in private meetings between the Royal Commissioner and the families of the victims and the survivors of the Bondi massacre, that those survivors and families have told the Royal Commissioner to take more time if she needs to. As a Jewish Australian, I want to echo those calls to the Royal Commissioner. Take the time to get this right. There's nothing sacrosanct about the government's timetable. It's been set by the Albanese government, a government that did not want to hold a Royal Commission and had to be dragged kicking and screaming to call it. Can I say, as a Jewish Australian, there will be only one opportunity to investigate the depth and depravity of anti-Semitism in our country. We will never get this opportunity again. It is really important to take this opportunity to get under the hood of the institutions in our society, especially the universities and the arts bodies and school organisations. Anti-Semitism in educational and arts organisations are mentioned in the recitals to the Royal Commission, and the Commission will have failed if it does not look at those matters adequately. So if the Commission needs more time than the Albanese government has granted it, then it should be given additional time and it should take advantage of actually asking for extra time. As somebody who for the last 2.5 years has been calling for a judicial inquiry into anti-Semitism, this is absolutely vital. The Commission has a very good look at both. It is vital that the Commission has a very good look at both those sectors, the arts and education, because they are the areas where anti-Semitism has become, to quote the words of the Special Envoy, ingrained and normalised. I particularly want to say something about the university sector. The Commission will have failed in its job if it doesn't call the Vice-Chancellors and put them on the stand. The fact that a group of university chancellors could issue a statement on anti-Semitism that didn't even mention the word Jew or anti-Semitism is a disgraceful abrogation of their leadership. Absolutely disgraceful. The Commission must put Vice-Chancellors and former Vice-Chancellors on the stand, particularly in those institutions, especially in the Group of 8, where anti-Semitism has been rife. They must put the Chancellors on the stand as well. It must put Student Representative Council Presidents on the stand. It's their job to represent the views of all students and not make some students feel, or not make a select group of students feel ostracised. It must put the NTEU leadership on the stand. There have been many Jewish academics who have resigned their membership of the NTEU because it simply failed to stand up for Jewish academics during this time. And it must root out the anti-Semitism among the administrators of universities and among those bodies that purport to represent the universities. It must go deeper and examine what's taught about Jews in the classroom. It's disturbed me, Deputy Speaker, ever since I became the Shadow Minister for Education, that when I've talked to Vice-Chancellors, many simply believe that encampments are gone, they stood up complaints procedures, that's enough. And in some institutions, they believe that because they don't know that they've got a population of any Jewish staff or students, they don't need to worry about this issue. The truth is, this issue is broader than whether you've got Jewish students or staff, and it's broader than the Jewish community. It's about what's actually being taught in the classrooms about Jews, because what's being taught in the classrooms about Jews determines what the future of our society looks like. If we don't get this right, then we are setting our society up for on a course for a future based on conspiracy, not on fact, on othering, not personal responsibility, on social discord, not social harmony. What happens today on campus sets the tone for the Australia of tomorrow. That's why addressing anti-Semitism on campus is so vital, and that's why the Royal Commission must look at these issues. That's why their task is so important. That's why the Commission must be given the time that it needs to do this job thoroughly. And if the Commission fails in this opportunity to properly look at these matters, it will be failing the Jewish community and all Australians. The Jewish community has been calling for this government to take action for 2.5 years, and it will disrespect the memory of those 15 people who were murdered on Bondi Beach if it doesn't look at these issues properly. With that context in place, let me turn back to this bill. The Royal Commission's Legislation Amendment Protections for Providing Information Bill 2026. This bill amends 3 key areas. The Royal Commissions Act 1902, 3 key laws. The Royal Commissions Act 1902, the Royal Commission's Regulations 2019 and the Criminal Code Act 1995. Its purpose is to ensure that the Royal Commission can access intelligence and operationally sensitive information even where Commonwealth secrecy provisions would otherwise prevent disclosure. On its face, this is a practical reform. The bill inserts a new Part 4A into the Royal Commissions Act. It makes clear that secrecy provisions cannot be relied upon as a reasonable excuse to refuse compliance with the Royal Commission's requirements. In other words, intelligence agencies and law enforcement bodies cannot withhold relevant material solely because another law contains a secrecy clause. The bill also creates formal intelligence information arrangements and operationally sensitive information arrangements, which are structured agreements between the Commission and the relevant agency heads governing how sensitive material is obtained, stored, accessed, used, disclosed and returned. It provides legal protections for individuals who provide such information in accordance with those arrangements. It ensures they are shielded from criminal or civil liability under secrecy provisions. It also amends the Criminal Code to create a defence for individuals who deal with classified information for the primary purpose of communicating it to a Royal Commission. On their face, these changes strengthen the Royal Commission's hand. I want to turn to why this bill requires scrutiny. These are serious legal changes that the bill proposed. As the Royal Commissioner Virginia Bell has noted, her inquiry is the first Royal Commission in nearly 50 years to investigate aspects of the work of the Australian intelligence community. We have a duty to ensure that she has all the powers required to conduct her investigations properly. It's precisely because of the gravity of Commissioner Bell's Royal Commission that the bill requires careful parliamentary scrutiny. It's precisely because of the seriousness of the changes proposed that this warrants closer examination. These changes should be the subject of an inquiry from the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. That's common sense, it's good governance, it's in Australia's interests and it's the Coalition's position. We need to hear from security experts, legal experts, our security agencies and law enforcement agencies, the Royal Commission itself and other stakeholders about how these laws will work. Because this legislation overrides secrecy provisions across Commonwealth law. It's not a minor adjustment. It reshapes the interaction between national security frameworks and public inquiries. Parliament must examine whether the scope of the override is appropriate. It must ensure the definitions of intelligence information and operationally sensitive information are precise and appropriate. It must ensure the arrangements governing handling of classified information are sufficiently robust. We must ask, are the safeguards adequate? Are the oversight mechanisms strong enough? Is transparency balanced appropriately with the security? The bill requires the Secretary to publish intelligence information arrangements as notifiable instruments. It's appropriate that the Parliament scrutinise what level of detail is made public and how variation of those arrangements will be monitored. We must also examine the evidentiary protections. The bill provides that information given in accordance with the arrangements is not admissible in evidence against the person in secrecy-related proceedings. That is an important protection, but it must be carefully calibrated so it doesn't unintentionally shield misconduct unrelated to lawful cooperation with the Commission. Similarly, the Criminal Code Amendment creates a new defence to certain secrecy offences where information is dealt with for the purpose of communicating it to a Royal Commission. Parliament must ensure that this defence is fit for purpose. If there are failings of intelligence practice or national security policy relevant to this Royal Commission, we need informed insiders to come forward. It is appropriate that the Parliament satisfy itself that the bill allows intelligence officials to safely, securely and lawfully disclose information to the Royal Commission on a voluntary basis, and that any underlying arrangements are properly designed and fit for purpose. Let me be clear, we do not oppose the bill's objective. On the contrary, we want to ensure that this gets it right. The Coalition wants this Royal Commission to be effective. We need it to be effective. It is recognition that legislation touching intelligence, national security and criminal liability demands rigorous examination, because the integrity of both national security frameworks and Royal Commissions depends on clarity and balance. As I said, the Jewish community deserves a Royal Commission that is powerful, effective and legally sound. They deserve a framework that cannot later be challenged as rushed or poorly constructed. They deserve a bill where all parties have confidence in that drafting and where there are no unintended consequences. Parliamentary scrutiny is responsible. It helps ensure that legislative architecture supporting the Commission is sound. The Royal Commission must have access to the information it needs, but in granting that access, we must preserve the integrity of secrecy law, the rights of individuals and the balance between transparency and security. That balance is Parliament's responsibility. As I said, on its face, this bill strengthens the Commission. It removes barriers to evidence and it protects those who cooperate. But because it overrides secrecy provision and amends the criminal code, it must be examined thoroughly, it must be debated openly and it must be refined where necessary. A PJCIS inquiry will not delay the Commission. I want to take a moment to say this. The Commission has operated effectively for 7 weeks so far, and the Attorney-General's Department has confirmed that it will be able to continue its work uninhibited while the Parliament scrutinises this bill. A PJCIS inquiry does not delay the Commission. Indeed, it serves a more important purpose. It shores up confidence that we have the arrangements right, that the Commission can receive the evidence it ought to hear. That does not occur, though, if the Parliament passes permanent changes to the national security legislation improperly or in a rush. So let us use the scrutiny provisions of this Parliament to support and strengthen the Commission. I thank the House.
Question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Speak on the Royal Commission's legislation amendment, Protections for Providing Information Bill 2026. On the 14th of December, my community experienced a loss and trauma that will stay with us as long as I think we live. The anti-Semitic terrorist attack that day was not only an act of violence, it was an attack on social cohesion, on trust, on the sense of safety that every Australian should feel in their own country, and an attack on the Jewish community. In the days that followed, I called for a Royal Commission. We must understand what led to the attack. We must examine the broader rise of anti-Semitism and erosion of social cohesion and any institutional and systemic failures that have contributed to the awful act of hatred that we saw. I'm glad that the Royal Commission is now underway, and I'm especially glad that the government is acting to strengthen protection so it can do its work effectively. This reform does not arise in isolation. There have been multiple reviews highlighting shortcomings in protections for participants in Royal Commissions, including the 2023 review of secrecy provisions, protections for individuals providing information to Royal Commissions, conducted by the Attorney-General's Department. That review recommended that the Royal Commissions Act be amended to, and I quote, clarify the application of secrecy offences to individuals providing information to Royal Commissions. Importantly, the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide also identified serious concerns in this area. It highlighted that secrecy provisions across Commonwealth legislation were complex, fragmented and potentially inhibiting participation. The Commission noted that uncertainty around secrecy offences could deter individuals from coming forward, even where protections technically existed. The Attorney-General's Department discussion paper following the Royal Commission acknowledged that, while prosecutions for secrecy breaches in this context may not have occurred, the perceived risk alone could have a chilling effect. It also recognised that civil remedies and workplace protections for those cooperating with Royal Commissions may warrant further consideration. Even where legal protections technically exist, the lived reality is different. If individuals believe that they may be exposed to sanctioned prosecution, career damage or retaliation, they may remain silent. And that risk is unacceptable. If we are asking intelligence officials, law enforcement officers, public servants and others to assist at a Royal Commission, particularly one examining national security, social cohesion and potentially institutional failings, we must ensure they are properly protected while sharing relevant information. This is not only important for the protection of these individuals, it is fundamental to the effectiveness of the Royal Commission itself. The Commission can only make sound findings and recommendations if it has access to complete and candid evidence. Given the seriousness of the issues at stake, including the terrorist attack on the 14th of December, we must remove barriers that could prevent critical information from being disclosed. After hearing these concerns from experts and stakeholders and reviewing the findings of the Defence and Veterans Royal Commission and the 2023 Secrecy Review, I raised these matters directly with the Attorney-General, and I'm grateful for her engagement and responsiveness to these issues, and I know she engaged with others as well. This bill amends the Royal Commission Act 1902 and related legislation to strengthen protections for individuals who provide information to Royal Commissions. It clarifies the interaction between secrecy provisions and disclosures made to the Royal Commission. In particular, it enables arrangements to be entered into between a Royal Commission and intelligence or law enforcement agencies so that protected information can be disclosed without breaching secrecy offences. The bill also introduces a new defence within the Criminal Code framework for disclosures made in accordance with such arrangements. This is intended to provide greater certainty that individuals cooperating in good faith with the Royal Commission will not commit an offence under general secrecy provisions. These changes are important and are welcome. While I support the intention of the bill, there are several matters that warrant attention. I recognise the need for expedition, given the Royal Commission is already underway and an interim report is due shortly. And I do not want to stand in the way of reforms that are necessary to ensure that this Commission can operate effectively. However, we should also recognise that this may not be and should not be the final word of secrecy reform. The Government is undertaking broad work reviewing secrecy provisions, and I encourage it to consider whether additional reforms may be required for future Royal Commissions. The new protections rely on a Royal Commission entering into arrangements with intelligence or law enforcement agencies. I do not expect this to present difficulties with the Royal Commission that is currently underway. However, legislation must be future-proofed. We must ensure that intelligence agencies are not, even inadvertently, equipped with the veto power to choose not to provide information to a Royal Commission. We do not know what future Royal Commissions may examine or what future circumstances may arise. Our intelligence agencies perform extraordinary work protecting Australians, but legislation should be robust enough to operate effectively in all scenarios, including instances where the agency's own actions or performance may be under scrutiny. Access to relevant information should not depend on discretionary cooperation. It should be guaranteed by law. Secondly, in terms of the focus on intelligence and law enforcement information, this bill primarily addresses intelligence and law enforcement information. There are protections for individuals who are compelled to provide information, but many who provide crucial evidence do so voluntarily. For example, officials in the Department of Education or the Attorney-General's Department may wish to come forward with information about institutional responses to rising anti-Semitism or broader social cohesion challenges. Many who choose to speak up will do so voluntarily, not because they have been formally compelled. Those who are compelled benefit from clearer protections. Those who come forward voluntarily may not. The new criminal code defence is helpful, but it applies only to a limited number of general secrecy offences. There are more than 850 secrecy provisions across Commonwealth legislation. The defence does not provide blanket immunity and does not resolve uncertainty across that broader landscape. If we want voluntary candour, we must ensure voluntary disclosures are adequately protected. And I think this is a really important point. We do want people to come forward in Royal Commissions. That is actually, I think it's a really, really critical. It is absolutely critical that these people have the same protections as those who are compelled to come forward. And finally, workplace and civil consequences. I understand that this bill provides protections against criminal and certain civil liability. However, this does not fully address the position of individuals who come forward voluntarily and may face workplace repercussions such as bullying, demotion or other forms of retaliation. Their only avenue may be to pursue employment claims through the Fair Work Commission or other general employment processes. That does not specifically address the Royal Commission context and it remains largely untested. A criminal case for mistreatment following voluntary evidence provision would require an AFP investigation. As the Attorney-General's Department discussion paper following the Veterans Royal Commission noted, There is no evidence that such prosecutions have occurred, but the absence of prosecutions does not eliminate fear. If someone provides important evidence to assist our country in uncovering the truth, we should not leave them exposed. We should not punish those who want to help. I hope that these issues will be addressed in the broader reform package that the government is progressing. I think I also want to acknowledge that there is much further work, to be honest, to be done in relation to whistleblower protections more broadly across the Parliament. This is something that the government has acknowledged that they do want to take action on, but which we do not have clear timescales on yet. Having spoken and engaged with those who support whistleblowers, what is very clear to me, both within the context, is that becoming a whistleblower, standing up for what you see as public good, really in so many cases comes from a deep desire for our country to work as well as possible. There comes from a real sense of civic duty. But the protections, being able to be protected is complex. And individuals, people who are not, with a high degree of understanding in these areas, can relatively easily make mistakes, which make them open to criminal prosecution. We have examples, recent examples, such as David McBride and Richard Boyle, two people particularly, who have fallen foul of whistleblower protection laws. And I think it is really critical that these are improved, and the Commonwealth considers what it is trying to do when it particularly takes on people such as Richard Boyle, and the chilling effect that will have on the ATO, any whistleblowing in the future. I do want to finally say I thank the Attorney-General for her engagement on these issues, and I acknowledge that this bill is really needed and it is timely. I think it strengthens protection at a critical moment and helps ensure that the Royal Commission examining the offence surrounding December 14 can operate smoothly and effectively. I note that the member for Berowra had some concerns in relation to the timing of the bills and opportunities for it to be reviewed. I think those have to be balanced against the needs of the Royal Commission to act really swiftly, and look forward to engaging both of the member for Berowra and the Attorney-General on this, because the goal is really to enable the Royal Commission to do its incredibly important work and at the same time ensure that these protections are appropriate and will last both through this Royal Commission and through subsequent Royal Commissions as well. Thank you.
I give the Attorney-General the call.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill creates a clear, lawful pathway for people to provide intelligence and operationally sensitive information to a Royal Commission, including the current Royal Commission on Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion. I thank all my parliamentary colleagues for their contributions to this debate, and I present the revised explanatory memorandum to the House.
Thank you. And in accordance with are there any... sorry, the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. The member will have leave to continue speaking. The debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? Give the call to the member for Clare.
The Rylstone and Candos Volunteer Rescue Association recently celebrated 50 years of service to the local community. From dealing with horrific car crashes to assisting hikers stranded in the bush, rescue squad members save lives and personify service above self. It was an honour to attend the celebration dinner, and I wish to thank and congratulate all squad members, including office bearers, President and New South Wales VRA Regional Operations Manager Glenn Hinton, ESM, Vice President, Deputy Captain and Equipment Officer Sean Hinton, Treasurer and Deputy Captain Jake Norbat, Secretary Lorna Anderson, Captain Wayne Norris, Senior Deputy Captain and Training Officer John Yates, and Assistant Training Officer Adam Newton. At the celebration, we also honoured highly deserving, long-standing members of the VRA who received long service awards: Wayne Norris, Adam Newton, Felicity Creswell and Craig Martin. Also recognised and acknowledged were John Yates, who received life membership, patron and founding member Craig Martin, and new trainee member Janelle Hinton. The rescue squad started 50 years ago with an old wooden trailer with some tools in the back because there was no frontline rescue presence in the area. For half a century, Rylstone and Kandos Rescue Squad members have saved lives and changed lives, and we thank all members for their extraordinary dedication and the sacrifices they and their families make for our communities and our country.
Member for Lalor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to address reports of an event held in a centre in my electorate that mourned the death of Ayatollah Khomeini. I reiterate the sentiments of the Prime Minister. Australia stands with the brave people of Iran who endured decades of oppression under his regime. His death should not be mourned. Like the Minister for Home Affairs, I fail to understand how that dictatorship, a perversion of the peace that Muslims in my community practice, could be mourned on Australian soil, particularly when so recently it was confirmed that the regime was behind terrorist acts on our shores designed to sow division and discord. I send my thoughts to our local Iranian community, my neighbours, for whom this death brings some closure to a period of oppression and loss. But I want to be clear. This must not be conflated with our broader Muslim community. Just last month, I stood with our Muslim community on the Open Mosque Day. That community, peaceful, proud and contributing, must not bear the burden of the actions of a minority. Social cohesion depends on our many communities coming together with mutual respect. I am proud of the incredibly diverse community I represent, and I will always be their advocate in this Parliament.
Member for O'Connor. No.
We've moved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Tomorrow is Red and Yellow Day, a new nationwide celebration to recognise surf lifesaving volunteers. Sun, sand and salt air is at the heart of Hinkler. Surf lifesaving attracts almost 1,000 members in my electorate, with more than 200 patrolling between 3 clubs, Hervey Bay, Bundaberg and Elliott Heads. You can support the cause by simply wearing the colours, by donating, by fundraising or by signing up and flying the flags we were taught to swim between. On Friday, I joined Surf Lifesaving Queensland's Darren Everard and Andrea Berthelsen at Bargara to raise awareness for the cause. The latest summer coastal drownings report shows a 14% decrease nationally, and with almost 4,000 rescues in the past 12 months, saving nearly 700 lives, those in the red and yellow are truly lifesavers. Deputy Speaker, yesterday I had the privilege of welcoming students from Bundaberg Christian College to Parliament House. This was the first opportunity I've had to host students from Hinkler as the federal member. It was wonderful to catch up with the school's new principal, Brendan Hosking, and teacher, Karen Benham, who were accompanied by school leaders, Rachel, Mackenzie, Izzy, Soraya, Caleb, Ethan, Emma and Helene. I'm committed to promoting civics in our schools, and it was a pleasure to discuss politics with these engaged students. I take the opportunity to wish all senior students from Hinkler the very best for 2026.
And Member for Whitlam.
I rise today to recognise Tori Henderson, who recently completed her one-year term as Shellharbour City Council's 2025 Young Citizen of the Year. Tori received this award for her extraordinary work as a volunteer across a number of areas in her community. While completing Year 12 as captain of Lake Illawarra High School, Tori spent many hours volunteering with the Roo Theatre Company and also the New South Wales State Emergency Service. Roo Theatre is a community-based, not-for-profit organisation that is based in Shellharbour, and it produces professionally staged theatre, including musicals, comedies and dramas. Tori's contribution to Roo Theatre has included performing on stage, participating in the stage crew and running the canteen. In 2023, Tori was part of the New South Wales SES Shellharbour Unit's inaugural internship program, which involves students working alongside SES mentors and volunteers. She received the Commander's Commendation Award at the completion of her internship for her outstanding contribution to the program, and subsequently decided to join the SES as soon as she could when she turned 16. Tori has been an active member of the New South Wales SES Shellharbour Unit ever since, regularly attending meetings and call-outs. I thank Tori for her significant and ongoing contribution to her community and for being an outstanding role model, and I wish her all the very best for her future. Thank you.
Member for Wentworth.
One of the initiatives I'm proudest to support in Wentworth and proud to have instigated is our student-led social cohesion roundtables. Building on roundtables we did with principals across our school sector, the first student-led program was held in November, and we brought students back for a second session just last week, with even more schools taking part. I think that growth reflects how seriously our community values strengthening belonging. Run by Together for Humanity, as well as the Jewish Board of Deputies and myself, these roundtables are led by students themselves. They provide a structured space for young people to engage honestly, disagree respectfully, and develop practical solutions. In light of the horrific anti-Semitic terrorist attack in Bondi and the fear it caused, continuing this work is more important than ever. We had 12 schools participate last week at Cranbrook School, and the schools that participate were across this, the independent, government, non-government and religious sectors, including Ways, Cranbrook, Askham, Kincoppel, Redham, Scots, Waverley, St Clair's, Rose Bay, Mariah and Emmanuel, and and Kambala, so an amazing range of schools. And as one student said, it is so important to build connections across our different cultures and groups. I'm so proud of how the students behaved. I'm so proud of how they are leading in these difficult times. And I'm really excited to be turning their ideas with them into real action across our community.
Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Dandenong Ramadan Night Market is back, and it is bigger and better than last year. It was fantastic to be there on the opening night with Member for Bruce in his electorate, and it was wonderful to have the Prime Minister join us as Thomas Street came alive with thousands of families, friends and neighbours from different faiths and backgrounds. Moments like these are a powerful reminder of what social cohesion looks like in action. I'm also proud that this year the market expanded into my local council area, the City of Casey. Having a cultural celebration of this scale come to Casey is a huge win for our community. Events like this bring people together, showcase culture and highlight the incredible food, music and small businesses that make our southeast so vibrant. That's why the Albanese Labor government is backing this great community with $75,000 this year as a part of a $225,000 commitment over 3 years, providing ongoing support to help the market grow and become a permanent fixture on our local calendars. I thank the Bright Community Organisation, especially Ahmed Gausi and Ibrahim Hassan, along with the volunteers, stallholders and sponsors who make it possible. Ramadan
Member
Mubarak.
for Longman has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, as a former Good Guys store owner, it's not often I would agree with our old adversary, Jerry Harvey. But I do agree with Mr Harvey on the unfair playing field that currently exists for Australian-owned retailers who are up against companies such as Temu and Shein. The fashion industry has probably been hit hardest as their products are light and easy to transport. We've seen the closure of Rivers, Noni B, Millers, Rockmans, and let's not forget the thousands of small, locally owned businesses that have had to close as well. Now, as a Liberal, I believe in a free market, but I also believe in fairness. These companies already have the advantage of extremely low wages, low energy costs, very little red tape and lower government fees and charges. We may not like these advantages countries like China have, but that is where we have landed for various reasons. After spending over 30 years in retail, I know more than most that Australians love a bargain when they shop. But at what cost? This practice of these companies not paying their fair share of tax on profits they have made from sales in this country has to stop. The implications of local businesses closing are far-reaching. Local businesses employ locals and sponsor and support community and sporting clubs. They contribute to the communities that they serve. Deputy Speaker, when was the last time you saw an under-8s footy team sponsored by Temu?
Member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am proud to introduce a true Maribyrnong legend to this House, Tommy Quick, who's up there in the gallery. At just 12 years old, Tommy's life changed in an instant when he suffered a stroke. Whilst most kids his age were focused on school and sport, Tommy was relearning how to walk, how to speak, how to simply exist in his own body. Childhood stroke is rare, but it is real, and for Tommy, its impacts are lifelong. But what defines Tommy is not his stroke, it is his determination, and that is what we are celebrating today. In 2017, Tommy climbed onto a recumbent trike. That moment lit a fire. Over nearly a decade, he has ridden an extraordinary 156,000 kilometres across our country, not for glory, but to demand answers to one simple question: why does childhood stroke happen? His determination carried him to the 4 extreme points of Australia, almost 10,000 kilometres over 3 years. And earlier this year, he conquered taking on Tassie, riding 894 kilometres in just 28 days. Across more than 210 days in the saddle, Tommy has transformed personal adversity into national advocacy. This morning, it was a privilege to ride alongside Tommy and his crew to reach the final stretch up to Parliament House. Watching him crest the hill, surrounded by his supporters, including his proud parents, was a powerful reminder of what persistence, courage and community can achieve. I want to thank the Stroke Foundation for their expertise and vital work supporting families and advancing research. Tommy, you're an inspiration to us all. Well done, mate.
Member for Latrobe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I say all Australians need to be made aware of the facts of how the Home Affairs Minister and the Prime Minister have somehow allowed 11 women and 23 children linked to ISIS to be issued with passports. Now, my previous role as the Assistant Minister for Customs also looked after the Australian Border Force. And can I make it very clear to every Australian that the Australian government very much overlooks who actually gets Australian passports, especially when they're overseas and being lost. So the Minister must come clean on why they have these Australian passports. Let's make no mistake at all. These ISIS brides left Australia to support ISIS terrorists who were killing Australian allies and also Australian soldiers. And even you saw the most barbaric scenes of these men holding up human heads. There's no way these women should be allowed in Australia. There's no way the government can give the guarantee that these women will come to Australia and not cause in any way try to seduce others to follow their cause, because when it comes to de-radicalisation, again my background in counter-terrorism, it is so difficult to achieve. We are taking a huge risk in Australia under this Labor Albanese government, and it shouldn't be taken because we need to make sure Australians are protected.
Member for Reid.
I want to pay tribute to the life of Peter Rainieri, who passed away last week at the age of 90. For more than 40 years, he and his wife, Rosario, turned their 5-dock deli, Rainieri's Continental Delicatessen, into a local institution, a place loved not just for their focaccia and deli staples, but for the warmth and friendship behind the counter. A few years ago, the Rainieri paninis went viral on social media, and their paninis became known as the best in Australia, all for just $15. Despite their fame and long lines of customers, the Rainieris always found time for a chat and a good laugh. Peter, Rosario and their family didn't just run a shop, they built a community in that little deli, and we are forever grateful. A couple of years ago, during the Ferragusto Festival in 5-Dock, I had the pleasure of bringing the Prime Minister to Rainieri's, and this week I presented the Prime Minister with his very own Rainieri's t-shirt, which I'm sure he will wear with pride. The shop remains open, just as Peter would have wanted, only closing for his funeral. Rosaria and her sons will keep Rainieri's going, and if you get a chance, head to the shop and honour the great man by having a panini for Peter.
Member for Monash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. While hard-working mum and dad small businesses are struggling to keep their heads above water under state and federal Labor governments, there's one sector that's booming, and that's the illegal tobacco trade. And if business as usual for the crooks and cartels running the illicit trade isn't strong enough, today the tobacco excise increases yet again, this time to $1.52 per cigarette. That's more than $30 in a standard pack, and that is up to $10 billion that is estimated we are losing that could be spent on roads, schools and hospitals. Small businesses are continuing to get ram-raided, retail staff are worried about being assaulted, and this is yet another example of state and federal Labor's record on law and order. They are putting everyday Australians at risk, from illegal tobacco to ISIS brides to the CFMEU chaos in Victoria. State and federal Labor governments have their head in the sand. We urgently need resourcing and investment on law enforcement across a range of areas. Illegal tobacco is hurting small business. It's endangering our community. There are no consequences for actions under state and federal Labor governments, and the illegal tobacco trade is a prime example of that, particularly today where we see the excise tax increasing yet again. Australians deserve better.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. The news that Elgin has decided not to proceed with the proposed Mitchell's Flat solar farm is really welcome outcome for the local community in Singleton and right across the Hunter. Like many locals I've spoken to over recent months, there's been genuine concern about what this project would have meant for prime agricultural land, environmental impacts and long-term future of the regional landscape. A great project in the wrong location. In communities like Mitchell's Flat, land isn't just dirt on a map. It's family farms, it's local jobs, it's our food security, and it's part of the character that makes the Hunter what it is. So I think it's fair to say the real sense of relief across the community that Elgin has listened and made the decision to focus their development elsewhere is great. This outcome didn't happen by accident. This is a result of the passionate locals speaking up, farmers standing their ground and community groups like Singleton Solar Standoff, making sure their voices were heard loud and clear. Because when it comes to major developments in our region, the people who live and work on the land deserve a real say in what happens to it. The Hunter should always have a strong voice in decisions and shape our future. I'll continue to stand up for communities to make sure that local voices are not just listened to, but respected. And we have many areas of mining land in our Hunter area. We need to make sure that we're putting solar farms on them. Reuse that land for things that we can do with, and we can put many solar farms on those land now.
Member for O'Connor.
Deputy Speaker, my hometown of Katanning is one of the most harmonious multicultural towns in Western Australia, where migrants have been welcomed for decades, contributing much to the town's economic, social and cultural fabric. The first Malay Christmas Islanders migrated in the 1970s, taking up jobs in the local abattoir, and were followed by waves of migrants fleeing conflict in their homelands of Afghanistan, Burundi and Burma. All were keen to integrate into a tolerant community made more vibrant through their contributions. Speaker, Australia is a great country, and thanks to generations of migrants and their commitment to and allegiance to their adopted home. So I stand here today to challenge Labor on their secrecy when it comes to the ISIS brides and our national security. Labor claims these individuals aren't welcome, yet officials issue passports while the Home Affairs Minister says his hands are tied. Labor is allowing self-managed returns of Islamic State sympathisers, outsourcing our nation's security to NGOs and third parties. Passports are being hand-delivered into conflict zones while public servants are ushered out of meetings. Labor won't use existing passport and exclusion laws to protect our borders, which is why the Coalition has introduced our Keeping Australia Safe bill. This bill requires express ministerial approval before anyone assists a returnee. If a minister wants these people back, they must sign their name to it. No more hiding behind bureaucracy and no more outsourcing security.
Member for Dixon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week I visited Good Start Early Learning in Albany Creek in my electorate of Dixon. And before I could even talk about our 3-day childcare guarantee, educators were gushing over Labor's delivery of a 15% pay rise. Advocating for wage rises in female-dominated industries, strengthening laws around flexible work arrangements and the expansion of paid parental leave to 6 months are reducing the gender pay gap. Today marks the third release of employer gender pay gap reporting, and the data shows progress, a reduction of 0.9% in the past year. Obviously, there is more work to do, but on this side of the House, we are clear-eyed and focused on reducing the gender pay gap. This is in stark contrast to the Coalition, which went to the last election with a policy to end work-from-home arrangements. Now, I know this might trigger some of you, but today is the actual anniversary of the announcement of that tone-deaf, archaic policy. We know that there are many of you over there that still ideologically oppose work-from-home arrangements, including the Shadow Treasurer. The gender pay gap is shrinking 3 times faster under our government. That is what you get when you have a majority female caucus as opposed to the blue suit brigade over there.
Member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I ask the question, what is the government hiding? Labor claims it does not want ISIS sympathisers and their children to return to Australia, yet considerable assistance has clearly been given, including the issuing of passports. We are told the government is not assisting, yet federal and state agencies have reportedly been meeting for months to manage their return. These people choose to enter and remain in ISIS-declared areas. Islamic State is not a social movement, it was a brutal terrorist regime. Security experts warn that radicalisation does not simply disappear. ASIO already has 18,000 individuals on its watch list, and every additional high-risk returnee increases the pressure on already stretched agencies. Labor says it is powerless, yet the Passport Act allows refusal on security grounds. Temporary exclusion orders also exist for precisely these circumstances. If Labor truly opposed these returns, it could use existing powers robustly and work with the coalition to strengthen the laws if necessary. Instead, we see secrecy, officials excluded from meetings and third parties organising returns. Australians deserve clarity, not contradictions. Labor needs to answer the following questions. When was this self-managed returns policy adopted? Was it approved by the National Security Committee or Cabinet? And were ASIO's full powers explored where temporary exclusion orders considered for the entire cohort?
Member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Greek Orthodox parish of the Prophet Elias in my electorate of Sturt is home to a group of dedicated volunteers who have recognised and responded to the need in the community to support individuals and families doing it tough. Under the leadership of Father John and Program Coordinator Mary Bambakis, the 5 Loaves program is an opportunity for volunteers to come together to connect and provide support to the community. 5 Loaves was officially launched in Australia in July 2023 by His Eminence Archbishop Makarios, and the parish of the Prophet Elias commenced its activities in April 2024, making it the first church in South Australia to adopt the program, and it hasn't stopped. This program provides support to the Lutheran Cares Homelessness Project, and every fortnight 600 ham and cheese sandwiches and rolls are prepared by a wonderful group of ladies and then delivered to families residing in emergency housing. I've volunteered several times with the ladies at the church and can confirm that the program is executed with military precision. The ham is folded in a particular way and the cheese cut just so. What that means is that every sandwich and roll is prepared with love, care and consideration. Each session takes only about an hour, but that's because there are so many volunteers eager to give up their time to contribute to the community. The ladies of the parish of Prophet Elias know that small steps can make a big difference, and I congratulate them on their dedication and commitment to helping others.
Member for Moncrieff.
The first job of any government is to keep its people safe. But over the past week, Australians have watched this Home Affairs Minister dodge serious and legitimate questions. Questions about what assistance the Albanese government has provided to individuals linked to ISIS. This is not a political game. This is a matter of national security. Has the government directly or indirectly facilitated the return of people who chose to travel to a declared terrorist hotspot like Syria to support a death cult? Australians deserve clear answers. Were Commonwealth resources used? What security assessments have been undertaken? And are there any additional ISIS-linked individuals preparing to return? National security should never be outsourced to NGOs. The government has claimed it had no role in the repatriation and could do nothing to stop it. That is simply not good enough. It should not be lawful for anyone to facilitate the re-entry of individuals connected to terrorist organisations without explicit approval from the Australian government. And the Coalition's message is simple. We must shut the door to those who abandon Australia to align themselves with Islamist extremists. Repatriation should only occur when the Commonwealth determines it is safe, not when third parties decide. We, on this side of the House, will always put national security first, 100%. Those who reject those values in favour...
I gave you the call, Member for Solomon.
Leader of the Opposition's hand-picked shadow minister for skills and training, Jacinta Nampijinpa-Price, has let slip the Opposition's plan to axe training opportunities for apprentices. Senator Price believes that the government's modest $10,000 incentive payments to housing apprentice tradies increases inflation, as it vowed to scrap the key apprenticeship program. Deputy Speaker, why does the country Liberal Party's representative not want Territory kids like those at Nightcliff High School to get a hand with the cost of living whilst they're on an apprentice wage?
Right, yeah.
Australia can't build more homes without more tradies to build them. And last month I celebrated the partnership of Intrac, McMahon's, the Housing Industry Association and CEDA to deliver the Construction and Trade program to receive a Certificate 2 in Construction Pathways. The program helps students discover the trade that best suits their skills and interests. We all know there's fantastic opportunities in construction. We need more young kids going into these key apprenticeship programs. It's about opportunities for our children, but it's about building more supply, more houses for Australians. And I don't know why the Country Liberal Party, those opposite, don't want to support our apprentices in the construction trade.
Member for Herbert has the call.
Kill the kafar, the non-believer, in alleyways, stab them and poison them. Poison your teachers. Go to haram restaurants and poison the food in large quantities. Our husbands die on the front lines. That doesn't stop women in the West from sending their husbands to kill the kafar. Attack the UK, Australia and US. It wasn't me who wrote this. This is a quote from an Australian ISIS bride. There is no such thing as an ISIS bride. These are ISIS members, ISIS sympathisers. This ISIS member also stated, all you have to know is that the next time I will step into Australia is when we come and make it a part of the Islamic State. Oh, I do miss my family. Well, I think you'll miss yours soon. Well, in 2019, this ISIS member had her citizenship stripped off her, rightly so. But unfortunately, under this government, under this Labor Prime Minister, in 2023, her citizenship was reinstated. This ISIS member now lives in Melbourne. Allowing ISIS members to return and roam free puts Australians at risk. ISIS behead people, light them on fire, kill innocent women and children, and inspire terrorist attacks. Why won't this Labor government stand with the coalition and shut the door on these ISIS members?
Member Swan has the call.
Opposite might want to hide their campaign review, but I won't hide the important anniversary that it is today. Exactly today, 1 year ago, the Liberals launched their attack on working from home. People in my community could not believe it. Dutton and Senator Hume, now the Leader of the Opposition, attacked this. It was like they had not lived through the pandemic. Australia had modernised. We had modernised the way that we had worked. They didn't know what families wanted. They didn't know what women wanted. I remember door-knocking in Langford, speaking to a woman with an amazing 15-year career. The way that she felt is that Peter Dutton had reached into her lounge room and told her that she could not be a professional and a fabulous mother. Absolutely outrageous. Meanwhile, what is it that the Labor Party does? We protect workers' rights. The right to disconnect.
Order.
We delivered same job, same pay, and we are decreasing the gender pay equity gap. Deputy Speaker, Australians deserve a government that respects and protects their rights, not what is happening with those opposite, and that is exactly what the Albanese Labor government is delivering.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. I inform the House of the death on 6 January 2026 of the Honourable Ronald Leslie Doyle Boswell AO, a former senator. Ron Boswell represented the state of Queensland from 1983 to 2014. As a mark of respect to the memory of the Honourable Ron Boswell, I invite all present to rise in their places. thank the House. I'd also like to recognise members of the Boswell family that are in the gallery joining us today. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there questions? I'll give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. I refer to the Prime Minister's refusal to answer my question to him yesterday. I again ask the Prime Minister, can he confirm that none of his ministers nor any member of staff made representations or requests to any relevant departments or agencies to support or expedite the issuing of Australian passports to ISIS sympathisers in Syria?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, I do thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question and for his obsession with this issue. If only, Mr Speaker, he was as obsessed when ISIS fighters were coming home on their watch. If only when there were 40 people coming home, he was as obsessed. Mr Speaker, I again refer to people who have actually engaged with this issue in real time. Peter Dutton, the Minister for Home Affairs.
Order. Members on my right, the member for Patterson. The member for Cornwall will leave the chamber under 94A. It's highly disorderly. The manager of opposition business is entitled to raise his point of order, and is not to be interrupted when he is on his feet. The manager of opposition.
Thanks, Speaker, and it goes to 104A, which is about direct relevance, not about a quote from someone in the past. This is about your ministers. It's not directly relevant. This is about your ministers and agencies and what they knew. It's not about the
Resume
past.
your seat. Order. Members on my right, the manager is entitled to raise his point of order. The question was about the issuing of passports for ISIS sympathisers. The Prime Minister was asked a question regarding that under the standing orders. We can keep saying this over and over again, and I'm happy to inform the House. I can't compel the Prime Minister to give a yes-no answer. I can compel him to be directly relevant. And he is reading quotes regarding this topic into the member for Fisher. When I'm dealing with a point of order, do not interject to assist the House, please. So I'll make sure he's being directly relevant. If he was talking about another topic, he wouldn't be directly relevant, but I want to listen to what he has to say about this topic. Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I'm going directly to the issuing of passports and why it happens in a normal way, no matter who the government is, because Australian citizens have rights, and the Constitution has not changed. The Constitution has not changed. It hasn't changed. It hasn't changed from the time that former Prime Minister Morrison spoke about normal assessments would have to be done, including formal identification and checking citizenship. Where those issues are able to be addressed, we would follow the normal processes for issuing of travel documents. Mr Morrison said. And then it goes to, as well, what people on your front bench appointed by you has had to say.
The Leader of the Nationals.
Although many of these people are of counter-terrorism interests, under Article 12.4 of the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights, it is their right as Australian citizens to return to Australia. That's what they had to say. And on my watch, while I've been Prime Minister,
Order.
This is what the member for Riverina had to say. All the shock jocks and so many people who call themselves patriots will say they shouldn't be allowed back into Australia, but they're Australian citizens, so you can't leave them stateless, so are entitled to come back here. That's what the member for Riverina said just in October last year.
Look, I'm not happy with this yelling that has just enveloped the parliament this week. We're not just going to have people just having a free-for-all. No one would expect this as acceptable behaviour. So, giving everyone a chance to reset, and this constant yelling is not acceptable. No one watching this thinks that's acceptable behaviour. Okay? I will take action if required, and don't forget we can exclude people for 3 hours. I'd like everyone to stay here for question time so we can all listen to the questions and answers. And now we'll hear from the honourable member for Brisbane.
Thank you. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering for working Australians, especially women? Has anything threatened this progress? And what is the importance of transparency in this policy area?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Brisbane for her question, and he's playing such an important role as the member for Brisbane, and it's a pleasure to once again be welcomed back into the electorate of Brisbane, it must be said, over recent times. The gender pay gap in Australia is now at a record low, Mr Speaker, something welcomed by this side of the House. And it hasn't happened by accident. It's happened because this side of the House has put in place laws to make a difference, whether it be making gender pay equity one of the objectives of the Fair Work Act, whether it be targeting feminised industries such as childcare and aged care to make sure that people get a fair go, whether it be the measures that were put in place to protect penalty rates. All of those measures are about people earning more, and when it comes to keeping more of what they earn, our tax cuts particularly have benefited women who tend to be, compared with men historically, have been under more low and middle income earners. But we've also, of course, had a policy of supporting working from home. Now, all of these policies have something in common as well. They've all been supported by this side of the House, and they've all been opposed by that side of the House as well. And indeed, it was just 1 year ago that the opposition leader and Senator Hume told the Australian people they wanted to ban working from home. 1 year ago today. And what are the consequences of that?
Order.
They've made them the leader and the deputy leader of the Liberal Party. So bereft were they had to find a deputy leader in the other chamber. I don't know what that says about the others who sit on the front bench over there. And the view, of course, hasn't changed. The opposition leader has, of course, appointed Senator Hume as the Shadow Minister for Workplace Relations. What could go wrong? What could go wrong, Mr Speaker? And she told the Sydney Morning Herald that banning from working home was a good policy that hadn't found its appropriate time. So it's still on the agenda. And I'm asked about transparency. Now, there's a little report, the review of the 2025 federal election, Mr Speaker, by those opposite, that says this, and I quote, "At least one regional candidate considered the working from home policy was the turning point which cost her the seat." Now, I'm asked about transparency, Mr Speaker. They don't get to read their report, so I table it for them so that they can read the report about the diabolical campaign that they ran about why working from home was wrong and all their policies were wrong.
Order. Members on my right. Order. Order. The member for Groom, I'm not be counselling again. You've been interjecting continuously throughout question time. You've had a really good go. You're warned. So I'm asking you to assist the House by showing the respect to the House by not interjecting anymore. Okay? I'd like to now hear the Deputy Leader of the Opposition in the House of Representatives.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And my question is to the Minister for Home Affairs, and it follows the Prime Minister's earlier refusals to answer the question. Can the Minister confirm that none of his staff or departmental officials made representations to any relevant departments or agencies to support or expedite the issuing of Australian passports to ISIS sympathisers in Syria?
Call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. And I notice they're not asking questions about the private members' bill that they tried to introduce. Jail the baggage handlers seems to have gone away.
Order.
And the Americans.
Oh, that's right, and the Allies. Criminalise the Allies is what they tried to introduce to the Parliament earlier.
Order. The Leader of the House. Order. The Leader of the Opposition. I want to hear from the Leader of the House, but the Leader of the House will also return to the question.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. The cohort concerned have asked to be repatriated. They were told no. They tried to take us to court to force a repatriation. We fought that case and we won. Then they asked again for a repatriation and we said no. Public servants have done what they legally are obliged to do and no more. That does not constitute assistance. We've made clear that this group will not be assisted by the government, and they have not been.
Interjecting. The Leader of the Opposition. Order. Order. When the House comes to order, I'd like to hear from the Honourable Member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. How will the Albanese Labor government's superannuation reforms help workers, and how does this fit into the government's broader economic plan? How does this compare to other approaches?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Speaker. The member for Bennelong plays a very influential role in our economic policy and our team. I appreciate it and our team appreciates it as well. Because the economic plan that we advance in the government's fifth budget is focused on three key challenges. The near-term pressures on inflation, the long-standing challenge we've got with productivity, and also this global economic uncertainty that we are dealing with. Now, the global economy was already volatile before the dramatic escalation of hostilities in the Middle East, and inflation was already higher than we would like. But the conflict will exacerbate both of those challenges and could weigh on global growth, Mr Speaker. We're monitoring developments very closely in oil and gas markets, fertiliser markets, transport and in insurance as well, Mr Speaker. Now, tomorrow we'll get a good sense of how our economy finished the year when the December national accounts are released. And we know from partial data already to expect the recovery in GDP growth to continue. We expect the data will confirm the story of 2025 was a handover from public to private-led growth, and we expect that to continue even with the strong defence spending we saw in today's public demand figures. Now, all of this will inform our plan, which is all about making sure that more Australians can earn more and keep more of what they earn, but also retire with more as well, Mr Speaker. And our tax cuts are important there, but also our changes to superannuation. Our reforms to super will make the super system fairer from top to bottom. It means more super for people with the lowest balances and more sustainable tax concessions for people with the biggest balances. And it means 1.3 million Australians will get a super boost, mostly women and mostly young people, Mr Speaker. Now, this is opposed by the same old Liberal Party, who will vote for less super for people on low incomes and bigger tax breaks for people with tens of millions of dollars in superannuation. But the Shadow Treasurer wants to go even further. He wants to completely dismantle compulsory superannuation in this country. That's what he told Andrew Bolt on the Bolt Report, Mr Speaker. They hate superannuation over there and he hates super the most, and workers would pay the price for their extreme ideology.
The Leader of the Nationals.
This is what happens when you bring together the worst minister in the Morrison government and the most extreme Shadow Treasurer in memory, Mr Speaker. Working people would be worse off while they work and now also when they retire. This side of the House is delivering tax cuts, more super and fairer tax breaks to help deal with intergenerational issues in the tax system. They are the same old Liberals who haven't changed a bit and haven't learned a thing.
Before I call the member for Kennedy, I'll just deal with a couple of items quickly. The member for Groom didn't hear me well enough and he interjected right throughout that answer, so he'll leave the chamber due to the causes of his actions. And I'm also pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today— Yeah. Just allow the House to settle so I can do an acknowledgement. I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today is Mr Tommy Quick and members of the Stroke Foundation as guests of the member for Maribyrnong. At age 12, Tommy's life changed dramatically when he suffered a stroke. He was forced to relearn everything, including his speech, and continues to live with the ongoing impacts of childhood stroke. Through resilience and determination, Tommy found renewed purpose in 2017 when he trialled a recumbent trike. Tommy has ridden an extraordinary 156,000 kilometres across Australia in support of childhood stroke awareness and has spent the last 8 days riding from How Long to Parliament House, arriving in time for Childhood Stroke Awareness Week and Question Time today. On behalf of the House, well done, Tommy, and welcome to Parliament. Now we'll hear from the honourable member for Kennedy.
Prime Minister, Australia is 30% self-sufficient in oil, yet only 3% in petrol. Such as a big 5 in grain and sugar, ethanol feedstocks, we're uniquely placed for self-sufficiency, yet we live at the mercy of the Middle East. Prime Minister, will you, like China, India, Europe, America, Indonesia, Brazil, mandate ethanol, providing $12,000 a year to every Australian family and, quoting Morris Ayema, saving over 1,000 lives a year? Most importantly, my horse has died and it'll save me 4 kilometres a walk to buy food.
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I begin by expressing my condolences to the member for Kennedy on the loss of his beloved horse. We all love our animals, indeed, and I know that people particularly love their horses, and a relationship is important. My government knows that fuel security is really important and that it's essential as well that we make more things here. So I'll take on board the comments of and the suggestions of the member for Kennedy and have those discussions with my minister and members of my government. But I must say the principle that the member for Kennedy is putting forward, which is that we need to be more resilient and more self-reliant here, is something that I not only support in theory, we are putting in place in practice. That's what a future made in Australia is about. That is why we are establishing a strategic fleet, so that we bring back Australian shipping, because that is important. That's why we've created an Australian domestic fuel reserve. That's why we're finalising a gas reservation to provide more affordable gas for Australian users and manufacturers. And that's why we're investing in making low-carbon liquid fuels here, building our energy independence and our economic resilience, opposed by those opposite, but something that the minister is, the two ministers together really, are making such an enormous effort in. When the Leader of the Opposition was Energy Minister, of course, he had a different plan. That was the plan for fuel reserves in Texas. That's where Australia's reserves were going to be. Now, if you think about the challenges that the world has thrown at Australia over the last few years, the global pandemic, biggest international energy crisis since the 70s, the sharpest rise in global inflation since the 1980s, and the aftershocks of the conflict, particularly the Russian invasion of Ukraine, what that shows is that if Australia is always the last link in the supply chain, we will be vulnerable. So I want to work with the member for Kennedy and other members across the board to ensure that our economy is more resilient, that we're less reliable on these international shocks that can occur, because they are important. It's why we had to intervene, for example, to put caps on gas and coal prices as a result of that global spike that occurred as well. So my government will always stand up for Australian manufacturing as well. We'll stand up for the good, secure jobs that it creates around Australia, but particularly in our regions such as that represented by the member for Kennedy.
The call to the honourable member for Whitlam.
My question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government making it easier for all Australians to see a doctor when they need urgent care? Why does government investment in health, including in urgent care, make sense after a decade of cuts and neglect? How have any alternative approaches been proposed?
The call to the Minister for Health and Ageing, the Minister for Disability and the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the member for Whitlam, who brings a wealth of experience to this parliament, including her time leading one of Australia's biggest disability providers. She completely gets the importance of strong health and social care systems that are supported by government, Mr Speaker. And last week I was delighted to join her at the official opening of the Shell Harbour Medicare Urgent Care Clinic. That clinic was promised by the member for Whitlam, and the only reason we were able to open it was because we won the election, because the Leader of the Opposition at least was up front in telling the people of Shell Harbour that if the Liberal Party won, there'd be no Shell Harbour Medicare Urgent Care Clinic. But it is there, Mr Speaker, and it's already delivering high-quality urgent care completely free of charge. Just one example of the member for Whitlam's promise to deliver a stronger Medicare, Mr Speaker. But her question also implies that there has always been, as there has been, a fundamental difference between the two major parties when it comes to Medicare. And the now Leader of the Opposition is no different in this respect from all of his predecessors. He supported Peter Dutton's GP tax. He cheered Susan Lee when she extended the Medicare rebate freeze for 4 long years, and he said it should be extended to the whole healthcare system. And last term, when he was the Shadow Treasurer, he described our urgent care clinic funding as wasteful spending, Mr Speaker. But not even the Leader of the Opposition has said the quiet bits out loud, quite like the Shadow Treasurer, Mr Speaker. A man who seems completely devoid of an inside voice, Mr Speaker. He's not going to be bothered with freezing the Medicare rebate. He wants to tear the whole system down, Mr Speaker. This is what he's written, Mr Speaker. He wants to see, and I quote, the transfer of health financing shifted from government to individuals. Put simply, every Australian would have an individual health account that they'd contribute to on a periodic basis from their income, and that savings account would be used to pay for healthcare services as required through their lifetime. It's hard to see, Mr Speaker, how a bulk-billed urgent care clinic survives in the Shadow Treasurer's world, Mr Speaker. But still, the Leader of the Opposition thought that this man was the right man to steer the Liberal Party's alternative budget strategy, a bloke who wants to privatise Medicare, a bloke who wants to foist Americanised-style health care on the Australian people.
Order.
Didn't jump up immediately.
Order. Members on my right, the Minister for Workplace Relations, the Treasurer. The manager is entitled to raise his point of order, and I'd like to hear it.
Speaker, I would like the Minister to refer to the Leader of the Opposition under his correct title, please.
Okay, all right, just for the benefit order. No, the manager raises a valid point of order. We need to address everyone by their correct titles, but in that answer, I think he was referring to previous roles, and the Leader of the Opposition was the Shadow Treasurer, and there is a current Shadow Treasurer. So we just make sure, if you could be clear of which Shadow Treasurer he is.
The Shadow Treasurer who wanted to privatise Medicare. Maybe the member is right, and the Leader of the Opposition also wants to privatise Medicare.
No,
they shouldn't complain to me, Mr Speaker. All they needed to do was Google this bloke, because he makes John Hewson look cautious and moderate. They're just the same old Liberals, Mr Speaker.
And I can remind the Minister. No, just. I haven't called you yet. Just resume your seat for a moment. I'll call you. Don't worry. Just remind the minister to direct all his comments through the chair. Now, the member for Goldstein with his question.
My question is to the Treasurer. Will the Treasurer rule out a single taxpayer dollar being spent on extremist Islamic prayer groups and places of worship who have been mourning the death of Iran's brutal dictator Ayatollah Ali Khamenei?
Order. Give the call to the Treasurer.
Like that? Yeah?
It's the first question.
Order.
Thanks.
The Treasurer has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. They waited till 2:30 on day 2 before they unleash a question from the Shadow Treasurer, and it's a bad one, Mr Speaker, because as the Shadow...
The Treasurer has just started his answer. He deserves to be heard in respect, as the member for Goldstein was.
Seriously.
And I think it says everything, Mr Speaker, that the first question from the Shadow Treasurer is not a question about inflation, not a question about productivity, it's not a question about global economic uncertainty, it's not a question about superannuation, it's not a question about the government's tax cuts.
Order. The Treasurer is about 40 seconds into his answer, so the manager has one point of order on relevance. Yep.
Thanks, Speaker, and it's 104A, direct relevance. Question was very straightforward. Will you rule out a single taxpayer dollar going to one of these groups?
Yeah. So as I said, the Treasurer, as all Treasurers and Ministers, are entitled to a preamble, so he's 40 seconds in. So whatever he says now, we won't be able to take another point of order on relevance or direct relevance. Just make sure now that he's had his preamble, he can return to the question, and I thank the manager for raising that point.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Like with all public expenditure, we do the best that we can to make sure that public money is going where it's appropriate, and where we discover that funding is not appropriate, if it's possible, we take the relevant steps at the relevant time. And that's been the approach of governments of both political persuasions, to try and make sure that public spending, public money, is going where it's appropriate. Now, Mr Speaker, the point that I would make, the broader point that I would make about this, the broader point that I would make about this, Mr Speaker, is that at a time when this country faces very serious economic challenges here and abroad, challenges that this side of the House is very focused on, what they have shown over there is that they are more focused on issues which are not the central concern of people around the kitchen tables of this country.
Order.
And Mr Speaker, Mr Speaker, having got to 2:30 on day 2 without a question from the Shadow Treasurer, despite the best efforts of Dennis Shanahan and others who have pointed out that those opposite have completely vacated the field on the economy, the Shadow Treasurer, in his usual way, has got up and proven that to be true. If they want to ask me questions about the big economic challenges, and I'll be happy to answer them.
Order. That was pretty clear. I didn't hear any exchange. Order. Order. We'll deal with this. Member for Forrest. Order. We'll deal with this in an orderly and respectful way. If everyone would cease interjecting on both sides, we'd be able to keep moving through the questions, but that's not happening at the moment. So I'll listen to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks, Speaker. This line of question is obviously getting under the Prime Minister's skin.
Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Do not abuse standing orders when I... Do not get up and simply say what you wish to say. That's completely disrespectful to me and the chamber. Okay. We'll hear from the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. How's the Albanese Labor government supporting Australians to balance their work and care responsibilities? And how does this approach compare to other approaches?
Give a call to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Newcastle for that question and for her passion in helping Australians balance their work and family life over many, many years. Now, the Albanese Labor government has made significant changes to ensure that Australians can balance their work and life. Our secure jobs, better pay laws strengthen access to flexible work, making it easier for workers to request flexible arrangements like work from home. Analysis by the Committee for Economic Development of Australia suggests work from home saves Australians on average $110 per week in transport costs.
Order.
Now, we know that greater workplace flexibility helps ease the cost of living pressures and, of course, it improves workforce participation, especially for women. Now, Speaker, I am asked if there are any other approaches, and yes, there certainly is another approach, and it was those taken by those opposite exactly 1 year ago today.
Order.
Of course, 1 year ago today, the now Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party did a big announcement in a keynote speech that the coalition, if elected, would ban work from home. Now, this policy would have cost workers more than $5,000 a year on average in extra living expenses. And when the coalition was asked what would they do about workplace flexibility, well, remember what they said? They would force women into part-time job-sharing arrangements. That was their answer. Now, you think that the new Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party would have learnt her lesson. And the Liberals' own election review slammed this proposal, and I thank the Prime Minister for tabling it, but we all actually had a copy. And on page 34, the Liberals, when talking about their work from home, the Liberals, it was said, were unsympathetic to the needs of women to better balance their work and family life. But not even the voter backlash could change Senator Hume's opinion. In November last year, she said that it was the policy backflip, not the policy itself that was the problem. Now, as the Prime Minister has said, you would think that the Leader of the Opposition would be distancing himself from the policy failures, but instead he's promoted Senator Hume into a role where she is responsible for workplace relations. Now, to be fair to Senator Hume, she wasn't the only one. The Shadow Treasurer over there penned another opinion piece, there's a lot of them out there, that said that work from home was professional apartheid. Professional apartheid. The Liberals have not learned anything. They may have changed their leaders, but they're still the same old Liberals.
Call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. The Albanese Labor government promised last May in the member for Bruce's electorate $670,000 to the Taha Association, who have been mourning the death of Iran's brutal dictator, Ayatollah Khamenei. Will the Treasurer act to prevent this payment being made?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This government's made it very clear, Prime Minister and other ministers have made it clear, as do I, that we don't consider it appropriate to mourn the death of the Ayatollah. We have made our views about his brutal and oppressive regime very clear, repeatedly in recent days and before that as well.
Bowman is warned.
We take any breaches of the law very seriously. Our various agencies, the ATO, the Charities Commission and others, have the powers to revoke any of the concessional treatment that applies to organisations. And when it comes to the specific case that you have raised, I know that my colleague, Minister Ali, has been working on this matter, is taking this matter very seriously, and I don't want to front-run her considerations, but I know that it's being taken seriously, and I suspect that the minister will have more to say about it in due course.
Give the call to the honourable member for Sturt.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Women. How is the Albanese Labor government working to close the gender pay gap, and what impediments are there to this approach?
Give the call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Local Government and the Minister representing the Minister for Women.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And can I particularly thank the member for Sturt for her question and for her work in shining a light on how this government is supporting Australian women. And just briefly on indulgence, can I give a hi to Johnny, 11-year-old, who's come up here from Ballarat with his parents because he loves Parliament. So apologies for we're a bit rowdy today. I remind those opposite that women, of course, don't just make up over half of this government. They also make up half of the Australian population. You wouldn't know it quite from looking on that side of the House, though. The release of the latest employer gender pay gap figures from the Workplace Gender Equality Agency, reported this morning, demonstrate that this work is well and truly bearing fruit. 50% of large employers have an average total remuneration gender pay gap of 11.2, down from 12.1% last year. And 54.7% of large employers have reduced their pay gap in the last year. Across the economy, the ABS gender pay gap has now been brought to a historic low, with the gap being reduced to 11.5%. When we came to government in 2022, it was at 14.2%. In addition to measuring progress on the gender pay gap, the Workplace Gender Equality Agency has identified key measures that can be taken to boost women's economic participation. They include strategies to ensure gender equality on governing boards within the organisation, paid parental leave and other supports for working parents, and flexible working arrangements like the ability to work from home. When workplaces genuinely support these measures, women are more likely to remain in the workplace, progress into senior roles and, of course, build their superannuation. These are all actions this government supports and has taken through policies like our 3-day childcare guarantee, our decision to expand paid parental leave to 6 months, and we're paying super on it. I wish I could say the same for those opposite. You know how Senator Hume described some of these policies, the work-from-home policy? It was welfare and patronising. In fact, we should actually congratulate Senator Hume because today is the 1-year anniversary of the disastrous working-from-home policy proposed by that crack economic team opposite the Leader of the Opposition and Senator Hume. I'm sorry we didn't get you a cake for the anniversary. Perhaps those opposite could explain to me how the policy was going to make it easier for women to rejoin and to remain in the workplace. I checked the party's election review that's tabled. I haven't had a chance to have a copy, but I understand lots have. Or what about the absolute cracker from the now shadow Treasurer when he was asked about whether the burden of childcare raising falls on women, where he says, I can't deny that. You know, as well as I know, it's not my choice that women have children, it's genetic. This is what those opposite think of policies that are actually there to support women. Same old Liberals.
The call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Multicultural Affairs. The Albanese Labor government promised last May in the member for Bruce's electorate $670,000 to the Taha Association, who have been mourning the death of Iran's brutal dictator, Ayatollah Khamenei. Will the minister act to prevent this payment being made?
Give the Minister for Small Business, Multicultural Affairs.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his question. As the Treasurer said, we take very seriously issues where there is funding for activities or for communities. We take very seriously the use of taxpayer money to fund those activities in those communities. And when we do that with an expectation that those activities and those communities will abide by the law and within the expectations and the standards which Australian taxpayers expect in the use of their money. And this case is no different. So I can assure those opposite that I am doing everything possible, looking into this matter, and I will have more to say on it shortly. Thank you.
Order. Give a call. Order. The House comes to order. We shall hear from the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Agriculture. How is the Albanese Labor government ensuring our farmers and producers benefit from more trade and from rebuilding Australia's standing in the world? Are there any threats to this trade?
Order. The member for Barker. I could not hear that question because you were interjecting. So you'll leave the chamber under 94A. We just want everyone to be able to hear the question in silence, and that goes for both sides. It's a consistency that I'm trying to improve standards in the House. It may not work during answers, but at least during the questions, everyone's got to be heard in silence. So the member for Bendigo will begin her question again.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Agriculture. How is the Albanese Labor government ensuring our farmers and producers benefit from more trade and from rebuilding Australia's standing in the world? Are there any threats to this trade?
Call to the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I do want to thank the terrific member for Bendigo, and I really do appreciate her taking me around her electorate where we met with some farmers who'd been devastated by the bushfires earlier this year, who had actually lost everything, and I know she's been a real champion for our farmers and primary producers. It was terrific today, Mr Speaker, to stand alongside our Assistant Minister and indeed the National Farmers Federation this morning, where we celebrated Australia's farm gate production value being on track to exceed $100 billion this financial year. This forecast, released today by ABARES, shows our agriculture industry will reach this extraordinary result 4 years ahead of the National Farmers Federation ambitious target of 2030. 4 years ahead, $100 billion of this industry target, Mr Speaker. This is a testament to the hard work and the resilience and the skill of Australian farmers and the work done hand in hand with our government, Mr Speaker. As the President of the National Farmers Federation, Hamish McIntyre, said today, this is a landmark moment that does belong to farmers but could not have been achieved without strong collaboration, and it shows that agriculture is an industry worth backing, Mr Speaker, and we agree with the National Farmers Federation there, and that's exactly what our government has been doing from day one. We are backing our farmers and our primary producers. We are backing them to succeed despite the challenging weather conditions that I spoke about earlier and, of course, the floods and the drought that some farmers are experiencing in parts of the country. And, of course, the ongoing global uncertainty, Mr Speaker. When we came to government, the agriculture sector was worth $88 billion. But under our government, its value has jumped 15%, Mr Speaker, 15%. There's more demand than ever for our world-class fibre and our world-class food, with our ag, fisheries and forestry exports forecast to reach a record high this financial year of $85 billion. We recognise the significant benefits of free and fair trade for our farmers and our producers. Indeed, 1 in 4 jobs in Australia relies on this trade, Mr Speaker. That's why we've got on with the job with delivering more opportunities for our farmers, and our agriculture trade is now the most diversified it has ever been, with over 250 market improvements that we have made as a government. But of course, Mr Speaker, that wasn't what we inherited from those opposite. We had underfunded biosecurity, they mismanaged our international relations. We all remember what they did with our largest international relations in terms of $20 billion of trade. Instead of saying well done to our farmers, Mr Speaker, the coalition are jeopardising the success of our $100 billion agriculture industry.
Oh, I thought you were jumping for the next question, but what's... Oh, is it? Minister's concluded her... The minister's concluded her answer. Just resume your... Just My apologies to the member for to the Deputy Leader of the House of Representatives. Order. I thought you were seeking the call for a question, because there was only 10 seconds left to go. So, and now give the call to the member for Fowler. Order. Order. No, we'll just follow the standing orders, so the member for Fowler now is entitled to her question.
Thank you, Speaker. Prime Minister, your government has found $660 million to develop the $93 billion fast rail to Newcastle, a 194 project promising a 6-minute trip. Yet in Western Sydney, just 34 k's from the new airport to Liverpool, more than 1.2 million residents still have no east-west rail link, a journey that takes 6 to 7 minutes by bus. Why prioritise a high-risk fast rail over the critical link for Western Sydney, once again leaving people behind? How does that make sense?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I really thank the member for Fowler. I love getting questions about infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. I love it.
Order.
And I'll be very proud later this year to open the Western Sydney Airport. Something that we argued for way back in my first speech in 1996.
96, McMahon.
Something that was, of course, underway before the Howard government ripped funding out of it in the 1997 budget.
Order.
Something that had begun. The first sod had been turned, and nothing happened for year after year after year under the Howard government.
Keep interjecting, Mick.
But of course, then we had an aviation white paper that put forward the need for a second Sydney airport, and of course we found once again that Badgerys Creek was the ideal site. But in addition to that, what we're also funding is the road and rail infrastructure that will help with people having access to that, whether it be the East-West Metro link, the Westmead to Western Sydney International Metro, whether it be all of these projects are what we are putting forward. Indeed, we're investing over $13 billion in transport infrastructure across Western Sydney over the next 10 years. Yeah. When you include Western Sydney Airport and, of course, the wonderful Moorebank intermodal facility, our investment reaches $19 billion. Moorebank intermodal, something that was begun under the former Labor government. There was a bit of an interim period, 9 years, that they tried to forget over there. But we got to open it as well. I got to start it and we got to open it as we went through. The Moorebank intermodal, that will make such an enormous difference. Now, in Western Sydney, we're delivering new rail for Sydney Metro via Western Sydney International Airport, $5.25 billion. We're delivering $1.63 billion to upgrade the M12 motorway, $500 million to upgrade the Mamre Road Stage 2, and $500 million to upgrade the Liverpool and Airport Transport Corridor, 15th Avenue. In addition to that, $100 million for Western Sydney Rapid Bus Infrastructure Upgrade Project. Now that's up and running between major population centres like Liverpool and Bonnyrigg. In addition to that, $95 million to upgrade Horseshoe Drive. All of these projects vital, including local infrastructure projects, the upgrade to Fairfield Hospital. I thank the member for her question, and I'll continue to work across the board with people in Western Sydney to make sure they get the infrastructure.
Order. Give the call. Order. The member for Riverina just needs to take a break from interjecting. Give the call to the honourable member for Banks.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing, Homelessness and Cities. How is the Albanese Labor government helping Australians into home ownership? What other options into housing is the government being asked to consider?
Call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Speaker, I thank the member for Banks for this fantastic question, and I want to acknowledge the huge contribution that he is already making to the thinking going on in this parliament, even in just his first year in this chamber. Speaker, we've got housing challenges confronting our country that have been building for 40 years. Now, our government listens to the Australian people, and that's why we have created the boldest and most ambitious housing agenda that a Commonwealth government has had since the post-war period. $45 billion, Speaker. We're building more homes, we're getting renters a better deal, and we're getting more Australians into home ownership. Now, Speaker, the honourable member asked me about home ownership. We have just ticked over 230,000 Australians helped into their first home, Speaker. I don't care what your politics is, this is a massive number of people for our government to have assisted, and I want every single one of them to know that it is a Labor government that saw their aspiration and helped them realise it. Yeah. Now, Speaker, I'm asked about alternative approaches. Do you remember the terrible super for housing policy that those opposite took to the last election? Because you're not going to believe this. Now, if you've forgotten about super for housing, let me refresh your memory. This is a policy created by those opposite that would have smashed the retirement savings of younger generations around our country, would have radically lifted house prices around the country and not built a single home.
The minister will pause. There's always consequences for actions. It doesn't matter what time of the day you're warned. The member for Goldstein knows he was warned. I was crystal clear. Don't look at me as if you're surprised. The whole House heard me say it, so you'll leave the chamber under 94A. You can't be on a warning because of disrespectful behaviour and then think you can just keep interjecting. It doesn't work that way. Take the hint. If you're warned, it's a good opportunity not to say anything. Everyone else gets it. Okay. The minister was asked a question in silence, and I'd like the respect to be shown to her as well.
Thank you so much, Speaker, and thank you for that strong action. I think we all feel we can breathe a little bit fresher air now that that Shadow Minister's gone. Now, Speaker, let me come back to it. Super for housing, one of the most dud policies that anyone could have come up with. In fact, economist Sol Eslake memorably said that if this were implemented, it would be one of the worst public policy decisions of the 21st century. Quite a feat. Now, it looked like the Shadow Housing Minister had read the overwhelming evidence about this. He told the ABC earlier this term they won't have that policy again, and in a moment of uncharacteristic accuracy said that he saw that it could make the problem worse. But here's something that will not surprise the House Speaker. There is dissent and disunity in the Liberal Party of Australia. Now, the Shadow Treasurer had been in his role for mere moments before he was bounced up into the ABC studio and undermined his own Shadow Housing Minister. He said that the real problem with their super for housing policy was that it was, quote, too timid. Now, I want Speaker to understand that the Shadow Treasurer not only wants to privatise Medicare, he believes that work from home is apartheid. He does not believe in paid parental leave because he says it's not his fault that women have children. And it looks like he now wants to jack up house prices and make younger generations poorer. Speaker, the chaos in the coalition continues. They may have changed their leader, but they cannot change who they are, and that is a political party without a single sensible thing to say about housing, one of the biggest challenges facing our country.
Concluded. We shall now hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
My question is to the Minister for Multicultural Affairs. In her last answer, the Minister said she is looking into the matter of $670,000 being promised to the Taha Association. When was she made aware of this issue, and when did she start, quote, looking into it?
Good question. Give the call to the Minister for Small Business, the Minister for Multicultural Affairs.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. I refer to my previous answer, but I do want to reiterate something. And I want to reiterate the fact that, like governments, we do give grants to community organisations, whether they be religious organisations, for mosques, for temples, for sporting groups. But we take very seriously our expectation that the activities of those organisations and the activities of those groups are conducted within the rule of law and within the expectations of taxpayers and the standards that taxpayers expect. In relation to the question, and in relation to the specific issue that I know the member was standing up to interject on, I was made aware of this in the last 24 hours, I might say, in the last 24 hours.
Order. Members on my left. The Minister is answering the question directly. Order.
Thank you. Having been made aware Mr. Speaker, that there was an election commitment made to said group. I have now instigated for the department to halt any further actions on meeting the grant or continuing the funding process. Thank you.
The call to the honourable member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. What progress has the Albanese Labor government made on implementing reforms to keep our children safe in early education and care? What other approaches to childcare is the government being asked to consider?
Call to the Minister for Education.
Yeah, that was. Thank God for the Treasurer. Can I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the cheerful member for Chisholm for her question. Thanks, brother. Mr. Speaker, I don't think anyone needs a reminder of the sickening allegations of abuse that we saw in centres last year. They shocked the whole country, and I said at the time, I was pretty blunt, I said that not enough had been done by governments, whether it's state or federal, Labor or Liberal. Since then, a number of things have happened. Personal mobile phones are now banned in centres across the country. A trial of closed-circuit television cameras is now rolling out across the country as well. The federal police are involved in this trial. And 63 centres have now been put on notice using the legislation that we passed through this place last year. That legislation gives us the power to cut off funding to centres if they don't meet safety standards. And the deadline for 30 of these centres has now arrived. I can advise the House that 19 of those centres have now suddenly fixed the problems that they had failed to fix for as much as 7 years. And I think what that shows is that the laws that we passed here last year are working, that the threat of cutting off funding has forced these centres to act. And it's not an idle threat. The centres that have not met the standard will now be contacted by my department and asked to show cause why their funding should not be cut off. Mr. Speaker, last week 2 other big reforms came into force. The first of those is the National Worker Register. The events of last year made it very clear how important a register like this is, so that we know who is working where, and we're able to track people from centre to centre and from state to state. That register is now up and running. It's now mandatory to put worker information in it, and centres will now have 1 month to do that. The second big reform that started is mandatory child safety training. And that's mandatory for everyone who works in a centre, and for the CEO too, and the Board of Directors. Of all the things that we do here, it might be this that's the most important, because it's the people who care for and educate our kids in centres who are our best assets here to help keep our children safe. And we've got to give them the skills that they need to identify somebody who might be in their centre who might be up to no good, somebody who might be hiding in plain sight. And this training will now happen over the next 6 months, and centres will be able to close early at 5 p.m. for a couple of days a year to do this training. As part of that, they're going to have to give parents plenty of notice. I know that this is going to be an inconvenience for some families, but, Mr. Speaker, we're doing this for a reason. There is nothing more important than keeping our children safe, and I want this training done, and I want it done properly.
I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, Parliament House is the people's house. The public should have a say in what goes on within its walls. Every day that Parliament sits, hundreds of lobbyists roam this place. Today it's reported that you've written to the presiding officers requesting yet another review into lobbying, a review which is closed to the public, according to reporting. Will you open this inquiry up to the people? And will you commit to enforcing a more transparent and robust lobbying code of conduct?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for her question. Indeed, I have written. I can confirm that I have written to the people who are responsible for these issues, the Speaker and the President of the Senate, and for the benefit of the House, I'll table that letter. for transparency when I conclude my answer. In it, I say it is my government's view that the review, which is already being conducted, I'm not conducting a review, it's already been underway, provides an opportunity to consider increased transparency and rigour in relation to sponsored passes for Parliament House on the basis of business requirements, particularly in relation to professional lobbyists. In that context, I also consider that the review provides an opportunity to examine the conditions and requirements for unescorted sponsored access to Parliament House, mindful as always of the importance of security. It's my view that this has expanded over the years and that people wandering around unescorted through the ministerial wing and other wings should be cut back. That is my strong view as well. There are security issues in this place as well, as long as you might have noticed, in some other places as well, that have been dealt with, that members have to deal with in 2026. And we need to tighten it up. There should be transparency about these issues. And that's consistent with what my government has done in introducing the National Anti-Corruption Commission, strengthening the Ministerial Code of Conduct, strengthening protection for whistleblowers, increasing funding to the Australian National Audit Office, restoring transparency to AAT appointments and establishing the ART, reinstated a standalone Privacy and FOI Commissioner as well, implementing the recommendations of the Bell inquiry into the multiple ministries of the former Prime Minister, establishing the Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission and working to tackle the influence of big money across our democracy with the changes that passed, that was supported by you, by the way, that were across the board and went through the House of Reps and the Senate in the last term. Now, those changes come into effect on July 1. Unescorted access to Parliament is a privilege. That is a matter. The passes is a matter for the presiding officers. But I think there should be greater rigour around sponsored passes, particularly for professional lobbyists.
The call to the member for Gilmore.
My question is to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories. How is the Labor government delivering for regional Australians, and how does this compare to other approaches?
The call to the Minister of the Prime Minister.
It's okay, Mr Speaker. I did say I would table the letter, so I tabled the letter.
The Prime Minister. Now I give the call to the Minister for Emergency Management, Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Gilmore for her question. At the last election, the people of Gilmore elected her because they wanted cheaper medicines, cheaper childcare, free TAFE, reduced student debt, better roads and tax cuts, and that's exactly what this side of the House is delivering. We're investing billions in remote, rural and regional Australia. We're investing in health, in education and in infrastructure, Mr Speaker, making a real difference for communities across the country. Since coming to government, we have doubled the Roads to Recovery program to $1 billion a year, which is a significant increase to every local council across the country. We've substantially increased the Road Black Spot program funding, which is now investing $150 million each year to fix dangerous roads and intersections. In 2024-25 alone, 102 projects in rural, regional and remote Australia shared in $64 million worth of funding under this program. And just last week, I announced an investment of $3.8 million through our $200 million Safer Local Roads and Infrastructure program to support Thora, Gleneafa, Dorrigo and Bellingen communities in regional New South Wales through the replacement of 2 timber bridges. And the community has been asking for these upgrades for a long period of time, and the Mayor of Bellingen Shire Council said Council greatly values the Australian Government's continued commitment to regional communities. Mr Speaker, I'm proud to be part of a government that is delivering more money for regional roads because our communities deserve them. More projects under round 4 of the Safer Local Roads and Infrastructure program will be announced soon. But we know how much our Medicare urgent care clinics have been a game changer for Australia's healthcare system. There are now 126...
Members on my left, the member for Lyne.
There are now
Far too much noise.
126 urgent care clinics across the country, 40 of which are in regional, rural and remote Australia. And the new Nowra Medicare Urgent Care Clinic will open this week, thanks to the advocacy of their local member. And they are all getting rave reviews. Micah from Bega took her son to the new Bega Urgent Care Clinic recently. She said it was life-changing. It's a great service, especially when you're not sure when you need to go to the hospital emergency department. And speaking of reviews, Mr Speaker, I read with great interest the review of the election campaign of the Liberal Party. And much to my surprise, not one mention of the regions in that review's recommendations. The Liberal Party did identify that they have even more problems with the female vote, but then they promptly rolled their first female leader, who's from regional Australia.
The Minister... Has the Minister concluded her answer?
No.
All right. All right. The member for Manager was on a point of order.
Thanks, Speaker. The Minister was asked about policy alternatives. Now, how you can see that as a policy alternative is just ridiculous. So I'd ask you to bring it back to the actual policies.
Order. I'll hear from the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The Minister was asked, how does this compare to other approaches? And the approach she's referring to is exactly another approach that was taken by the opposition.
If the Minister is... further on the point of order.
That should be, in practice, referring to policies, not on a political review. And you know that to be the case. And if you look at practice, it is the case.
All right.
There's been decisions made on it.
Thank the manager. No, the manager is entitled to raise his point of order and he's doing his job. The Minister is also entitled to do her job to answer the question that she was asked about. If she's talking about reviews or policy, she needs to make it directly relevant, not simply about a political attack on another party. So I'll give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And as I said, their approach to the regions was they didn't have one. But you guys on this side of the House will keep delivering real infrastructure, real investment in education and real investment in health. Yeah.
Call to the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. According to the New South Wales Premier, Chris Minns, around 1/3 of ISIS sympathisers Labor are returning home will settle in New South Wales. Will any of these ISIS sympathisers settle in the Prime Minister's electorate of Grainler, or will they all settle in Western Sydney?
Order. Order. The Leader of the House.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The government is not resettling anyone. We're not settling anyone. In the same way as under the Morrison government, Turnbull government and Abbott government, when foreign fighters returned under your watch, you didn't resettle them. They came on their Australian passports and returned on the watch of the previous government. We are not involved in resettling any of these individuals. They asked to be repatriated. Order. We refused.
Order. The House comes to order. We'll hear from the honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. My question's to the Minister for Social Services. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on its commitment to strengthen paid parental leave, and what are the risks?
The call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Macquarie. I know she's a big supporter of paid parental leave, and I know that, like me, she remembers that Australia was one of the few developed countries in the world that had no government-funded paid parental leave before the Rudd and Gillard governments. We are so very proud on this side that we have not just established paid parental leave, but we are expanding it. And from the 1st of July this year, we're going to expand it again. Families will get the full 6 months of paid parental leave. In fact, under this Prime Minister, we have almost doubled paid parental leave. Families are $12,000 better off when they have a child since Labor was elected, and 180,000 families every year will benefit from this. These families will get more time, more weeks together. more money, higher payments and, of course, superannuation paid on paid parental leave. That means they'll be about $4,500 better off in retirement as well as while they're getting the paid parental leave. More flexibility, more time parents can spend together and, of course, more people are eligible. And when mums and dads get back to work, they'll get cheaper childcare as well. Now, of course, those opposite have been a shambles when it comes to paid parental leave. The now Shadow Treasurer, the member for Goldstein, said, "Paid parental leave to me is a very bad scheme." He said this about the Liberals' proposed paid parental leave scheme. He said, "It's not my choice that women have children, it's genetic." He said, "I despise this attitude that is creeping into society where we increasingly look at children as a burden and not a blessing. People have choices in their lives and they have to live with the consequences of it, both positive and negative." Well, Mr Speaker, we've got a Shadow Treasurer that doesn't understand that children are not simply a private blessing, they are a public good. They are a blessing for all of us, and that's why on this side we want to help families when they're having children. Those opposite had a leader that went to the last election arguing for higher taxes and lower wages for working mums. They've got a deputy leader who said that she wanted to get rid of work from home. She still says that. She says that's a policy whose time will come. And we've got a Shadow Treasurer who doesn't back paid parental leave. Well, on this side, we're clear about what we support. We support paid parental leave. We support cheaper childcare. We support higher wages and lower taxes for working mums. We support flexibility at work. We support lowering the gender pay gap. The biggest risk to all of that is those opposite.
Give the call to the member for Wentworth.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Last weekend I marched in the Mardi Gras, and I recognise that you were the first Prime Minister to do so. But in 2026, teachers can still be fired and students expelled because of who they love, getting a divorce or having a child out of marriage. This discrimination is permitted under federal law in schools that receive federal funding. When will your government follow through on your 2022 election commitment to protect our LGBTQ+ students and teachers?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Wentworth for her question and for her commitment to equality, regardless of who people are. And one of the things that Mardi Gras represents is a celebration of our common humanity whilst respecting our diversity as a society. And it's something I've been proud to participate in for a very long time, since the early 1980s. It is just a fact that students should be respected and teachers should be respected for who they are. I remember as a student, one of my friends coming to school who'd been the subject of a violent assault because of who they were, because of their sexuality. And that at that time he didn't even report it because at that time, fortunately, society has moved forward and we're far more open about respecting who we are, but we still have a long way to go. I note that in New South Wales, there has been an outbreak, and my government, the Attorney-General, is working with the New South Wales government on a number of instances where there have been violent assaults on young people, filmed and put on the internet in order to somehow boast. You know, these cowards deserve to be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. For young people coming to terms with their identity and who they are and coming to terms with expressing themselves, it can be really, really tough. And I think that we as government want to play a role, and I'm sure it's one that the member would agree with, of promoting respect across the board as well. We've come a long way, but there's further to go, as the member has said. My government will continue to promote equality, to engage in a respectful way in which every person, whether they're a student, a teacher, are able to engage and be who they are as well. We don't support discrimination in any form on issues such as this. So I thank the member, not just for her advocacy in this place, but for her advocacy in her local community as well. On Saturday night, obviously, we were, I was engaging.
Order.
I was engaging, obviously, in briefings, and there were other things going on. But I do think that we should continue to work together as a society to make sure that every young person in particular feels safe, because they have an absolute right to do so.
Yeah. Call to the honourable member for Bonner.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government helping households strengthen the grid? And why can't we afford to go back to policies of the past?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for the question. 256,630 Australian households have put in a cheaper home battery since the 1st of July, and 1,941 of them have been in the electorate of Bonner, Mr Speaker. Only one of them has been visited by the Prime Minister and I and the member for Bonner, but 1,941 have put in a cheaper home battery, and that is 6.4 gigawatt hours. Now, interestingly, Mr Speaker,
Order.
In terms of capacity, it took Australia 10 years to put in the first 6.4 gigawatt hours of home batteries and 8 months to put in the second 6.4 gigawatt hours. That is a doubling of the capacity of home batteries under this government, and that is additional to the 9.4 gigawatts of large-scale additional energy that has been added since we came to office. Now, the honourable member for Bonner asked me why we should avoid going back to the policies of the past. It's a very well-crafted question, Mr Speaker, because the plural is important, because we had 22 failed energy policies in the decade of those opposite.
Order.
We saw 24 out of 28 coal-fired power stations announce their closure with no plan to replace them. And all this led to 4 gigawatts leaving the grid and only 1 gigawatt coming on, and that led, Mr Speaker, they want to talk about prices. Let's talk about prices. Let's talk about the member for Hume changing the law to hide a 20% price rise before the last election, Mr Speaker. I'll table the regulation, Mr Speaker. The now Leader of the Opposition hiding a 20% energy price rise. But just as concerning as the
Order. Just the Minister's got to pause for a moment. There's just far too much noise from both sides of the chamber. So the Minister can just tone it down, and members on my left can please stop interjecting. We'll get through this. We'll conclude the... Sorry, order. We shall conclude the question and answer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And the member for Hume changed the law to hide a 20% price rise before the 2022 election. And just as concerning is the shifting alibi. First he denied doing it. On the 26th of October, he was asked about the regulation I just tabled, and he said, no, I didn't. And then he later claimed it was the Australian Energy Regulator on the 26th of October. He said, the AER puts it out, not me. I didn't see it. I didn't see it, he said. And then, Mr Speaker, on the 1st of November, the story changed, and the member for Hume was asked, does that mean you actually did sign a regulation, that the effect of it was to delay the release of pricing information, and he finally fessed up.
Just resume the seat. The Minister is referring to the member for Hume when he was the member for Hume. We're not going to get into this continual... He wasn't Leader of the Opposition at the time. I'm listening carefully to what he's saying. He's referring to in a previous capacity.
Well, Standing Order 64 is very important.
Yes, trust me, I'm well aware of that standing order and I'm enforcing it continuously. But just to have a bit of common sense. If someone's referring in a previous capacity, of course they can be referred into that capacity. So we just deal with it in a common sense way. Order. The Minister has 27 seconds to conclude his answer.
Mr Speaker, the now Leader of the Opposition fessed up and said, "I did. It was recommended to me by the Industry Department and by the regulators what they wanted. It was my department what made me do it, Gov," was his defence, Mr Speaker. This goes to the character of the now Leader of the Opposition. This goes to his character and his conduct. If the Leader of the Opposition is not prepared to trust the Australian people with information, whether it be an election review or an electricity price rise, he is not fit to be Prime Minister of this country.
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. After 22 questions, none of them from those opposite on the economy or cost of living, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Order. If members can leave the chamber quickly and quietly as possible. Before I go to... I'll just ask members to leave the chamber quickly and quietly as possible. The Manager of Opposition Business, before we move to the MPI, which we shall do, has indicated that he is seeking the call to ask me a question about administrative matters regarding the House and the Parliament. The Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks, Speaker. And I have a question for you, and I note you have, as other speakers have in the past, allowed such questions to be asked of you, including by leaders of the House. As you would be aware, on 29 September 2010, the House adopted a resolution concerning government responses to committee reports. For the information of members, this resolution is at page 131 of the Standing and Sessional Orders. The resolution states if a period of 6 months has elapsed from a report being presented and a response has not been presented, the relevant minister or minister representing the minister shall A. present to the House at the next available opportunity a signed statement stating the reasons for the delay in the presentation of the response. As you are probably aware, Mr Speaker, around 50 reports have not been delivered by Labor-chaired committees, that have been delivered by Labor-chaired committees, remain unresponded to per the terms of this resolution. Some of these unanswered reports have inquired into financial abuse as a form of domestic violence, anti-Semitism on university campuses, and the National Redress Scheme, which supports victims of child sexual abuse. In accordance with the resolution adopted by the House, relevant ministers who have not provided responses to committee reports within 6 months are required to present to the House at the next available opportunity a signed statement stating the reasons for the delay in presentation of the response. In terms of the operation of the House, can you please tell members how this resolution is given effect? Administratively, is procedural advice provided by departmental staff to committee chairs advising them of overdue committee responses? And can I take this opportunity to also ask what action you as Speaker will make to ensure compliance with Clause 1 of the resolution in the future, which requires, and I quote, within a period of 6 months from the presentation in the House of a report by a House or joint committee, the government shall present its response to the recommendations contained in the report to the House. Thank you.
Thank the Manager of Opposition Business for raising this important issue. He does refer to the resolution adopted on the 29th of September 2010 on page 131 of Standing Orders. The first point I make is questions to me are about administrative matters around the Parliament. So running of the House or Department of Parliamentary Services does not fit into that category. You're asking me a question about the interpretation of about a resolution and what actions or powers I have. You quoted the resolution, but you left out a very important part of the resolution, which for members of the House I will update, and that is if a response has not been presented in the required time and an explanatory statement has not been presented and questions on the statement not answered to the satisfaction of the committee may bring the matter of the attention, to attention, if appropriate, of the Auditor-General for assistance in resolving matters referring to the report or to the Speaker for assistance in resolving the response process. So the critical part of that resolution is the committee. What you've done is not in line with the resolution. I'm not sure if you're aware of that or whether you just wanted to raise this and use this as an opportunity to raise that. That's certainly not allowed under the standing orders, but I have been generous to the manager to enable this issue to be ventilated. So just moving forward, so all members would know, if you're concerned about this, the first port of call would be the committee by resolution in writing, and then I may come into the course of action, but only after that state. You are welcome, the Manager of Opposition Business. Enjoy doing business with you. May I call the member for Clark?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, on a point of order, in light of the point of order raised by the Manager of Opposition Business relating to the House resolution on government responses to committee reports, I draw your attention to the fact that the report of the inquiry into online gambling and its impacts on those experiencing gambling harm, the report was called You Win Some, You Lose More, also known as the Murphy Report, was handed down 2 years and 5 months ago. In fact, more than 2 years and 5 months ago now. This means it's now approaching it's now more than 2 years past the time in which the Minister for Communications should have presented the government's response to this report under Part 1 of the House resolution, or a signed statement of reasons for the delay under Part 2A of the resolution. So, Speaker, I ask that you draw the Minister's attention to this matter and remind the Minister of the requirement to comply with all resolutions of the House.
I'll refer to my earlier remarks, and in light of the fact that the Minister is sitting here in the chamber and you've raised that issue, that matter is now ceased. I called the Leader of the House with papers.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
We shall move to the matter of public importance. I've received a letter from the Honourable Member for Canning and the Deputy Leader of the House of Representatives, opposition of the House of Representatives, proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the government's plan to bring home ISIS sympathisers endangering Australia's community safety and social cohesion. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places and give the call to the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition in the House of Representatives.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. As the Prime Minister, I should say, ended question time then, he made light of our line of questioning today, suggesting that we should be focused on the economy, whereas there is nothing more important than ensuring the national security of the Australian people and protecting our way of life. And our freedom and our security and our prosperity should be our top priority. And the Liberal and National parties will always put the Australian people first. The government should too. But under this Albanese Labor government, what we're actually seeing is the complete opposite. The Prime Minister is allowing self-managed returns to Australia for cohorts of ISIS sympathisers. And these are women and children of men who went to the Middle East to fight for Islamic State, the world's most dangerous terrorist group this century. Now, the coalition will not allow militant political Islam to grow in our communities. We care about our social cohesion, particularly after Bondi, and that's why we strongly oppose the return of ISIS sympathisers back to Australia. We only have to look back at the events of December 14 to see what happens when militant political Islam is allowed to fester in our communities. And the result was the cold-blooded murder of 15 people at Bondi Beach in an ISIS-inspired attack. And one of the shooters was actually Australian, born here, raised here, schooled here and radicalised here. And now, despite this horrific attack on Australian soil just 3 months ago, the Albanese government is still allowing the return of ISIS sympathisers to our shores. And instead of using their powers and working with us, as we're willing to do, we tried to introduce a private member's bill today that would prevent these people from returning to our shores. Instead of working with us, Labor is providing assistance for individuals with links to ISIS to return to Australia. And it's extraordinary. Labor is allowing ISIS sympathisers back into the Australian community, even after Bondi. And if the average Australian understands the threat that ISIS poses, why can't those opposite? It's very, very clear. You don't have to be a parliamentarian to see the threat that they pose. And just to remind the Australian public what ISIS were responsible for about 10 years ago. They were responsible for some of the worst atrocities committed this century. rape, enslavement, torture, murder, all across the Middle East and Africa. Religious and ethnic minorities all suffered under the yoke of ISIS, and ISIS stoned, beheaded and burnt alive their victims and put it on the internet, glorifying the murders of countless Assyrians, Chaldeans and Yazidis. We welcomed some Yazidis yesterday from the member for Riverina's community. And Christians and Jews were also targeted by ISIS. In fact, there are some images that have stuck in our mind. In 2014, journalist James Foley was dragged into the desert and beheaded in broad daylight for all to see. And in 2015, Jordanian F-16 pilot who was shot down, Moaz Al-Qasasba, was burnt alive. He was captured, put in a cage in an orange jumpsuit, doused in petrol, and then they lit him on fire in high definition and put it all over the internet. Why did they do this? Well, ISIS wanted to recruit and intimidate. It wanted to provoke Western democracies like Australia. It wanted to outcompete al-Qaeda, and it wanted to win the hearts and minds of young men and women across the world. And that's why we saw so many people from the UK, France, the Philippines and Australia head all the way to Iraq and Syria and join the caliphate. And who can forget Jihadi John, complete with a British accent, who symbolised the international outreach of the caliphate, reach that extended all the ways to our shores. So, why on earth is this government allowing the repatriation of people who threw in their lot with ISIS? People like to call them ISIS brides, but these are people who are deeply sympathetic to a very systematic system of beliefs that put violence at the very centre of their worldview. And we've seen no evidence that these people have repudiated these beliefs. In fact, for all we know, they still hold to them. So why would we want to welcome them back into our community and have them celebrated by certain parts of the Australian community? They chose to travel to Iraq and Syria. They chose to remain there. And I think it's right and proper that we go through a very orderly process. But our starting position is if you betray this country, you're not welcome back. It's as simple as that. We are going to close the door on these people. Now, I've made it very clear that we don't support the return of ISIS sympathisers to Australia. We know that radicalisation is still occurring, as we saw with the Bondi shooters. ASIO already has 18,000 people on its watch list. That is very, very intensive work for an organisation that's already overstretched. Human surveillance, technical surveillance, that requires a lot of source development, it requires a lot of operational security, it requires a lot of people in the field keeping Australians safe, and that's just on the intelligence side. And then we've got the law enforcement of our police, both federally and across our state jurisdictions. So why would we put additional pressure on already overstretched agencies? And I think it's fair enough to ask questions. Why the two Bondi shooters were able to slip the net of our police forces, both New South Wales and the AFP, and also ASIO, and I'm sure the Royal Commission will deal with that. But let's turn to Labor. Now, the Albanese government denies any role in the return of ISIS sympathisers, despite mounting evidence of their assistance, their fingerprints all over it. And Labor is trying to pull the wool over the eyes of the Australian people. Now, there's only two options for those opposite. Either the government is incompetent and it can't actually deal with these people, or it's lying. But they're the two choices, incompetence or lying. Both are bad, and neither positions engender confidence in the Commonwealth Government, which is exactly what you should be doing, given that security is the first priority of any Australian government. Now, the Home Affairs Minister insists that the government is not helping ISIS sympathisers return to Australia. Yet in September last year, Minister Burke secretly met with Save the Children before they brought 6 ISIS sympathisers back to Australia. If that wasn't enough, the Home Affairs Minister's friend and political supporter, Dr Jamal Rifi, recently travelled to Syria with 35 passports for ISIS sympathisers seeking to return to Australia. This is a minister who couldn't come clean today in question time. We asked him directly, have you assisted, have any of your officials assisted with the repatriation of these ISIS sympathisers with the issuing of passports? And he said no. Well, I think Peter Jennings, a former public servant, put it best in the Australian newspaper some time ago. He said, here are 5 conclusions about the repatriation of the so-called jihadi brides and their children to Australia. First, despite its denials, the government is deeply involved. Home Affairs Minister Tony Burke leads the process, but several state and federal agencies must be involved. Point 1. Point 2, the Department of Home Affairs participated at senior levels in 2 meetings between the Minister and Save the Children. Point 3, reluctant or not, department officials are following the government's lead to deny the federal government's active engagement in repatriating the jihadis and their children. Point 4, ministers and officials are failing in their obligation that there, quote, be the freest flow of information between the public sector and the Parliament. And finally, point 5, this is another example of the Albanese government abusing public service processes to hide, control or limit information being made available to Australians. Very clear. Don't take it from me. That is the prevailing view out there about what is going on right here. But there's a couple of lies that Labor keeps peddling. Labor has tried furiously to cover up and hide their tracks, but they're weaving their own web of lies. The first lie is the Prime Minister and the Home Affairs Minister claim that Labor is forbidden under the law from preventing the return of ISIS sympathisers. But the truth is the Minister, under a temporary exclusion order, can prevent the return of those people, prevents a person over 14 from entering Australia for a specified period, which may be up to 2 years, without security advice. Lie number 1. We issued 8 temporary exclusion orders between 2019 and 2022. It's a pretty good record compared to the one on the other side. Now, the Minister can do it. It's within his grasp and it's within his power as the Minister. We just need to see his will to act. But what we're learning is that the Albanese government is passive in the face of events. It's passive when it comes to national security problems. It's passive when empowered to make decisions to protect the Australian people. And it's passive in the face of ISIS sympathisers. Now, we're also seeing passivity elsewhere. Of course, we celebrated the death of Ayatollah al-Khamenei over the weekend, a very evil person who has persecuted many, many people indeed. And we were very troubled to discover in question time that last year $670,000 was committed to the Taha Association in the member for Bruce's electorate. No press release, very hush-hush, very quiet. Not sure there was a lot of social media done about that one. And now we're discovering, in fact, that this same organisation, this same association is celebrating al-Khamenei. Not his death, but the person and the regime and what he stands for. And what he stood for is militant political Islam. That is what ISIS stands for, and that's why we are standing in here for the Australian people. We're closing the door on ISIS sympathisers, and we're calling on the Albanese government to do your duty and do the same.
I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Citizenship, Customs and Multicultural Affairs.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'll just firstly associate myself with your remarks at the end. Ayatollah Khamenei was an evil dictator. I don't mourn his death. I made remarks about this in the Federation Chamber on Monday morning, which I put on social media. He was a terrorist in breach of the United Nations nuclear program sanctions, and a person who has, for 37 years, or thereabouts, for decades, oppressed his own people and been responsible for the murder of countless, hundreds of thousands, most likely, of his own citizens. The Minister for Multicultural Affairs addressed the point you made regarding an election commitment in question time. He's put that on hold and is reviewing it. I can also share with the House that 2 days after we announced that commitment, there was a press release. The member for Latrobe's hand-picked Liberal candidate turned up and announced double the money.
Deary me.
But anyway, we're reviewing it. I do actually feel sad and sorry for the opposition. I do. No, I do. I mean, the party of Menzies and Howard, the alternative government, the party that's been the government of this country for most years since World War II, are reduced to this. Bringing a debate, they could pick any topic for this hour, any topic. You could pick cost of living, the economy. Got through a whole question time, didn't hear about cost of living or the economy. You could pick tax cuts, or the government's tax cuts. They oppose them. Pick industry policy. That's actually the Shadow Minister's portfolio. You could pick the first anniversary of their policy to ban work from home. We could talk about that for an hour. But instead, they bring a debate founded on a giant lie. They choose this, a giant steaming untruth. Now, we were saying up that end during question time, as they just kept coming back to this, well, leave the poor dead horse alone, it's dead. What they're trying to pretend or convince Australians is some great conspiracy that somehow the government plans to help repatriate people who chose to go to Syria with ISIS. It's simply not true, Deputy Speaker. I'll say it very slowly and clearly, so it might even get through to them. The government's position is clear and long-standing. The government is not providing assistance to these people to come back from Syria. The government is not repatriating these individuals from Syria. As you'd say to a child, just because you say it doesn't make it true. Just because you say it over and over again doesn't make it true. Now, I'm not sure what's sillier, Deputy Speaker, that the Leader of the Opposition chose to move a suspension of standing orders to disrupt the whole business of the Parliament, to move and introduce a private member's bill that he clearly hadn't read, or that the shadow Leader of the Opposition over there is bringing this debate founded on a mega falsehood. Now, he's just been appointed. He's had a few appointments this term. He's just been appointed as, I'm going to get the words right, the Shadow Minister for Industry and Sovereign Capability. I mean, it may as well be sovereign citizens who might be the only people who believe this weird conspiracy theory.
Is this on a point of order?
Yes, it is a point of order relevance. Just come back to the debate. Come back to the debate.
That is not a point of order. I'm ruling it not so, and I have listened carefully, as I did with your debate, to listen carefully that people are staying on the topic. I've heard a lot about the topic so far, so it can't be irrelevant.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. He's so focused on his portfolio, I never thought I'd say this. I think you should go back to making car fetish videos. At least it's relevant to your portfolio. But I'll tell you, because you were looking this way, we were looking that way. Clearly that was an audition, because you could see the calculation on their faces behind you. Is the current Leader of the Opposition going to last? Should we go with this bloke? Did we make a mistake? Should we go with this bloke? We'll see. Again, I'll say it in very small sentences. The government doesn't want these people back. The government is not providing assistance. The government takes advice from security agencies and, difficult I know as it may be for them to understand, we follow the law. If any of these individuals find their way back to Australia, the agencies are prepared. The agencies will act in the interests of community safety and within the law, Deputy Speaker. The agencies never stop watching and collecting intelligence, as I know the Shadow Minister well knows, because we both served on the Parliamentary Joint Committee for Intelligence and Security and in previous times have been briefed on these issues. Now, as is a matter of public record, but again I'll say it here, the agencies assessed one of these people as meeting the threshold for temporary exclusion orders, and the Minister for Home Affairs acted immediately, the same approach that the former government took. Now, these people should know that if they find their way back to Australia, they will face the full force of the law. If they've committed crimes, they will face the music. I feel very sorry for the children involved, deeply sorry, because their parents made dreadful choices, horrific choices, Deputy Speaker, but the hypocrisy and the gaslighting from those opposite is staggering. It's exactly the same regime that operated under their government, the same laws, the same agencies. We trust the agencies to do their job. If they don't, they should just say so. And under their government, let's be clear, numerous people, dozens and dozens and dozens of people, returned in exactly the same circumstances. They were issued passports, but the difference is it included fighters, men who'd picked up guns and fought with ISIS, were allowed to come back under the Abbott-Turnbull-Morrison regime. They were issued passports. They were allowed to come back. Now, one of them, after Scott Morrison was secretly sworn in as the Minister for Home Affairs. So they had two Ministers for Home Affairs, but none of them seemed to know that these people were coming back. There were no complaints, no screaming, no shouting under their government. They asked to be repatriated. We said no. They took the government to court and lost, and we still said no. Now, on passports, as you know, public servants follow the law. But look, the truly bizarre private members bill that was introduced earlier today, let's just get a couple of facts on the record, because we sat through an hour and 20 minutes of question time And we didn't hear a single thing about the most important thing that the Leader of the Opposition thought should stop the Parliament, which was his own private member's bill. He didn't ask a single question about it. It wasn't raised. It's very telling that there were no questions on their big bill, because who would the bill criminalise? When you actually read the text of this genius bill that the Leader of the Opposition introduced, it would not have actually criminalised the people who fought for ISIS with the guns. It wouldn't have criminalised the cohort that they're now saying must be stopped from coming back, the cohort that the government doesn't want to come back, and the cohort that was welcomed back on their watch in exactly the same circumstances. No, it would have criminalised the pilots, criminalised the Qantas pilots. I mean, that's a clever move. It would have criminalised the flight attendants, serving water and coffee on the plane, doing their job. Would have criminalised the baggage handlers. Now, it would have created a really weird legal conflict for the poor old customs officials. Do they follow this law and stamp the passport of an Australian citizen, like let them through, as is the law? Or do they follow that law, saying if they do so, they'd be committing a criminal offence? Perhaps the weirdest bit is it would have criminalised the entire US government and all of our American allies, who've been the main people calling for these camps to be emptied and for foreign governments to take these people home, where they're citizens of other countries. It really was a genius move. Now, the question then gets asked, you've got to reflect, was the Leader of the Opposition's introduction of the bill a mistake? Was he just a bit hasty? Or did he know and just didn't care? Incompetence or deliberate? Now, it is a question. It is a question for the opposition, a serious question. If someone exercises their rights as an Australian citizen, which they well know, those opposite well know, can't be cancelled, to some degree by the Parliament or certainly by governments. And they know that because their own citizenship cancellation laws were struck down as unconstitutional by the High Court. So the things that they've been out running around the community, putting nonsense on social media for the last few weeks calling for, they also well know are unconstitutional. But if someone exercises their rights as Australian citizens, which can't be cancelled, why are they furious now but not when they were in government? Because that's what it boils down to. ISIS are a vile, bloodthirsty organisation. Every single one of the despicable acts that the Shadow Minister read into the Hansard before, the government condemns. Every decent Australian condemns. But what's really going on here is the unedifying three-way that the nation is now enduring. The three far-right parties. And I'll conclude on this. You can't out-Pauline Pauline. One nation light won't work. We just had a minute's silence for Senator Ron Boswell, and surely if anyone could have taught you that, it would have been him.
I give the call to the Shadow Assistant Minister for Infrastructure.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Children aged between 6 and 10 standing with the severed heads of murdered humans, staring at a camera, smiling. When we talk about radicalisation occurring in terrorist hotspots under ISIS, that is the image that is seared into my mind. To say nothing of the atrocities that the member for Canning and Deputy Leader previously talked about, with journalists being executed, live-streamed to the world. To see a human being locked in a cage and doused in fuel and set alight. These are the sorts of atrocities that occur under ISIS, and that is what these people who left Australia and went there knowingly signed up to support. It is a disgrace that they betrayed our country and our values, our way of life in that way, and I don't want them back. The Liberal and National parties don't want them back, and we say the gate should be shut. The door should be slammed shut by this government, who curiously keeps saying that this is somehow nothing to do with them. Issuing passports is just an automatic process. The Minister, Tony Burke, said that this was just like getting a Medicare card. But curiously, the Passports Act, which he is the responsible minister for, includes express provisions that allow the government of the day to intervene on security grounds. Temporary exclusion orders can be issued, and indeed 8 were issued under the Morrison government, which you guys seem very keen to talk about today all of a sudden. 8 temporary exclusion orders were issued under that government, and yet how many has this government issued? Do you know? How many do you... No, you don't. No, I'll take the interjections from you guys all day, because the reality is the government runs the country. You can't hide from the scrutiny, because the Prime Minister himself declared to the Australian people at the last election that he would be the Prime Minister that turned up, that took responsibility. He wouldn't duck and weave and hide. And instead, what have we got? We've got obfuscation. We've got secret meetings occurring in Sydney where the Minister for Home Affairs booted out the departmental representatives. Why would you do that? Why would you kick the public servants out if they're the ones that are responsible for administering these processes, as you keep saying? Then we find, many months later, through Senate scrutiny, that there's handwritten notes referring to a TB, and no one in the public service can possibly think of who TB might have been. It just so happens, of course, the Minister for Home Affairs, who's sitting in a meeting with Save the Children and Dr Amal, who later went to Syria with some 35 passports stuffed in his pocket. No, there was nothing to see here. There was no reason, absolutely no reason this guy had to be booted out of the meeting. Well, this is gold standard transparency from the Albanese government, isn't it? 18,000 individuals on the watch list. We've got reports after Bondi that the AFP and security agencies are under-resourced to deal with these sorts of radicalised individuals, but this lot want to allow more back into Australia. We say the first job of government is to protect Australians and to keep them safe. We say the gate should be shut. Every lawful avenue should be pursued to delay every avenue should be pursued to keep Australians safe, and nothing should stand in the way of Australian national security. If there are deficiencies in the law in this country that leave our citizens unprotected or vulnerable, those loopholes should be closed. And that is why, earlier today, just hours ago in this chamber, we sought to move a private member's bill to do exactly that, to shut the gate and keep these people out of our country. Instead, the government used its numbers to shut down any debate on the issue, to move on, nothing to see here. It's typical, because they talk a big game, but when the rubber hits the road, they are completely missing in action. It's why Australians today have a lesser standard of living and are less protected than they were under Conservative governments. And the Assistant Minister was quite right. We have been rewarded with more government, more years in government since World War II than any other political party, because we do believe the first job of government is to keep Australians safe.
Member for Solomon.
The first thing I want to say is that this is a really dishonest MPI. And we've heard first from the Shadow Minister and then from old mate, the member for Forest, I think it is. Yep. We'll be getting that one next time. The Albanese government's position on this issue is really clear and really long-standing, and it's disappointing that as part of this political theatre that those opposites are pretending that no action has been taken from us, from the government, when the security agencies have provided that clear advice. And I'll flesh that out a bit for those listening to this debate, but at the outset, I think it's important that we acknowledge that this is a point of debate that those opposite have put forward in the MPI that is quite dishonest and therefore unethical and doesn't do justice to our faith in our security organisations that all members of this place should have, including the Shadow Minister, who has been a member, as Julian Hill, the member for Bruce, said, a member of the PJCIS. But national security is not political theatre. We follow the advice of our security agencies and we follow the law. That's how we keep Australians safe. And if any of these individuals find their own way to return to our shores, our agencies are prepared and will be able to act in the interests of community safety. It's important that those members of the public listening have that assurance. And as the Minister for Home Affairs has continuously, repeatedly said, our agencies have been monitoring these individuals for some time. And we have confidence, as the Shadow Minister should have confidence, as those opposite should have confidence in our security agencies. Our law enforcement and national security agencies are following the exact same approach that they have for over a decade. That same approach used by the former government, the approach that those opposites followed, whether it be through any of the previous governments. So people in this cohort need to know that if they have committed a crime and if they return to Australia, they'll be met with the full force of the law. Now, those listening at home have no fear that will be the case. The full force of the law will be applied to anyone returning from overseas. Now, a number of male foreign fighters, as the Assistant Minister pointed out, came back to Australia when the Liberal Party were last in government. The Coalition built the legal framework that we are now operating under, and at the time acknowledged it goes as far as it constitutionally can. So maybe that's why we haven't seen anything of substance from them on their proposals. As Minister Burke has said, one individual in this cohort has been issued a temporary exclusion order, which was made on advice from security agencies. But during his contribution, the Shadow Minister pretends that a temporary exclusion order isn't happening, that the government isn't putting a temporary exclusion order into place. So that's one of the many reasons why I say that this is a dishonest and an unethical debate that they've put onto the Parliament, when there's so many other things that we are happy to talk about. Those opposites put up what we would call in the Northern Territory a gammon or a pretend piece of private members' legislation that it was full of holes, was either deliberately dishonest, which it was, but also incompetent. So I'm not sure which of those, probably both. If our security agencies provide advice that additional people in the cohort meet the threshold, then temporary exclusion orders should be put into place. And of course we will do that because we follow the advice and we trust in our security agencies. And that's what those opposites should do, rather than this stupid political theatre that they're engaged in today.
Time has expired. I give the call to the member for Lyne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. At a time when the country is still coming to terms with the murder of 15 innocents by terrorists inspired by ISIS, the news that the Albanese government has taken steps to assist the return of ISIS sympathisers into the country is frightening and it is infuriating. The Prime Minister and his Minister for Home Affairs say they have no choice. They cannot legally prevent Australian citizens from entering the country, but I cannot support that position. My electorate has overwhelmingly made clear to me that they do not support the government's position. They vehemently refuted and indeed consider the Albanese government's surrender to these ISIS sympathisers to constitute a complete and utter betrayal. These women, these ISIS brides, are not unwilling participants. They are not helpless actors coerced or forced into the situation. They were already radicalised when they travelled to Syria and Iraq during the height of Islamic State's territorial expansion to marry and raise the children of fighters for the caliphate. They made a very conscious decision to do so. They also sadly and cruelly made a choice for their children, many unborn at the time. These women, these children have been exposed to the very worst of Islamic extremism. They've been active participants and proponents of a doctrine that condones public beheadings, dismemberment and crucifixion, the stoning of women, the forced marriage of girls, the brutal murder of anyone that rejects their cruel and oppressive beliefs, the kidnapping and brainwashing of children as child soldiers, the rape and sexual slavery of women and girls as weapons of war, torture, including burning and burying captives alive, and the organisation and orchestration of global terror against the West, including Australia. These people, these ideas cannot be given residence in Australia. Australia already has a grave Islamic extremism problem. If we didn't already know this, the Bondi terrorist attacks sure brought that reality home. We have in this country pockets where Islamic fundamentalism and extremism is staunchly propagated, which the return of these ISIS sympathisers will only serve to embolden and escalate. Over this last week, we've seen indisputable evidence that Islamic extremism has an outward presence in Australia, with Sydney and Melbourne mosques holding public memorials and prayers sessions to mourn the death of Iran's Ayatollah al-Khamenei, an evil tyrant whose deeds and decrees are completely antithetical to Australian values. These women and children are not going to come to Australia, make their home in a benign part of the country, de-radicalise and miraculously reject their deeply ingrained illiberal ideology in favour of Australia's democratic values. They will settle in Australia's enclaves of Islamic extremism, be lauded as heroes and proclaimers of the caliphate, help radicalise an entire new generation, and no doubt do all of this on the taxpayer's dime. This cannot be accepted. We are this country's legislators. We have the power. We, if nothing else, are responsible for ensuring these evil people do not return to Australia. Australians expect this from us. I urge the Albanese government to defend and protect our country and support our legislation. Fight against the return of these ISIS sympathisers. Rescind their citizenship. Issue temporary exclusion orders. End the policy of self-managed returns of ISIS-linked cohorts. Be transparent with Australians and put our national interests, safety and security first. Australia is the greatest country in the world, but that greatness is dependent upon its people and the values we hold. The Albanese government, in enabling these ISIS sympathisers to return to Australia, threatens the very future of this country and its traditional standing as a beacon of hope, freedom and democracy, and instead tilts it closer on a trajectory towards what we see on the streets of London and the UK. Australians are genuinely frightened about the future of this country, a country they love fiercely and loyally. If the Prime Minister shares even an ounce of that devotion for Australia's culture and people, he will not just talk but do everything in his power to ensure these ISIS sympathisers and their families are prevented from ever making their way into our home.
Member for Sturt.
Deputy Speaker, the premise of today's MPI is incorrect, and it can be addressed in a simple sentence. There is no plan in the terms suggested. The government has been repeatedly clear on this, repeatedly. There is no plan to bring home the cohort of people currently residing in the Al-Rosh camp in Syria and whose recent attempt to leave Syria was blocked by Syrian authorities. There is no plan. The Albanese government's position on this issue has been consistent and long-standing, and it could not be clearer. No plan. The Prime Minister, the Foreign Minister, the Minister for Home Affairs have repeatedly said, we are not providing assistance, we are not repatriating individuals from Syria. The Albanese Labor government's priority is keeping Australians safe. It doesn't politicise something as critical as national security and the safety and security of Australian citizens. The priority, instead of this government, is to facilitate the safety of Australian citizens. It is to follow the advice of our security agencies, and it is at all times to conduct ourselves in accordance with the laws in force in this country. Now, in his 2025 annual threat assessment, the Director-General of Security outlined ASIO's outlook to 2030, which assessed that over the next 5 years, Australia's security environment will become more dynamic, more diverse and more degraded. We are facing multifaceted, merging, intersecting, concurrent, cascading threats. The 2025 Annual Threat Assessment also outlined that now, more than ever, information is needed to allow ASIO to anticipate, to look forward, to identify trends, identify individuals and patterns of behaviour. Credible risk assessments and advice to government and other stakeholders can only be developed in respect of credible information from relevant sources. The role that ASIO plays in keeping Australia and Australians safe from national security threats cannot be underestimated, and there is a need for its powers to be adequate to support this function at the same time as responding to a changing security environment. And that is why, under this government, ASIO is as well funded as it has ever been, with increased powers of surveillance and questioning, courtesy of legislation introduced into Parliament by this government. Yeah. Australia's security environment is becoming more complex. We've seen recent instances of foreign interference on our shores, which, along with security threats from espionage and politically motivated violence, remain our principal security concerns. So it's important that ASIO's powers continue to evolve to enable them to respond in an increasingly volatile threat environment. Thanks to our legislation, ASIO is empowered to collect the information and intelligence it needs to anticipate Australia's need in this environment. Doing this is illustrative of the government's view that these expanded and new compulsory questioning powers now form an essential part of ASIO's information collection powers. As an Australian citizen living and working in this great country, I want ASIO to be able to anticipate, to be able to properly advise government and other stakeholders, to be able to prepare accurate and thorough risk assessments so that dynamic and critical risks can be managed. I want to know that ASIO knows what's going on and what the threats to this country and its people might be and how best to counter them. And I want to know that when this advice is received and provided to government, the government will act. And that is why, when advice was received regarding a temporary exclusion order in connection with one of those seeking to return to Australia, the advice was acted on and implemented. I trust that advice, the government trusts that advice, because it has properly equipped our intelligence organisations with the tools that they need to provide that accurately, timely and strategic advice. Under the law, Australian citizens cannot be prevented from returning to Australia unless a temporary exclusion order is in place. These are serious powers that can only be used where the legal threshold is met. And now one has been subject to a temporary exclusion order. We received the advice and we acted on it. If our national security agencies provide advice that additional people in the cohort meet that threshold, we will act. So we want to talk about a plan. It's to continue to equip our intelligence agencies with the power they need to provide full and frank advice and to act on that advice to the betterment of Australians.
Yeah.
And the member for Barker has called.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've just heard from the member for Sturt, and in her contribution she indicated effectively this government has no plan with respect to this cohort. If we're to take the opposition's position or be as generous as we can for the opposition's position, it's one of indifference relative to this cohort. The government, I should say. Well, hope springs eternal, it won't be long. But the point about that is if we're to take the government's position at its highest, it's one of indifference. One of indifference. And my friend opposite said, well, look, what we should be doing is empowering the security agencies. No, what we should be doing is directing the security agency to go and get the evidence we require to deal with this cohort, to ensure that all members of this cohort are subject to an exclusion order. Now, there's been a softening up of the Australian people regarding this cohort. There's reference to brides and children, and of course, I think there's an No, I'm not softening them up.
Order.
Those opposite need to appreciate that these are ISIS sympathisers. I think there's an opportunity to remind those opposite of ISIS's record of terror. Let's start. This is a barbaric terrorist death cult. This is a regime that's built on genocide, crimes against humanity, not to mention war crimes. The Yazidi genocide, mass killing of men, enslavement of women and girls, attempted eradication of the entire people, systematic sexual slavery, women and children treated as commodities, bought and sold and under an organised slave market, public executions and beheadings used as propaganda to intimidate a population and to recruit extremists. Massacre of civilians in Iraq and Syria to consolidate control. The torture and killing of hostages, including foreign journalists and aid workers. The indoctrination and weaponisation of children, training and arming, deploying minors for propaganda and violence. And who, Madam Deputy Speaker, who can forget the image of a young Australian boy holding the severed head of a victim, and another image of a child standing before a crucified body, all as part of ISIS's campaign of propaganda. So let's not soften the Australian people up for the return. We don't want to reintroduce that level of hate into this country. We do not want to see that. And those opposite have an opportunity. They have an opportunity. What they are right now is indifferent to the return of these ISIS sympathisers. On the one hand, the Prime Minister says, you make your bed, you lie on it. On the other hand, he's quite happy for third parties, or he says, look, I have no power to stop third parties doing these things. This story has a long way to go yet, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the truth is, the truth will reveal itself. Now, those opposite have an opportunity. We're introducing legislation to make it a criminal offence to assist anyone who wants to return to this country, to assist people to return to this country. If you seek to support them, then you've committed a criminal offence. Join us. Let's agree to legislate that position, because these individuals can never return to this country. If they do, Australian safety and security has been compromised. This is, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a whose side are you on moment in this place. Whose side are you on? My question to you is, whose side are you on?
Sit down. Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Ministers at the table. This is completely unacceptable. I have been screamed at for 5 minutes at the dispatch box for trying to overpower the interjections on this side. It is completely undignified. This is already a heated debate, and you were adding fuel, so let's try and bring down the temperature. If you stop, if you can make your point without having to yell, and members opposite, you can and will have your opportunities to debate against the arguments being put. That's the whole point of an MPI. Now, I'm giving the call to the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I think that the member for Barker's speech proves one thing, and that's that there's been a softening up of the Coalition's shadow front bench. And can I say, Deputy Speaker, it's been softened up because national security is not a game. National security is not a space for political posturing, and national security is not a space for political theatre. It's serious. And this is a government on this side of the chamber who takes it, as it should, seriously. Deputy Speaker, when it comes to this cohort, and indeed when it comes to all circumstances, this is a government that follows the advice of the security agencies, because we have confidence in those agencies. This is a government that follows the law, as we are required to do. This is a government that, because of those two things, keeps Australia and Australians safe every day. Right. And Deputy Speaker, this place, this institution and this country deserves better than what we have seen from the opposition today. Because if the opposition cared about national security, they wouldn't have put forward the bill that they put forward earlier today. A bill that the member for Forrest said would shut the gate. And what do we find when that bill comes through? What do we find when we look at the fine print? That the bill would only shut the gate to pilots getting into the cockpit to fly a commercial air flight. That the bill would shut the gate and criminalise the work of flight attendants pushing a trolley down the aisle. That the bill would criminalise and shut the gate for the work of baggage handlers loading suitcases onto the conveyor belt, and that the bill would shut the gate to people working in humanitarian aid in regions where people need the most help. Deputy Speaker, if the opposition cared about national security, they wouldn't be ignoring the legal framework that the coalition itself created. They wouldn't be ignoring the Constitution, and they wouldn't be changing the position that they followed and the approach that they followed when they were in government. And Deputy Speaker, certainly if the opposition cared about national security, they wouldn't be asking questions in question time about intelligence advice that they very well know are not to be made public. And Deputy Speaker, I understand that the opposition has been in a shambles. I understand that they need to put on a show. And I understand that this has been the fundamental reason behind their behaviour in this chamber, but also for their fundamental lurch to the right. But let's call this out for what it is. It is a desperate attempt to impersonate Pauline Hanson. It is a desperate grab for votes that they have lost because of their disunity and their dysfunction and the mess of focusing only on themselves. And Deputy Speaker, when the leader of the opposition, the now leader of the opposition, stood up in his first address to the public, he said this: "We're in this position because we didn't stay true to our core values." And yet the Leader of the Opposition in his first days in this place has not driven a traditional liberal value-based agenda. He has driven an agenda of one nation. And not only does that not support a focus on national security, not only does that not support a focus on the Australian people, not only does that not focus on the core things that people in our community are raising day in, day out, like cost of living, like housing and like healthcare. What that means is that social cohesion and community safety go out the window for more cheap politicking.
And the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister once said, "My word is my bond." But on national security, Australians are seeing the opposite. Labor claims that it does not want ISIS brides, ISIS criminals, ISIS terrorists and their children to return to Australia. Yet considerable assistance has clearly been given, including the issuing of passports. Now, we're told that this government is not assisting, but federal and state agencies have reportedly been meeting for months to manage their return. Australians deserve clarity when it comes to national security, and they're not getting that clarity from this government. They deserve honesty, and they deserve to know whether terrorists are going to be moving in next door to their families. Labor could not be more divided on this. The PM said that they're not welcome. The Foreign Minister has issued passports. The Home Affairs Minister says his hands are tied. Which is it? We know that the Home Affairs Minister met with Save the Children before a previous cohort returned, and public servants were asked to leave the room. We know that a political supporter travelled to Syria carrying dozens of passports. No one carries more than 30 passports into a conflict zone without significant coordination. And we now see footage emerge of the Home Affairs Minister embracing the very individual leading third-party efforts to repatriate these terrorist sympathisers. And here lies the problem. These third parties are out there actively assisting in these individuals' repatriation to Australia, and the Prime Minister is doing absolutely nothing to stop them. Labor's policy of so-called self-managed returns has created a very dangerous loophole. It allows these parties to organise the return of individuals who entered a terrorist-declared area, joined a listed organisation or committed a terrorist offence without direct Commonwealth authorisation. That is reckless. We must protect our way of life. Labor have an array of tools at their disposal to do this, yet they choose not to use them. The Passport Act allows refusals on security grounds. Temporary exclusion orders also exist for precisely these circumstances, and the Coalition has used these well in the past. Every lawful avenue should be pursued to delay or prevent return where national security is at risk. Now, Labor say that they're powerless, but if they truly oppose these reforms or these returns, it could use existing powers robustly and work with us, with the Coalition, to strengthen the law if necessary. And we have said time and time again that we will work constructively on this. In fact, the Coalition's Keeping Australia Safe bill closes current loopholes and allows third parties to repatriate terrorists. Our bill requires the express permission of both the Minister for Home Affairs and the Minister for Foreign Affairs before any assistance can be provided. Now, if ministers want these returns, Deputy Speaker, they should sign their name to them. Our bill makes it an offence to assist the return of people associated with terrorist organisations without ministerial authorisation, because national security should never be outsourced to NGOs. These women chose to enter and remain in an ISIS-declared area. Islamic State was not a social movement. It was a brutal terrorist regime. Security experts warned that radicalisation does not simply disappear. ASIO already has 18,000 individuals on its watch list. Every additional high-risk returnee increases pressure on an already stretched agency. Labor should not hide behind NGOs or bureaucratic ambiguity. Transparency strengthens democracy and secrecy erodes it. Australians deserve to know who is making these decisions and why. Serious questions do remain about process and accountability. When was this self-managed returns policy adopted? Was it approved by the National Security Committee of Cabinet? Were ASIO's full powers explored? Were temporary exclusion orders considered for the entire cohort? These are questions that we need answers from this government. These are legitimate questions about national security governance, and the Australian people that we represent deserve answers, not even more evasions.
Member for Bean.
Speaker, the Albanese government's position on this issue is clear and long-standing. We are not providing assistance and we are not repatriating individuals from Syria. National security is not political theatre. We follow the advice of our security agencies and we follow the law. That is how we keep Australians safe. That is responsible government. If any of these individuals find their own way to return to Australia, our agencies are prepared and will be able to act in the interests of community safety. Our agencies have been monitoring these individuals for some time, and we have confidence in our security agencies. Our law enforcement and national security agencies are following the same approach they have followed for over a decade, the same approach the former government followed. People in this cohort need to know that if they have committed a crime and if they return to Australia, they'll be met with the full force of the law. Deputy Speaker, a number of male foreign fighters came back to Australia when the Liberal Party were last in government. The Coalition built the legal framework we're now operating under, and at the time acknowledged it goes as far as it constitutionally can. And maybe that's why we haven't seen anything of substance from them on their proposals, particularly today. As Minister Burke has said, one individual in this cohort has been issued a temporary exclusion order, which is made on advice from security agencies. If our national security agencies provide advice that additional people in the cohort meet the threshold and should also be issued temporary exclusion orders, then of course the government would act on that, just as the government would act on any advice from national security agencies that a passport should be refused or cancelled. As always, the Albanese government will act on the advice of our security agencies to ensure the safety of Australians. We know the safety situation in Syria remains extremely dangerous. DFAT warns of the continuing threat of armed conflict, airstrikes, terrorism, arbitrary detention and kidnapping. Our travel advice to Australia remains the same today as it was in 2011. Do not travel to Syria. That's advice that many of the individuals in this cohort unfortunately chose to ignore when they travelled to Syria. Of course, we have great sympathy for the children who are in this situation through no fault of their own. The decisions made by their parents to go and support ISIS has had dreadful consequences for these children. The safety of Australians and the protection of Australia's national interests remains the Albanese government's overriding priority. But, Deputy Speaker, today the bill that the opposition put forward would potentially criminalise a whole bunch of people that nobody in their right mind would think should fall foul of the criminal law. It wouldn't criminalise the fighters who came in under their watch, under the Abbott government, under the Turnbull government and then under the Morrison government. This bill would not apply to the cohort currently in Syria, but it would criminalise the pilots of the commercial plane that flew them back. It would criminalise the baggage handlers. It would criminalise our allies and any aid workers trying to get people out of the camps. This is lazy, shoddy legislation that doesn't do anything to stop the current cohort of people in Syria, but does criminalise other people who nobody thinks should be criminalised. Deputy Speaker, it's theatre, and this government doesn't engage in theatre.
And the time for this discussion has now concluded. The member for Latrobe has indicated that he's seeking to get the call to make a personal explanation. So does the member claim to have been misrepresented?
That's correct under section 68 of the Standing Orders. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. During the MPI today, the member for Bruce claimed that my hand-picked Liberal candidate for Bruce made an election commitment double of that for the member of Bruce, of which was $670,000 for the Taha Association. I was Shadow Minister in charge of Multicultural Affairs and Grants, and Liberal Party nor myself nor the candidate made a commitment to the Taha Association. I've also spoken to the Liberal candidate for Bruce, who also advised during the election campaign, made no commitment or visited the Taha Association. So if the member for Bruce has such evidence as a video media release or a Facebook post, he needs to produce, otherwise I request to retract that statement. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business, order of the day number 3, Royal Commission's legislation amendment, protections for providing information Bill 2026, question to be put on the second reading.
The debate on the second reading of the bill having been closed by the Attorney-General speaking in reply, the question is that this bill be now read a second time. That's the question I put to the House. All those of that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Call on the clerk.
Second reading. The bill for an act to amend the law relating to royal commissions and for related purposes.
Thank you. Is leave granted for a third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
Thank you. And Attorney-General.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question that this bill be now read a third time. All those of that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I have received a... Oh, I might call on the clerk to actually do the third reading for us. Thank you.
Third reading. The bill for an act to amend the law relating to royal commissions and for related purposes.
Apologies. Thank you. I have received a message from the Senate informing the House of the appointment of senators to certain joint committees. As the list of appointments is a lengthy one, I do not propose to read the list to the House, but details will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. And I call on the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 4. Treasury Laws Amendment, Building a Stronger and Fairer Super System Bill 2026. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
I understand it's the wish of the House to debate this order of the day concurrently with the superannuation Building a Stronger and Fairer Super System Imposition Bill of 2026. Yes,
the opposition does not agree to debate the bills in cognate.
Then is this a matter for division? All right. Okay, with that, given an objection has been raised by the Shadow Minister, then we'll be proceeding with the original bill, the Treasury Laws Amendment, Building a Stronger and Fairer Super Bill of 2026. And I give the call to the member for Goldstone.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, Australians are sick of the laws around superannuation constantly changing, the Labor government fiddling every step of the way and undermining the retirement security of millions of Australians. Labor changes the rules, they fiddle with the standards, they add new taxes, and they even put forward insane new taxes, including those that are going to apply an income tax on unsold assets. It's an assault on families, their long-term financial security and their retirement. And too often, the benefit or the purpose of changing the rules is to benefit a select number of funds that the Labor Party, through the union cartel, control and therefore use at their whim to take cartel kickbacks, funnel money to the Australian Labor Party through marketing expenses via the unions to ensure that they can continue to manage the retirement savings of Australians. There's simply no basis that any good-minded Australian citizen can tolerate the continued corruption of the superannuation system under the Australian Labor Party. The Treasurer likes to carry on in question time and everywhere else about superannuation as though they have some sort of wonderful legacy associated with it. But the practice is that this government and Labor governments past treat the Australian retirement savings system like it's their own plaything, a piggy bank designed to funnel them, finance their interests and, of course, to be corruptly used to the advantage of organisations like the CFMEU Labor cartel. There is no limit to the extent to which they want to be able to eat into the retirement savings of Australians, and the group they hate the most is the group of Australians who take responsibility for their retirement security through their self-managed superannuation funds. They hate self-managed superannuation funds because when people control their own superannuation, they can slap the hand of the Labor Party as they try and stick it into the retirement savings of Australians. because they know that when Labor tries to get its hand into this SMSF cookie jar, they have a way to close the lid and stop the Labor Party from stealing their money. So what's the solution Labor does? They always come up with a new pathway of introducing a new tax that gives them an indirect pathway and applies one standard on SMSFs, but they don't apply it on industry funds because they stay compliant and they stay under their thumb. That's why we have to fight the agenda that Labor has to destroy the retirement security of millions of Australians who've taken agency and ownership over their own future. That's why they wanted to introduce an unrealised capital gains tax, which would have applied an income tax on unsold assets held in super. They wanted to introduce an income tax to apply to unsold assets that applied to SMSFs, but they weren't going to apply it to industry funds because they were compliant and stayed within the control of the Labor Party. It was very amusing, Deputy Speaker, to watch Labor's plan for an unrealised capital gains tax play out. In what has now become a periodic and regular episode in this parliament. The Prime Minister goes off and announces one thing. He turns to his Treasurer and says, your job is now to introduce and to deliver it. And then he goes through a process of ritual humiliation of his Treasurer by then eventually, as he can't make the case in the public square, changing the rules and the regulations around him. The ritual humiliation of the Treasurer by the Prime Minister has to be one of the sickest performances that I've ever seen in this parliament, but it's definitely one that's part of now the regular feature of this Labor government, where the Prime Minister makes sure that he sets his own Treasurer up for failure. Every time he encourages him to float a new tax, he ends up overriding his Treasurer after the Treasurer has failed to do the hard work to build out the case, but the Prime Minister gets to do it so he makes the Treasurer look ridiculous in front of his own colleagues. But there is no clearer example of the ritual humiliation of the Treasurer by the Prime Minister than by forcing him to close down his unrealised capital gains tax, which would apply to Labor, an income tax to unsold assets in superannuation. But of course, Labor now can't be trusted. Labor continues to introduce taxes they didn't take to the election. This bill proposes a new tax that was not taken to the last election and was not voted on by the Australian people. We know that Labor has other taxes that they're now floating amongst the community that were not taken to the last election, like their new tax on housing, which would increase the cost of new house constructions in Australia, like their plan to fiddle with tax laws so they're going to start to apply taxes where Australians lose money. And that's what's been happening with their proposals. They're getting modelled in the budget. Wherever there is something that moves, they tax it. And of course, they want to make sure they take more control and more ownership over the wealth of Australians. So after the Prime Minister ritually humiliated the Treasurer on his unrealised capital gains tax proposal, they've now come back with a different tax they didn't take to the last election, which is to apply a 15% tax, an additional 15% tax on thresholds of income above $3 million. And of course, the Prime Minister has also humiliated the Treasurer by also saying that that $3 million now needs to be indexed. And then as a final form of humiliation has turned around and said, let's make a 40% tax on the threshold above $10 million. Of course, we know full well that this is never the Treasurer's intent, and he has consistently, in a pattern of behaviour, been overridden by the Prime Minister, because the Prime Minister likes to keep him under his thumb to give a warning sign to the rest of his front bench and all the members in the back bench as well, who dare challenge him, that he knows full well he's got dirt files ready to bring out them at any time. This is this disturbing model of governance where you have a Prime Minister with so much control and timid and weak members of Parliament are afraid to stand up and challenge him, is showing just how much the model of government we currently have in Australia allows things like public money to go to organised crime through the CFMEU Labor cartel. So Labor has a problem. They don't have enough revenue, and as we trend towards $1 trillion of debt in the coming weeks, Labor has only one answer, which is how to go after more Australians' money. But let's not lose sight, Deputy Speaker, of why Labor is going after more Australians' money. They have $15 to $30 billion of taxpayers' money to give to organised crime through the CFMEU Labor cartel. The smart thing would not be to give that $15 to $30 billion to organised crime through the CFMEU Labor cartel.
I ask the member to be relevant to the bill.
Absolutely, Speaker. The smart thing would be for the Labor Party not to give $15 to $30 billion to organised crime through the CFMEU Labor cartel. But because they have done so, they are now introducing new taxes on the Australian people because they can't manage their money and they've given taxpayers' money over to organised crime through the CFMEU Labor cartel. That is explicitly relevant to this bill because we're talking about how Labor is raising the revenue that they are giving to organised crime through the CFMEU Labor cartel.
I'll ask the member not to go on outside the parameters of the bill. I ask you to be relevant to the bill. It is a bill on Treasury Laws Amendment building a stronger and fairer super system bill. So I ask that you be relevant and keep within the parameters.
Speaker, the bill is about a new tax that's being applied to Australians, and the reason that tax revenue is necessary is because the Labor government has been taking public money, the money they are raising from this legislation, handing it to organised crime through the CFMEU Labor cartel. Is explicitly relevant to this bill.
The member will resume his seat. The Minister.
Point of order on relevance. There are assumptions and directions and motives being impugned onto a party of this parliament which are incorrect, unproven and completely inappropriate.
The Minister will resume his seat. And before I call the member for Goldstein, I ask him to be relevant to the bill. The bill is about Treasury laws, not about other areas that you're paddling into. So stick to the bill and everything will be fine and we'll keep it flowing and other people can speak and you can have your say as well.
I will explain again, Speaker.
No, I will ask the member to resume his seat. I ask the member to resume his seat. I ask you to resume your seat for a moment. I've made it quite clear that you're not being relevant to the bill. I've made that point 3 times now. I don't want to take it any further. So you can talk about the bill as it is within the parameters of the bill. You've made the point. We've heard you. You made the point. You've made it. But you're continuing to raise issues completely outside of the parameter of the bill. I've allowed you to do so 2, 3 times. I ask that you now go back onto the bill.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. How public money is raised under Treasury bills related to superannuation, this bill is introducing a new tax. It absolutely is relevant not just how the revenue is raised, it is also relevant how the money is expended. And what we know under this Labor government is they have a long history of not spending public money in the correct way. And what we know is that they use public money.
Order. The member for Goldstein will resume his seat. The Minister. On a point
Point of order on relevance. Again, you're imputing motive onto a party of this parliament, which is completely incorrect.
I ask the Minister to resume his seat. The member for Goldstein has the call, and I'm listening carefully.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And the suggestion, the imputation that is not being made by me, Speaker, it is being made by an independent corruption watchdog, Geoffrey Watson SC, through an independent inquiry through the Queensland Parliament. And it's a matter that, but now we're going into matters that I will broadly agree extend beyond the specific purpose of the bill. I am talking about how public money is raised and how public money is expended, including the basis in which this legislation is being put forward. Because Labor has a spending problem. They simply cannot contain how they are going to spend the amount of money they receive from the public. That is why they continue on their trajectory of $1 trillion of debt in the coming weeks. And the denial of this government on that reality is why they are going back and taxing Australians more, and they're deliberately and maliciously targeting self-managed superannuation funds as they consistently have done so. None of that has changed. None of that is different from a long-standing practice of this government. But what is very clear is that Labor is increasingly finding it difficult and they're feeling the heat and the pressure from the opposition because people are talking about it. People are being forthright about not just how the money is raised, but how it is being expended as well. And I understand for the members opposite that when you raise revenue and you don't want attention to how it is being spent, that is uncomfortable. But I can assure you it is deeply relevant to this legislation, and some of us will not be backing down. Because what we've seen under this legislation is a farce at every step of the way through the process of passing legislation related to this tax. They proposed an unrealised capital gains tax, and it was mocked and ridiculed by Paul Keating, by Bill Kelty, even Sally McManus had a go. That's how out of touch our Treasurer truly is. He simply doesn't understand not just his portfolio because he's a passenger in it, but he doesn't understand the consequences of his actions. So the challenge now for the Australian community is when the government now seeks to pass new legislation that introduces a tax that Australians didn't vote for. And let's be clear about this again, Deputy Speaker. I'm sure there'll be objections, so this isn't relevant from the other side of the chamber. The Australian people did not vote for the tax that Labor is now seeking to introduce. And coming up to the 2026, 27 budget, the Labor Party will put forward further taxes that they lack the courage and the honesty with the Australian people to put forward at the last election. And once you've broken your promise once, and they have, and they repeat a second time and a third time, we're now going to see a government that has no trust at the core of its economic agenda, and there is no tax off the table. When they change capital gains tax on one property, expect them to come after the family home next. When they seek to remove negative gearing selectively, expect it all to go. And why are they raising the revenue, Deputy Speaker? Just like under this new tax introduced in the Treasury Laws Amendment, Building a Stronger and Fairer Super System Bill 2026, they're doing it so that they can spend that money on untoward activities. And make no mistake, Deputy Speaker, part of it's because that money goes towards cartellish behaviour, which absolutely involves the CFMEU, and according to independent corruption watchdog Geoffrey Watson SC, somewhere between $15 to $30 billion has been handed from Labor governments to organised crime. It is not my opinion, it is what is being said. And I hear this often from members of the opposite of the other side of the chamber when we debate other pieces of legislation, Deputy Speaker, which aren't even always about taxation and revenue, which is what is it that people want to cut from the federal budget. And it's abundantly clear that we absolutely want to cut out money that goes, public money that goes towards organised crime through the CFMU Labor cartel. We absolutely want to. I'll take the interjection from the member opposite. We absolutely want to take
interjection from the member opposite, but you'll listen to me for a moment. Again, you are veering way off the parameters. You've made that point. I don't want to take it any further. If I hear it again, I will take it further. I want you to remain within the parameters. We heard your point. We heard it earlier. You've made the point. I've asked you to pull back a bit and stay within the parameters. I've given you plenty of leeway. Please don't abuse my kind leeway that I've given you. Member for Kooyong, and stay within the parameters of the bill. Goldstein, sorry.
So continuing on within the explicit parameters of the bill of how money is raised and how money is spent under the Treasury Laws Amendment, Building a Stronger and Fairer Super System Bill 2026. The question of the interjection from the member opposite, because she asked a question in the context of it, which is NDIS corruption is also how money is spent that is being raised through this bill. I don't want NDIS corruption. I don't want a tax that raises money and then is spent on corruption. I'm shocked that this is an issue for the members opposite, but I think it reveals how many times there's been interjections from the members opposite about why they find people holding a mirror up to the government about exactly what it is they're going about. And because precedent consistently shows that once you talk about changes to the superannuation system, which is Australians' money, Deputy Speaker, money in superannuation is actually income that is deferred into the future. And it is given into a tax treatment, a preferential tax treatment, but it is Australians' money. They own it. They own it. Not us, not the members opposite. They own it. And they own it in the superannuation funds, whether it's a self-managed superannuation fund or an industry fund or a retail fund. And the tax treatment that applies is the money that the government comes along and says, we're going to take a chunk of that money and we're going to use it for a public purpose. And then the question then becomes, once we're introducing a new tax, how that money is also then spent. And that money is spent on lots of different things, from federal defence, and I think we all accept that that's part of the relevance of this debate. So is NDIS. That is part of this debate. So is NDIS corruption. That is part of this debate. Building public infrastructure is part of this debate. And of course, if they expend money on other activities, including through the unions, that is also part of this debate. This is the part of the problem of why this law is so problematic, as well as all of the other tax measures that this Labor government is going to introduce. Because they start saying that they're not going to touch superannuation like they did before the 2022 election. They then went, betrayed their trust with the Australian community and introduced a new tax after the 2022 election, and it was called the Family Savings Tax on unrealised capital gains. Then, after the 2025 election, the Prime Minister enjoyed ritual humiliation of the Treasurer and got him to abandon that tax. And as a consequence, we now have a new bill before the Parliament, which is called the Treasury Laws Amendment Building a Stronger and Fairer Super System Bill 2026, which is a new tax on the Australian self-managed superannuation funds. And what does this new tax do? It takes money from people's private savings and it then uses it towards consolidated revenue to then expend in different ways. So we have a fundamental issue under this legislation, Deputy Speaker, of trust. Trust, because we know that Labor has consistently broken its promise around tax at the 2022 election, the 2025 election, and we know in the lead up to this budget they are now starting to put forward new ideas of new taxes that they can introduce and more trust that they can break. And the clearest example of that is they say they're going to go after CGT today, but they're soon going to make sure that CGT is applied to Australia's private homes, principal places of residence. They say they're going to contain negative gearing over here, but we know full well that once they start doing that, they'll apply it to shares and every other type of asset class, because the Labor Party has a long history of promising something in an election and then breaking their word once they've won. And the scary thing is how many of the Labor Party members on the other side of this chamber are happy to go along with it. They have no concern about the consequences, and they have no concern about the impact it has on trust and integrity in public life. But even more than that, they then use that as an excuse to justify spending that money in the most grossly hypocritical and damaging way, including making sure that money goes towards organised crime through the CFMEU Labor cartel. So, and some of the interjectors say, what else have you got? Well, I've already... the question for members of the opposite who want to interject by saying what else have you got is, what else have you got? When you've got to the point where you're handing public money to organised crime through the CFMEU Labor cartel, I do concede there's virtually nothing. If somebody had said that to me 15 years ago, that you're going to have a debate in the House of Representatives about why it's wrong to do that, I'd think they were mad. But that's the reality of where we are now under this government. It is a form of insanity that we are there. And even worse than that...
Members should go back on the bill. Back on the bill.
Deputy Speaker, I'm still talking about how we're expending public money, which is explicitly related to how we raise public money as well. But that is the situation we face. We are in bizarro world under this Labor government. We are in a bizarro world where we're watching the Prime Minister publicly ridicule the Treasurer. We're in a bizarro world where we have taxes introduced, a promise they wouldn't until after they got elected, and they got away with it twice, but I can assure you they aren't going to get away with it again. And more importantly, that we end up in a situation where we have public money being expended to the most extraordinary things, and the only response from Labor members opposite isn't to turn around and say, this is the most disgraceful, outrageous thing I've ever seen. Their response is, relevance. It's like, how is handing money to organised crime not relevant? If it isn't relevant in this chamber, where is it? Where is public trust? Where is public integrity? If you are literally having independent corruption watchdogs calling this out, I can't figure it out. Perhaps that's maybe why there's a decline in the institutional settings of this country, but I'm hoping we're going to end it, and we are going to end it, because we're going to end it by making sure there's an election of a coalition government so that we can make sure we don't have these sorts of laws that betray public trust and seek to abuse public money again. And in addition to that, I, of course, seek to make an amendment to the bill as circulated in my name.
Is the amendment seconded? Member is seconded. The original question was that. Order. I haven't given the call yet. We're right in the middle of the amendment.
Mr Deputy Speaker.
Point of order.
The Chief Opposition Whip made multiple interjections. Yep. Not from her seat, but on the way out.
Okay, I didn't
through the Parliament. Yeah. That is entirely unparliamentary. And Mr. Deputy Speaker,
I thank the member for Fisher. Point taken. I did not hear her, and I didn't say it because I was concentrating on what was being said. I did hear some interjections earlier from her seat, but I thank you for making that point. We're in the middle of the amendment. The amendment's been seconded. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Goldstein has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. No. I think the noes have it. Division. We'll re-question. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Moore has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Treasury Laws Amendment Building a Stronger and Fairer Super System, Bill 2026, and the accompanying superannuation Building a Stronger and Fairer Super System Imposition Bill 2026. These bills are about stewardship, but if you just witnessed that, and just listen to the member for Goldstein, I don't think you know what the bill was about. They are about protecting one of the most important economic and social reforms in Australia's modern history and ensuring it remains aligned with its purpose for decades to come. Superannuation is not a theoretical construct. It is deferred wages. It is money earned by working Australians and preserved so that when working life ends, they are not left dependent on chance, inheritance, or bare subsistence. It was built on a simple but transformative idea that retirement dignity should be universal. Labor built this system, and Labor has continued to improve it. We introduced compulsory superannuation. We extended its reach across industries and employment types. We strengthened preservation. We resisted attempts to freeze or weaken it. In this term of government, we've increased the superannuation guarantee to 12%. We have legislated the objective of superannuation, embedding this in statute that the system exists to preserve savings and deliver income for a dignified retirement in an equitable and sustainable way. We've introduced payday super so workers receive their super at the same time as their wages rather than months later. We have ensured that super is paid on paid parental leave. We have strengthened the performance test to protect members from underperforming funds eroding their savings. Each of these reforms reinforces the same principle. Superannuation must be universal, enforceable and fair. I remember very clearly what happens when those principles are absent. During the work choices era, I worked in hospitality. I was working behind a bar, engaged in what was described as being a subcontractor. In practice, I was an employee in all but name. I turned up for rostered shifts. I took direction. But legally, I was classified as running my own business. I was earning less than $10 an hour. And because I was treated as a subcontractor, I was responsible for paying my own superannuation out of that already meagre wage. There was no employer contribution automatically set aside. And if I did not make contributions myself, nothing accumulated. But when you're earning less than $10 an hour, the priority is paying rent and buying groceries, not making retirement contributions. So for many young workers at the time, superannuation was not automatic, it was not secure, and it was not guaranteed. It depended on contractual labels and whether you could afford to sacrifice the income in the present for something decades away. For many, it simply did not materialise. That experience reinforces why super must be compulsory, but it must also apply to all earnings. It must not depend on artificial classifications that shift responsibility onto workers or out of a fever dream from the member for Goldstein. And it must be paid as it is earned, which is precisely why payday super matters. The bills before the House today continue that work of strengthening and safeguarding the system. Superannuation tax concessions now cost the budget more than $60 billion each year. On current projections, they will exceed the cost of age pension in the 2040s. Concessions are not a flaw. They are part of the architecture of compulsory saving, but their scale and distribution must reflect the system's purpose. Currently, around 38% of super earnings concessions go to the top 10% of earners. Around 54% go to the top 20%. A substantial portion of the concessional treatment flows to individuals with very large balances far in excess of what is required for a comfortable retirement. This standard addresses that imbalance in a measured way. From the 2026-2027 income year, earnings on superannuation balances below $3 million will continue to be taxed at 15%. Nothing changes for balances under that threshold. For more than 99.5% of all Australians, the tax treatment of their super remains exactly the same. For the portion of earnings attributable to balances between $3 million and $10 million, the effective headline rate will be up to 30%. For the proportion attributable to balances above $10 million, the effective headline rate will be up to 40%. It is important to emphasise the structure. This is not a cliff. It does not reclassify an entire balance once the threshold is crossed. The additional tax applies only to the proportion of earnings corresponding to the proportion of the balances above the relevant threshold. Both the $3 million and the $10 million thresholds are indexed to CPI. That indexation ensures that reform maintains its real value over time and does not gradually expand beyond its intent through inflation alone. The reform operates through the insertion of new Division 296 into the Income Tax Assessment Act 1997, with the accompanying imposition bill imposing the relevant tax. Under Division 296, the Commissioner of Taxation will calculate and assess each individual's Division 296 tax liability annually. Superannuation funds will calculate Division 296 fund earnings attributable to each in-scope member and report those amounts to the ATO. The mechanics are detailed but principled. First, an individual's total superannuation balance, the TSB, is identified. The greater of the TSB at the end of the income year or just before the start of the year is used to prevent avoidance through temporary balance reductions. Second, the proportion of TSB above the 3 million threshold is calculated. That proportion is applied to the individual's total superannuation earnings for the year to determine taxable superannuation earnings for Division 296 purposes. If the TSB exceeds $10 million, an additional calculation identifies the very large superannuation balance earnings component so that the higher rate applies only to the portion above that second threshold. The Division 296 tax is imposed directly on the individual. Individuals may pay from outside super or elect to release funds from their superannuation. Defined benefit increases are treated in a commensurate fashion. For defined benefit interests not in retirement phase, liabilities may be deferred until retirement with interest. That recognises structural differences while preserving equity across the system. At the fund level, Division 296 fund earnings are calculated by reference to the relevant taxable income or loss, adjusted for assessable contributions, net exempt current pension income, non-arm's length components and pooled superannuation trust components. The legislation contains specific rules addressing segregated current pension assets to ensure that capital gains supporting retirement phase interests are appropriately included for Division 296 purposes. It provides tailored rules for pooled superannuation trusts and retirement savings account providers, including life insurers, to ensure consistent treatment across different superannuation structures. The total superannuation balance has been refined so all Australian superannuation interests are counted, with appropriate exclusions such as foreign superannuation funds. Regulation-making powers allow for valuation methods that reflect the diversity of superannuation products and schemes. These are sensible exclusions. Child recipients of superannuation income streams are excluded from Division 296 tax. Individuals who have received structured settlement contributions for personal injury are excluded, recognising the purpose of these large contributions. This reform reflects more than 2 years of consultation and refinement. Practical changes announced in October 2025 have been incorporated. The design leverages existing reporting systems to minimise compliance burdens while achieving the policy objective. The measure is expected to affect less than 0.5% of Australians with superannuation counts in 2026-27. The higher rate, above 10 million, applies to an even smaller subset. Schedules 1 to 3 are estimated to increase receipts by approximately $2.15 billion over 5 years. In a system where concessions are projected to grow substantially over time, this is a modest but meaningful recalibration that contributes to long-term sustainability. Superannuation exists to provide income for a dignified retirement. It does not exist to provide unlimited concessional treatment for very large balances functioning as tax-preferred wealth stores. Even after these changes, concessional treatment remains generous relative to many personal marginal tax rates. But this legislation is not solely about recalibrating concessions at the top. It is about strengthening support at the bottom. Schedule 4 enhances low-income superannuation tax offset, the LISTO. The eligibility threshold has remained at $37,000 since 2020-21, despite changes in income tax brackets. As a result, workers earning between $37,000 and $45,000 have received no LISTO payment. From the 1st of July 2027, the threshold increases to $45,000. The maximum payment increases to $810 to reflect the 12% superannuation guarantee. Because of these changes, Around 770,000 additional Australians become eligible for Listo. Around 490,000 receive a higher payment. In total, around 1.3 million Australians benefit, approximately 60% of those women. Workers who stand to benefit include over 100,000 sales assistants, over 50,000 administrative workers, and over 50,000 aged and disabled carers. Over a working life, the boost could translate into around $15,000 in additional retirement savings. There are 14 times as many people who will benefit from the Listo boost as there are people with super balances above $3 million. Schedule 4 is estimated to decrease the underlying cash balance by $435 million over the forward estimates. Some revenue gained from better targeting concessions at the top is directed towards strengthening retirement outcomes for low-income workers. Taken together, these measures reinforce the legislated objective of superannuation to preserve savings to deliver income for a dignified retirement, alongside government support in an equitable and sustainable way. It preserves concessional treatment for the overwhelming majority of Australians. It modestly recalibrates concessions at the extreme upper end. It strengthens support for low-income workers, and it continues Labor's long history of building and improving superannuation so that it works for working people. For those of us who remember insecure work under work choices, earning less than $10 an hour and responsible for paying our own superannuation out of that wage, the importance of strong, enforceable and universal superannuation system is not theoretical, it is lived experience. It should be paid as it is earned, it should be preserved for retirement, and the concessions that support it should be equitable and sustainable. This legislation advances that purpose. I commend the bills to the House.
The Minister for Multicultural Affairs.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent, number 1, Government Business Order of the Day, number 4, Treasury Laws Amendment Building a Stronger and Fairer Super System Bill 2026 be debated in cognate with Government Business Order of the Day, number 5, Superannuation Building a Stronger and Fairer Super System Imposition Bill 2026, and 2, any variation of this agreement being made only on a motion moved by a minister.
I'll put that question. Member Fadden has the call to speak on it.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Look, this is a regrettable step, Deputy Speaker, by the government. We know that these are extremely consequential bills.
Order. The member will resume his seat for a moment. The Chief Government Whip.
I move the question be put.
The Chief Government Whip has moved that the question be put. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. The question is that the question be put. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 89, noes 42. The House will now deal with the suspension motion moved by the Minister. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division. I'm happy to recommit the vote. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is the suspension moved by the Minister be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 97, noes 36. The matter was resolved in the affirmative by an absolute majority. Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. We shall move to the next bill, which is the Treasury Laws Amendment Building a Stronger and Fairer Super System Bill 2026. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Goldstein has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. Order. If members can leave the chamber quickly and quietly. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Speaker. This bill is about realisation. The Treasurer came to the realisation, after a strong campaign by those of us on this side of the House, the Nationals and the Liberals, that taxing unrealised capital gains was wrong. The Treasurer had it in his head that it would be okay to tax people on income they hadn't yet earned. And in regional electorates represented by the Nationals, this would have hurt family farms first. The Treasurer claimed the impact on family farms would be minimal, but the National Farmers Federation, thanks to the University of Adelaide's modelling, estimated 3,500 farms would be affected. But critically, had the $3 million threshold not changed, another 14,000 farms would have been affected. Further, some 13,000 small business owners would have been potentially affected by the Treasurer's initial tax plans. On the farming front, let me put it in simple terms for those opposite. I am not sure, Speaker, that they want to understand. If your farm value goes up, your income doesn't necessarily go up. You don't get extra income as a farmer because land prices are going up. You are dependent on the weather, on commodity prices, on your input costs, which have risen, on logistical shocks, as we saw during the pandemic, and indeed might be seeing shortly on fuel prices. In fact, today it's true. Or indeed on the vagaries of importing countries such as Indonesia, currently in their sudden reduction on quotas for the importation of globe grapes from my region, leaving many table grape growers in my region reeling with tons of grapes that have no home. An increase in farm values does not mean you are earning more income. I just have to repeat that for those opposite, as they are slow to understand. Unlike residential property in metropolitan areas, it may not be practical, necessary or desirable to soon realise a capital gain purely because the land prices have gone up. Generational farming doesn't think or act like playing the property market. Yet again, Labor could not care one iota about how their policies played out in regional Australia. But then, maybe through the Prime Minister's office, or maybe thanks to polling, the realisation dawned on the Treasurer that taxing unrealised capital gains was actually a dopey idea. Had the Treasurer had his way, Australia would have been the first nation in the world to tax unrealised capital gains in this way. Even the Democrats balked at the idea in the USA. Straight after the election, the Treasurer said Labor's unrealised capital gains tax grab was, quote, an important way that we fund some of our other priorities, end quote. Let me digress for a moment, Deputy Speaker, to say those priorities are not in Mallee. About $87 million in grants, about one-third, has been stripped from Mallee over a comparable 3-year period of coalition government versus the Albanese Labor government. Labor tried to pretend their unrealised capital gains policy was modest, but the Parliamentary Budget Office belled the cat. The first year of their policy was going to yield $300 million, but within 10 years, Labor would have been rolling in $7 billion per annum taken from retirement nest eggs, Australians' hard-earned super. Speaking of realisation, Mallee voters are an intelligent bunch. When I asked this question in Mallee's biggest survey last year, and this is the question, are you worried about higher taxes and the taxing of unrealised gains on retirement savings or superannuation? Guess what? Over 86% of my voters said yes. You see, my theory is that Labor just don't believe in private property ownership. Everywhere you look, they're attacking personal assets. How did the Marxist saying go? Seize the means of production. The proletariat seizes the property of the bourgeoisie. Labor think they're so clever masking socialism in tricky marketing and salami slicing away property ownership and retirement nest eggs slice by slice by slice. Everywhere you look at those opposite, there is faith in government. Nothing else. No faith in our farmers, no faith in small business, no faith in families, no faith in individual liberty. The government knows best. What did George Orwell call it? Oh yes, Big Brother. In the Treasurer's economy, the government manages everything and has its fingers in every pie. Arguably, the Treasurer has strayed from the teachings of his political master, Paul Keating, who built the compulsory superannuation system. Perhaps it was the former Treasurer's intervention opposing unrealised capital gains that sealed the deal that the idea was, in fact, a very bad one. Another realisation that my Mallee constituents know all too well is that Labor loves to run on a consultation while everyone's on holidays, or indeed while southern cropping farmers are busy with harvest. Consultation on this bill occurred over December and January, true to form, almost as if it's designed to garner minimal opposition and sail through Parliament. One big bone of contention with Labor's retirement tax grabs was also the lack of indexation of the $3 million threshold. At long last, after a sustained campaign from the Coalition, the thresholds will now be indexed. Again, Mr Keating had noted that a young person today, on average earnings, would easily have more than $3 million in their retirement. The failure to index the figure was an affront to aspirational Australians, and indeed Mr Keating had said that people contributing 12% compulsory superannuation from the 1st of July 2025 would have balances over $3 million at retirement, which, and I quote, would reduce the call by the age pension on the Australian budget to 2% of GDP in the 2050s. On that front, I note the Association of Superannuation Funds estimates that by 2050, half of all Australians will be fully self-funded in retirement, which they estimate keeps the pension burden at 2.1% of GDP. Is the Treasurer that out of touch with cost of living concerns, so desperate for money for a flailing budget, that he persisted until taken to task last year with unrealised capital gains and refusing threshold indexation? Is he so out of touch he had to be taken to task by his leadership team, the Prime Minister, or both? Somehow, during a cost of living crisis, the Treasurer thought it would be okay to tax farmers on paper gains only, which had that idea proceeded, farmers would have had to sell off parts of their farm to meet their unrealised capital gains tax liability each year. Farmers use self-managed super funds to prepare for the future. Yet Labor, as they love to do, were planning to shift the goalpost to raid retirement nest eggs. That's one reason the Coalition is vigilant about elements of this bill that might unfairly punish those who worked hard to prepare for their retirement. The Nationals have been on the case for years. The first time when the Treasurer came up with this thought bubble during 2024. I called it out in January 2024 as a broken promise from before the previous election. It was a new tax grab. It was Shorten-esque in its brazen nature. Labor had promised it would not make major superannuation changes in 2022, yet there they were in 2024 proposing taxing unrealised capital gains. In November 2024, I called out how the plan to tax unrealised capital gains on self-managed super funds over $3 million was a disaster, and we on this side of the House kept on the case through the election campaign and beyond. Time and again, Labor acts like feudal lords, treating farmers like peasants who really don't own their assets. They entice corporate raiders to take slices of the farm for transmission lines, energy or mining projects, or they eye off the farm nest egg farmers have set aside for tough seasons. Speaking of which, Mallee has been through some tough times of late, as has broader Western Victoria. Labor was advocating this tax grab during both a cost of living crisis and drought conditions in our area. Worse still, Labor couldn't coordinate whether Albanese Labor or Allan Labor would hit farmers for money during a drought. So, true to form, they both went after the farmers. Albanese's Labor was after farmers' unrealised capital gains. At the same time, the Allan Labor government had the idea to jack up their so-called emergency services volunteer levy from the same farmers. Country Fire Authority volunteers have said, not in their name, in other words, don't use us as volunteers as a basis for tax. And there are effigies of CFA volunteers with gratuitous advice from Ms Allan all over my electorate. And I might say today we hear that the Allan government has now put on hold the ESVF tax for 3 years. Must be an election coming. That's how on the nose the Labor brand is in Mallee. I could mention the sneaky con job they pulled on a $5 million childcare promise in Loddon Shire when the money was going to Wedderburn for a 2-year-old promise all along. But I would be straying off topic, Deputy Speaker. Let me explain why the Nationals are eternally vigilant on this area of retirement taxation. The sorry tale of Labor's chase of unrealised capital gains demonstrates that in their core DNA, Labor doesn't understand regions and are coming for family trusts next. It took a sustained opposition campaign to demonstrate the Australian public do not support hitting hard-working Australian families' retirement savings. Labor will be back chasing your assets in the community, and the Nationals will remain eternally vigilant to protect the farm and hard-earned retirement savings. The Nationals will always stand up for our farmers and farming communities, and that includes their assets. In fact, I look forward to the debate on whether Labor have snuck in a cunning death tax under their revisions to the consultation draft. We are always on the lookout for Labor's sneaky ways of punishing Australians for their hard work and putting assets away for the future or for future generations. The Coalition supports the LISTO, low-income superannuation tax offset, as it is a tax cut. However, I have to flag that it offers no immediate cost of living relief. The LISTO will boost superannuation balances for the future, not working families' pockets here and now, and that is a problem. For all the people in regional Australia, they are fed up with being not looked after by this Labor government and coming after these unrealised gains, capital gains generally, is not in their interest, and they are very well aware of it.
I thank the member for Mallee. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. And so far we've had a couple of rather strange contributions from those opposite. And it is disappointing but not surprising that those opposite have been less than wholehearted in their support for a fairer superannuation system, given, of course, that at every turn those opposite have taken an approach that finds the idea of every Australian having dignity in retirement to be quite a radical idea. Of course, on this side of the House, we are the party of superannuation. It was Labor that established this system, which is the envy of the world, and we should all be very proud as Australians that we have such a system. I commend these changes to the House, and as the Albanese government members are fond of saying, myself included, we want Australians to earn more and to keep more of what they earn. And the changes here make that possible. In addition to all of the other reforms our government has implemented to make that so. So this is a statement you've heard many times, I'm sure, in this place, and it is something that we really do mean. We build on that mission today through helping low-income workers keep more of their superannuation, whilst making the system stronger, fairer and more sustainable. Deputy Speaker, we're making super fairer in a few different ways. We're doing this through boosting the low-income superannuation tax offset, LISTO, and making a number of important changes to better target superannuation concessions for large balances. So we're going to increase the LISTO by $310 to $810 and raise the eligibility threshold from $37,000 to $45,000 from the 1st of July next year, 2027. This will help deliver a more secure retirement for 1.3 million Australians, of which around 60% are women, with the total number of Australians eligible for LISTO increasing to 3.1 million. Now, something our government has been very proactive and focused on through both of our terms of government so far has been to address the gender pay gap and inequality. And that includes inequality in retirement. So this is a really important measure to ensure that we are doing what we can to close that gap even further, in addition to a number of other changes we've already made. The changes we're making will ensure low-income workers receive a fairer tax concession on their superannuation contributions to align with the government's third round of tax cuts that will take effect next year in 2027. This will benefit all workers with incomes between $28,000 and $45,000, with an average increase in the LISTO payment of $410. These workers could receive a potential benefit at retirement of around $15,000, depending on an individual's income over their career. And we know how important that compound interest is when it comes to superannuation, which is why it's important for younger generations too that these changes come into effect so that they are not disadvantaged as they get older and have the opportunity to accumulate that interest on their superannuation for their retirement. This is real cost of living relief. That's what we're really focused on this side of the House, and I do find it interesting that those opposite have played games already in the short time we've had this debate, when given the opportunity to ask questions in question time about the economy, they have neglected to do so, letting their constituents down, which I think is an appalling shame. We are making these changes here today as part of our plan to help low-income workers earn more, keep more of what they earn and retire with more too, so that every single Australian can have a dignified retirement. We're also making a number of practical changes to the design and implementation of our policy to better target superannuation concessions. Now, these are sensible changes which take 2 years of feedback into account while still maintaining the main objectives of our policy. And I'm really grateful for the feedback that I've received from my community in Chisholm, and I thank everyone who's taken the time to raise issues with me and enabled me to speak to my team here about ways that we can work through issues and find ways to deliver reform, which is exactly what the Prime Minister and the Treasurer have done. We are a government that listens first and foremost, Deputy Speaker. And we act on the feedback we get from our community. We're going to introduce a second threshold to better target superannuation concessions on the earnings of large balances above $10 million to make those concessions even more targeted. We're also going to index a large balance thresholds of $3 million and $10 million and apply these changes to realised earnings and push back the start date by 1 year to consult on final details and prepare legislation. Again, we are a consultative government who listens to our communities. The original model that was presented was the best option identified at the time. But we have taken the decision as a government to adjust the model to recognise the views we've heard since then. It is good that Australians have a government that is responsive, that listens, that is not stubborn, that adjusts to the views and the changing circumstances of the world. With these changes, we are continuing to deliver on our long-standing commitment to better target superannuation concessions that we took to the last election. Our policy to better target superannuation concessions for large balances will continue to affect less than 0.5% of all Australians in 2026 to 2027. It maintains the concessional treatment of superannuation for all taxpayers and makes superannuation tax concessions more targeted for those with large balances. These changes, along with the LISTO reform, will substantially improve the fairness and sustainability of our superannuation system. So today's changes mean that from the 1st of July 2026, the total concessional tax rate applied to earnings on balances between $3 million and $10 million will be 30%. The total concessional tax rate applied to earnings on balances over $10 million will be 40%. Both the $3 million and $10 million super balance thresholds will be indexed to maintain relativity with the transfer balance cap that was introduced by the Coalition. As part of these changes, we will also adjust the earnings calculation, so the concessional tax rates on large balances will only apply to future realised earnings. Treasury will consult on the implementation details, including the best approach to the calculation of future realised gains and attribution to individual fund members. Will apply commensurate treatment to defined benefit interests to ensure equivalent impacts, with Treasury, again, to consult on implementation details. We will extend the existing exemption for some judges to improve consistency across jurisdictions. This is a small change to respond to the latest legal advice and ensure more neutral treatment. We'll be providing additional support for low-income workers through LISTO, and that will cost around $435 million through the forward estimates. The net impact on the budget of these changes is a cost of around $4.2 billion over the forward estimates, a large part of which is due to that 1 year delay. In the first full year of operation, so 2028 to 29, the package will provide a saving to the budget of around $1.6 billion in net terms, including the cost of increasing the LISTO, that low-income contribution. Final costs and budget impacts will be accounted for in the 2025-26 mid-year economic and fiscal outlook, so we've got that, and we know that the super tax concessions at the moment cost the budget around more than $55 billion per year. And we know, looking forward, that that will exceed the cost of the age pension as we get into the 2040s. What these reforms do is they maintain the concessional treatment of superannuation, but they also ensure that that is provided in a more equitable and sustainable fashion. And we know, looking at the figures, that there are 14 times as many people who will benefit from this boost that we're making to LISTO as there are people with over $3 million in super. I'm really proud to be part of a government that continues the proud legacy of Labor in making our superannuation system stronger, fairer and more sustainable. As I mentioned at the outset, and I've mentioned a number of times in this place, it's the Labor Party that is the party of superannuation, that recognised the importance of every Australian having access to dignified retirement. What we're doing here is we're increasing the LISTO, we're better targeting superannuation concessions. And that's in addition to paying superannuation on paid parental leave and introducing payday superannuation, which are going to make a real difference in the lives of so many Australians, including, I know, many in my own community. And those changes as well will particularly affect young people, those in insecure work and women workers. So again, there are a number of ways that we are improving the equity in this system for all Australians. We have, of course, increased the superannuation guarantee, and we've legislated the objective for superannuation. Deputy Speaker, Australians are continuing to earn more and keep more of what they earn under our government. And now they'll be able to retire with more too. This being the latest part of our suite of reforms to make sure that we have the best superannuation system, the fairest superannuation system and the most sustainable superannuation system that we can have in this country. And on that, I commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
Thank the member for Chisholm. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Keogh.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australians are proud of our superannuation system. As a nation, we have one of the most sophisticated and modernised retirement income safeguards in the world. a system designed to guarantee dignity for older Australians. Generations of Australians will finish their working lives knowing that they are financially secure because of their superannuation. Our system is not only strong, it is also robust and sustainable. Despite projections that the number of Australians aged 65 and over will double in the 2060s, the value and size of our superannuation pool means that the percentage of Australians receiving the age pension will continue to decline. When the Keating Labor government legislated our system of compulsory superannuation in 1992, it did so in the country's best interest, with a focus on fairness, sustainability and equity. In 2024, we legislated to enshrine those values. We affirmed in this place that the objective of a superannuation is to preserve savings to deliver income for a dignified retirement alongside government support in an equitable and sustainable way. In 2026, I'm pleased to see the Albanese government listen to the crossbench calls over several years now to ensure that these super reforms maintain that focus on equity and sustainability. The bills before the House will make two significant changes to the tax treatment of superannuation. The first will adjust tax thresholds on realised superannuation earnings. The second will ensure that people in the lowest income tax brackets receive a genuine tax concession on their super contributions. When these measures were first brought to the House in 2023, they provided for the taxation of unrealised superannuation earnings for balances exceeding $3 million. It was my belief that that legislation in 2023, had it passed, would have represented a policy failure. In 2024, I supported an amendment to that legislation to prevent the taxation of unrealised capital gains, and I noted then that the government's changes would have been a departure from the traditional capital gains treatment in this and in other OECD nations, in which taxation applies only on realisation. I warned then of the potentially chilling effect of those changes, about which I'd heard from a number of constituents, the potential effects on small businesses, on farmers and on venture capital funds. Australians need and deserve certainty in their financial decision-making. They invest in superannuation in good faith, believing that it is the best investment vehicle for their long-term savings. That certainty would have been threatened by the legislation that we saw in 2023. I was also concerned then that the initial legislation didn't provide for indexation of the $3 million threshold, at which balances would be subject to that 15% tax. It was my belief that this policy would have unfairly impacted young Australians when their balances eventually exceed $3 million, which seems a fantastic sum to many now, but won't in 20 or 30 years' time. And so I'm really glad to see the government heed calls from the crossbench and from many in our communities to ensure that reforms to our superannuation system are generally fair and generally targeted. This legislation will reduce tax concessions for individuals with total superannuation balances above $3 million. From the 2026 to 27 income tax year onwards, the concessional tax rates will be an additional 15% on the proportion of realised earnings accrued between $3 and $10 million, and an additional 25% for the proportion of realised earnings accrued above $10 million. Those are still, let's face it, concessional tax rates. Deputy Speaker, our super tax concessions still go well beyond what is required for a dignified retirement. The changes in this bill will result in only modest decreases in the concessionality of superannuation, and it will still remain a tax-efficient vehicle for retirement. By the government's projections, this bill will impact fewer than 0.5% of Australians with superannuation accounts in the 2026-27 financial year. The rates on balances above $10 million will affect less than 0.1% of Australians with superannuation accounts. And together, it's projected that for the moment these changes will affect only about 90,000 Australians. For that small proportion of Australians who are impacted by these new settings, the financial impact is limited. A person with a $3.2 million balance with $125,000 in realised investment income will only pay an additional $1,171 in tax. This increase does seem fair and appropriate. Deputy Speaker, the second change in this bill also promotes greater fairness in superannuation. The Listo is a government payment that offsets the 15% tax on concessional contributions to super for eligible low-income earners. It ensures that those in the lowest income tax brackets still receive a genuine tax concession on super. The Listo is effectively about fairness. It's particularly fair for those people who are earning less than $18,200, who are not liable to pay tax on their wages, but who would otherwise be required to pay 15% tax on contributions to super. Currently, to be eligible for the Listo, individuals must have a taxable income of $37,000 or less. This bill will expand Listo eligibility to the upper threshold of the second lowest tax bracket, meaning that Australians earning up to $45,000 will receive genuine tax concessions on their super. This change is predicted to improve outcomes for approximately 770,000 people who previously were not eligible for the payment. That's actually 1 in 20 Australian workers. The bill makes sensible changes to the maximal Listo payment as well. Currently capped at $500, many eligible recipients of the Listo reach that maximum refund. The maximum Listo will now be linked to the super guarantee, so that tax paid on concessional contributions is offset for eligible low-income earners. Together, these changes will increase government payments for about 1.3 million people on the lowest wages. It's estimated that 35-year-olds on lower wages earning $44,000 will be about $51,000 better off in retirement because of these policy changes. And for those individuals, these changes will be life-changing. Together, these bills improve the overall fairness and sustainability of Australia's superannuation tax settings. They make our system more equitable, more targeted, and more aligned with the legislated purpose of our superannuation system. But, Mr Speaker, it would be a mistake to pretend that our work on intergenerational tax inequity is complete with this bill. Young Australians are still facing unprecedented economic barriers, from housing affordability to insecure work, to slow wage growth, to the rising costs of education and healthcare. Our tax system continues to entrench these inequities. It delivers disproportionate concessions to already wealthy Australians, while younger Australians are struggling to build financial security. The reality is that intergenerational inequity remains baked into our tax system. Reforming superannuation tax settings is an important step, but it's only a first step. A broader review of tax concessions across the system, including negative gearing, capital gains and the distributional impacts of various offsets and deductions, remains essential to ensuring a genuinely fair and modern tax system. The discounting of the capital gains tax in 1999 marked the beginning of the time that house prices really began to soar in relation to income in Australia. That tax discount is now projected to cost the budget $247 billion in foregone revenue over the coming 10 years. The top 1% of taxpayers will receive nearly 60% of this benefit this financial year. While the horse might have bolted in terms of slowing the increase in house prices, the capital gains tax discount has been demonstrably too generous. It has driven inequity, distorted our housing system and demonstrated poor value for money in terms of growing housing supply. And that's why I'm actively consulting with my community in Kooyong on these broader tax issues. In recent decades, productivity has flatlined, and the improvement in living standards that we've come to expect that each successive generation will enjoy has stalled. While older Australians have benefited from more generous tax settings on property and superannuation, those who are dependent on income have faced an increasing tax burden, exacerbated by the bracket creep that confiscates a higher amount of their largely static incomes. Young Australians are finding it almost impossible to get into the housing market unless they benefit from intergenerational wealth transfer, effectively from the help from the bank of mum and dad. And those who are paying tax on work rather than on wealth are bearing too much of the burden for federal spending that will soon reach 27% of GDP. Spending on programs like AUKUS, the NDIS and other parts of the care economy. The government has foreshadowed possible changes to the capital gains tax discount in the May budget. Winding back capital gains tax exemptions and capping negative gearing would go some small way to addressing intergenerational inequity in our tax system. But these changes have to be part of a more ambitious tax agenda. We need to reform the personal tax system to decrease tax reliance on wages and salaries. We should improve taxation of businesses to promote investment. We should talk about the GST and we should talk about how it is distributed. And we should charge those responsible for climate change instead of subsidising polluting industries with fuel rebates and instead of failing to adequately tax our oil and gas exports. This government spends 5 times more subsidising the diesel fuel tax credit than it gets from taxing gas exports. It collects more money from students paying HECS than it does from gas companies paying the petroleum resources rent tax. The government collects more from taxing beer and from taxing cigarettes than it does from our gas exports. That is confounding. It is robbing Australians of their futures while it is rewarding multinationals by giving away our finite natural resources. So, Deputy Speaker, we have to do a whole lot more to urgently address intergenerational inequity. These superannuation changes go some very small way towards that, and so I support them. But they're very small steps on a very long road. There's a whole lot more that we need to do to reshape our economy for the next generation. In the meanwhile, I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for Kooyong. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Treasury Laws Amendment, Building a Stronger and Fairer Super System, Bill 2026. Labor is the party of superannuation. It was Labor Prime Ministers Bob Hawke, Paul Keating, who had the courage and foresight to create universal superannuation through the Prices and Incomes Accord. But at the time, it was a bold and contested reform. But it was grounded in simple belief that working Australians deserve dignity and security in retirement, not uncertainty, not poverty, and not dependency. What began as a 3% employer contribution has, through steady and responsible reform, grown to a 12% superannuation guarantee as of 2025. That increase represents one of the most significant structural improvements to retirement incomes in our nation's history. And for communities like mine in Holt, this is not abstract policy. It is real life. Holt is one of the youngest and fastest growing electorates in the country. Families in Cranbourne, Narre South, Hampton Park, Lyndhurst, Clyde, Torridon and Piersdale are hardworking to build a better future. Many are first home buyers. Many are migrants who came to Australia seeking opportunity and stability. They are young parents balancing work and family. They are nurses, aged care workers, retail staff, warehouse employees, early childhood educators, construction workers, and small business operators. They are not thinking about complex tax structures. They're thinking about paying the mortgage, covering childcare costs, and making sure their kids get ahead. Superannuation is about making sure that when those hardworking Australians reach retirement, they can do it with dignity. Deputy Speaker, this Labor government has acted to make superannuation system fairer and stronger. One of the most significant reforms we have delivered is paying super on paid parental leave. For too long, women have retired with significantly less super than men, currently around 25% less on average. That gap is not a coincidence. That reflects structural inequalities. time taken out of the workforce to raise children, part-time work, lower wages and unpaid care responsibilities. In Holt, where so many young families are growing, this reform will make a tangible difference. A mother taking time off to care for her newborn should not be financially penalised decades later. By paying super on paid parental leave, we are recognising that care work has economic value and ensuring women are not left behind for starting a family. Over a lifetime, this reform will leave women tens of thousands of dollars better off in retirement. We have also legislated an objective for the superannuation system, something that was first proposed in 2016 by the Turnbull government but never legislated. The superannuation objective strengthened the system against short-term political interference and ensures that any future government seeking to change super must justify those changes against a clear statutory objective. That objective is straightforward: to preserve savings to deliver income for a dignified retirement alongside government support in an equitable and sustainable way. Every reform in this bill is consistent with that principle. Deputy Speaker, we are also implementing payday super. Historically, some workers have waited months for their superannuation to be paid. Some have discovered years later that it was never paid at all. That is unacceptable. In parts of my electorate, such as Cranbourne West, we have major industrial and commercial precincts. The overwhelming majority of businesses do the right thing, but honest employers should not be undercut by those who delay or avoid paying workers their super. Payday super will ensure that super contributions are paid at the same time as wages. This will reduce unpaid super, improve compliance, and allow workers' balances to begin compounding earlier. For a 25-year-old worker, earlier and more frequent contributions can mean thousands of dollars more at retirement. This is the power of compounding, and it is why timely payments matter. We are also strengthening transparency and accountability in the system through improved reporting requirements and mandatory service standards. Australians deserve confidence that their retirement savings are being managed efficiently and responsibly. Deputy Speaker, Australia's superannuation system is globally recognised as world-leading. It is already the fourth largest pool of pension assets in the world, and it is projected to become the second largest by 2031. This is not an accident. It is the result of deliberate, long-term policy design. Australia is the only OECD country where age pension spending as a share of GDP is projected to decline over the long term, from around 2.5% today to approximately 2% by 2060. By contrast, the OECD average for public pension spending is around 9.3% of GDP. That is long-term fiscal sustainability. This is Labor's responsible economic management. By maintaining that sustainability requires long-term planning. Time and time again, we have seen the coalition use superannuation to fix short-term political issues, rather than as a long-term economic asset. Under the previous coalition government, approximately $36 billion was withdrawn from the superannuation accounts through the COVID early release scheme. While many Australians faced hardship during that period, the long-term impact of those withdrawals is significant. Thanks to the coalition, a 30-year-old who withdrew $10,000 could be more than $150,000 worse off in retirement. Hundreds of thousands of young Australians substantially depleted or emptied their super balances. Superannuation is not designed as a short-term stimulus tool. It is deferred wages, savings set aside to provide income in retirement. Treating it as a quick fix, as the Liberal Party does, undermines its purpose. Deputy Speaker, the superannuation system is built on a deal between workers, employers, unions and government. Workers contribute through deferred wages. Employers contribute through the superannuation guarantee. Government supports the system through concessional tax treatment. The concessional 15% tax rate is fundamental. It incentivises saving and allows balances to grow more quickly than they would in a standard savings account. But concessional must be sustainable and targeted to the system's objective. Today, fewer than 0.5% of Australians have a super balance above $3 million. For those individuals, even under minimum drawdown rates, they would be expected to receive $150,000 per year tax-free in retirement income. Under this bill, there's no changes to tax arrangements for balances under $3 million. Earnings on balances above $3 million will be taxed at 30%. For balances above $10 million, the rate will be 40%, still below the top marginal income tax rate of 45%. These changes are modest. They affect only the wealthiest faction of account holders, and they ensure that superannuation remains focused on delivering retirement income, not functioning as an unlimited tax advantage wealthy accumulation vehicle. Importantly, the revenue raised from these reforms will strengthen support for low and middle income workers. We are boosting the low income super tax offset, the LISTO. We will increase the eligibility threshold to $45,000 and lift the minimum payment to $810. This will benefit more than 3 million Australians. In Holt, that includes early childhood educators in Narre Warren, retail workers in Cranbourne, hospitality staff in Hampton Park, and aged care workers right across my community. These are the people who keep our local economy running. Many are women. Many work part-time. Many earn modest incomes while juggling family responsibilities. Analysis from the Super Members Council suggests that women will make up around 60% of those benefiting from this reform, with some projected to be up to $60,000 better off in retirement over their working lives. That is real progress in closing the retirement gender gap. Deputy Speaker, these reforms are about fairness. They reduce excessive tax concessions for the wealthiest 0.5%. They strengthen retirement savings for millions of low-income workers. They protect the long-term sustainability of the system. And they keep superannuation true to its purpose, delivering income for a dignified retirement. I want to acknowledge the leadership of the Treasurer, Jim Chalmers, and the Assistant Treasurer, Daniel Molino, for their work on this legislation. This bill reflects Labor values, fairness, responsibility, and long-term thinking. In communities like Holt, where families are building their futures, where young workers are starting their careers, and where parents are planning for their children's security, superannuation matters. It matters that the system is strong. It matters that it is fair. And it matters that it is sustainable for generations to come. And I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the member for Holt. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Building a Stronger and Fairer Super System bills. When I spoke on these bills previously, I said that I supported their intent to ensure our superannuation system is designed for people to prepare for a dignified retirement, not as a tax break for the super wealthy. I also raised 3 key concerns from my community that prevented me from supporting the bills at that time. The bills didn't pass through the Senate in the last Parliament and have come back now with some amendments. And I'm pleased that the government has now acted on all 3 of the concerns I raised at the time. The government has ensured that tax will only be applied to realised gains. The government's committed to indexing the new thresholds and has delayed the implementation date, although I note that this remains an area of some concern. With these changes, I'm satisfied that the bills now meet the intent in a targeted and fair way, and as such, I will be supporting them. Firstly, on the intent of the bills. Tax concessions exist in superannuation to compensate people for putting their hard-earned income away for their future. In recognition of this, super contributions are taxed at 15%, significantly lower than income tax rates, which range from 16% up to 45%. But some very wealthy individuals already have far more in super than they need for even the most luxurious retirement, and yet they continue to receive the same concessional 15% tax rate. The purpose of super concessions is to support hard-working Australians saving for their future, not to subsidise wealth accumulation for those who are already extraordinarily well off. Every tax concession costs the budget and therefore the Australian people through reduced government services or higher taxes elsewhere. We have a responsibility to ensure that these concessions are appropriately targeted. This bill reduces tax concessions for those with significant super balances. For every dollar contributed to super up to $3 million, the concessional 15% tax rate will continue to apply. Above $3 million, contributions will be taxed at 30%, still well below the top income tax rate of 45%, but less of a concession than before. The bill also introduces a $10 million threshold. Contributions above $10 million will attract a 40% tax rate. Again, this remains concessional. Only 0.5% of Australians have more than $3 million in super. Just 8,000 Australians hold more than $10 million. These are extremely high balances. In the wealthiest suburbs of my own relatively wealthy electorate, Cottesloe and Peppermint Grove, the average super balance is just over $500,000, which is still only a sixth of the new $3 million threshold. It's entirely reasonable to expect individuals with very large super balances to receive lower concessions. When these bills were first introduced, I had significant concerns. The most pressing was the proposal to tax unrealised gains. This was poor tax policy, and a number of my constituents were strongly opposed to it. Taxing people on hypothetical profits before an asset's sold could result in large tax bills in years where asset values spike, even if those values fall later and the actual realised profit is far lower. I'm glad the government listened to the widespread concerns expressed across the community, industry and Parliament, including my own concerns, which I expressed in letters, in person and in public. Under the revised bill, only realised gains will be taxed, resolving this issue. Secondly, I advocated for indexing the $3 million threshold. Without indexation, inflation would slowly push more and more Australians above this threshold, even though their real wealth had not increased. One analysis suggested that without indexation, today's $3 million threshold would effectively become $1 million in real terms for a 30-year-old worker by the time they reached retirement. Indexing this threshold, as well as the new $10 million threshold, is good tax policy and ensures the reform remains squarely focused on the very wealthy. It's worth pointing out here that income tax thresholds should also be indexed. The refusal by both major parties to do so is a farcical example of political game playing, where periodic tax cuts are earned to use popularity instead of simply indexing tax brackets to prevent bracket creep once and for all. The third concern I raised was the transition period. People make long-term financial decisions based on the rules that exist at the time, and superannuation by design locks up people's own money. We must be extremely cautious about making changes without giving people enough time to rearrange their affairs accordingly. The new bill delays commencement by a year to the 2027 financial year, beginning on the 1st of July 26. This is an improvement. It still gives only a few months to people to restructure their super if they believe the new settings no longer suit their circumstances and that another structure would be more efficient and appropriate for them. The bill also includes other changes that I support. The introduction of the new $10 million threshold with a 40% tax rate above that level is reasonable and well targeted, particularly considering that it still remains concessional. And the bill unfreezes the low-income super tax offset, or the LISTO, for the first time in 13 years. LISTO ensures low-income workers are not paying more tax on their super contributions than they do on their take-home income. At present, a cleaner earning $42,000 a year receives only a 1% tax concession on their super, while a senior manager earning $220,000 enjoys a 30% concession. This is clearly inequitable. Previously, workers earning below $37,000 could receive a LISTO payment of up to $500. This bill increases the eligibility threshold to $45,000 and lifts the payment to up to $810. This is meaningful support for 1.3 million of Australia's lowest paid workers, most of whom are women, so it will also help narrow the gender super gap. The bill also pegs LISTO to the second tax bracket and the super guarantee rate, ensuring it adjusts automatically over time. It's good to see the government responding constructively to feedback. I commend the Treasurer. This is not a back down, but genuine engagement with community concern. I want to thank all the constituents who engaged with me on this issue, both in the last Parliament and in this one. Superannuation is a vital part of Australia's financial system. It's important that when we make changes, we get them right. And I believe we've done that here after some ups and downs. While it would have been better to deal with these issues in an exposure draft, we got there in the end. The government put forward reform, the community and Parliament provided thoughtful and reasonable feedback, and the government eventually acted on that feedback to improve the legislation. I commend the bills to the House.
I thank the member for Curtin. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The name of this bill, Building a Stronger and Fairer Super System, speaks directly to core Labor values. Values like equal opportunity for all Australians, values such as inclusive economic growth, and values that prioritise reducing inequality and ensuring access to essential services like health and like education, and values like security and fairness in retirement. Deputy Speaker, the key word here really is fairness. And fairness is at the very heart of this bill, which strengthens our superannuation system and makes it more equitable for all Australians. People all over the world look at Australia's super system with absolute envy because it's a great system, and that's understandable. Labor's superannuation system has helped Australians enjoy retirements that are more secure and more comfortable. Put simply, superannuation is at its core and is every day a Labor success story. Labor introduced superannuation, and we're not content in leaving it where we started. We want to make sure that it gets better, that it gets stronger, and that it continues in this modern world to support everyday Australians in saving for their retirement. It is successful because it is grounded in principles of fairness, sustainability, and the protection of workers' long-term financial security. It is designed to ensure that all Australians can retire with dignity while reducing long-term reliance on the aged pension. And to keep that super system strong, it must be equitable. This means that tax concessions and benefits should not disproportionately advantage high-income earners. And we know where the opposition stands on superannuation. When the superannuation guarantee was first introduced in this place, the opposition were crying that the sky would fall in. The opposition voted for less super for people on low incomes, and as the Shadow Treasurer said just earlier today, as the Treasurer pointed out earlier today, The shadow treasurer wants to completely dismantle the system, a system that so many people in our nation rely on. Deputy Speaker, those opposite don't like super. They haven't liked it from the start, and at every single point they have tried to pull it apart. And today is no exception. Super is not a bonus. It's not an extra. It's part of people's wage, and that's important. This bill strengthens support for low-income earners and reshapes how superannuation concessions work for large balances. The outcomes will be built in a system that is more fair, in a system that is more resilient and built to last. I want to talk about the LISTO, the low-income superannuation tax offset, first. It was developed to help low-income earners, many of whom are women, to save for retirement and to make the superannuation system fairer for people on lower wages. It gives extra support to those who don't benefit as much from the concessional tax rate applied to super contributions. For most workers, money paid into super is taxed at a rate far below what they'd pay if that income were taken home instead. But for people on lower incomes, the usual super tax settings can actually leave them worse off. And that's what the LISTO is designed to combat. The LISTO helps fix that by giving eligible low-income earners a tax refund on their super contributions, ensuring they don't end up paying more tax inside their super than they would if they simply received the same amount in their pay packet. The Albanese Labor government is increasing the LISTO by $310 to $810. And we're also increasing the eligibility threshold from $37,000 to $45,000. These changes will come into effect from the 1st of July 2027, aligning with Labor's third round of tax cuts for every Australian. Depending on their income and how much they contribute, workers will see up to an extra $810 added to their super each year. The average increase to the LISTO will be $410. Deputy Speaker, over the course of a person's working life, this added support can translate into roughly $15,000 more in retirement savings, a significant boost. For many, a life-changing boost. It's worth taking a moment to look at who will benefit from this boost to the LISTO. Deputy Speaker, in 27-28, over 770,000 additional Australian workers will be eligible for the LISTO. This is a big change, and it's a big impact for those who need it most, at a time when we know so many Australians are doing it tough. And 490,000 Australians who are currently eligible will receive a higher LISTO payment. Where this is particularly significant is in the number of Australian women who will benefit. Of the 3.1 million Australians who will be eligible for LISTO under this bill, around 60% are women. And young people will also benefit, with around 500,000 people under the age of 30 receiving the payment. The boost to the LISTO will directly benefit over 100,000 sales assistants, will directly benefit 50,000 administrative workers, and will directly benefit over 50,000 workers in our care economy. The hardworking people who support elderly Australians and people with a disability. Deputy Speaker, just think about those numbers. Over 3 million Australians will have a boost to their super and a boost to their retirement, to their comfort and to their security as they go forward. This is a reform that Labor is justly proud of because it builds on everything we have done in the superannuation space to date. The other part of this bill concerns necessary and responsible changes to superannuation concessions. Necessary because each year the budget forgoes more than $60 billion in revenue through superannuation tax concessions. By the 2040s, these concessions are projected to cost even more than the aged pension. The problem is that these tax advantages are not shared evenly and not shared where people need them the most. A large share of the benefits flows to a relatively small group of people with very high super balances, balances that are far above what anyone would reasonably need for a comfortable retirement. In fact, about 38% of all super earnings concessions go to the top 10% of income earners. More than half of these, 54%, benefit the top 20%. This means that the system is heavily skewed towards those already in the highest income brackets, rather than supporting Australians more broadly. Labor governments are committed to standing up for working Australians, and a major part of that commitment is making sure our superannuation system remains fair and remains financially sustainable for everyone in our community. This bill better targets the super tax concessions available to individuals who have superannuation balances bigger than $3 million. Deputy Speaker, the bill also reflects 2 years of feedback on the Albanese Labor government's original design for better targeted super concessions. And here's how it will work. From 2026 to 27 onwards, earnings on superannuation balances between $3 million and $10 million will be taxed at a rate of up to 30%. For those with balances exceeding $10 million, the tax rate applied to earnings will increase to up to 40%. Importantly, there will be no change to how earnings on superannuation balances below $3 million are taxed. These earnings will continue to be subject to a rate of up to 15%, maintaining existing settings for the vast majority of Australians. Both the $3 million and $10 million balance thresholds will be indexed to the Consumer Price Index over time so they can continue to align with the transfer balance cap. And this ensures that these thresholds remain consistent and maintain their intended purpose as the system evolves and as time goes on. Earnings will be calculated using established income tax principles and will be based on realised gains, providing a clear and familiar framework for determining taxable amounts. The policy will also extend to members of defined benefit schemes, with equivalent arrangements applied so that these members are treated fairly and so that they're treated consistently with those in standard superannuation funds. Superannuation funds will be responsible for working out how much of its earnings relate to any member covered by these rules. It will then report that calculated amount to the ATO, ensuring the reporting process aligns with the intent and requirements that are set out in this legislation before us today. Deputy Speaker, it's important to note that these changes will apply to less than 0.5% of Australians who hold superannuation accounts in 26-27. And the higher rate of tax for accounts with balances over $10 million will only affect less than 0.1% of Australians with super accounts. What these changes do, though, is ensure that the administration of our superannuation system is aligned with the legislated objective of superannuation. And this is to enable savings for a dignified retirement in a way that is both fair and in a way that is sustainable. Deputy Speaker, we've made no secret of our agenda to strengthen the superannuation system, and I'm proud of this government's accomplishments when it comes to superannuation, when it comes to protecting the retirement and future of all older Australians. We've defined the purpose of superannuation in law, ensuring it is clear and ensuring it is protected. And to be clear, it is to save money for a dignified retirement, supported by a government in a fair and sustainable way. It is not a reserve of funds to be dipped into whenever the coalition feels like it. We've bolstered the system with a profound social reform, the introduction of superannuation on paid parental leave. Paid parental leave will reach a total of 26 weeks by the end of this very year. And in July last year, the Albanese Labor government began paying superannuation on publicly funded paid parental leave. This reform tackled a long-standing inequality where women's earnings fall on average by about 55% in the first 5 years of raising children. Paying superannuation on parental leave helps reduce that impact. And once parental leave reaches 26 weeks, a participant will accumulate about $3,000 in superannuation contributions during their leave period. This makes a difference, and for the first time, it drives equality for women in the superannuation space. I've recently spoken about the introduction of payday super. This reform is aimed squarely at fixing the ongoing problem of unpaid superannuation. In the 2021-22 year alone, the ATO estimated that $5.2 billion of workers' super was never paid. That's roughly $100 million every single week that employees earned but didn't receive. Under the new payday super laws passed last year, superannuation must be paid at the same time as wages, because that's what they are. This ensures workers can track their super more easily and spot missing payments early. Unpaid super disproportionately harms younger workers and those in casual or insecure work. Supporting people who are struggling to build retirement savings helps make our superannuation system more fair. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to leave you with a statistic that demonstrates the purpose of this bill. There are 14 times as many people who will benefit from the changes to the listo as there are with people over $3 million in super. It is now time for those opposite to put their support behind a fairer super system. And I urge them to vote for Australians on low income, not to vote for bigger tax breaks for the few who have millions in their super funds.
The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Riverina has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Treasurer has some explaining to do. He really does, because this legislation bells the cat on his failure, and on his watch what we saw was a proposal by the Australian Labor Party to put in an unrealised gain, capital gain. And who would that have hurt the most? Farmers. Farmers who already do it tough with the vagaries of the weather, of markets, of international volatility, and they were going to be hit with an unrealised capital gains tax. Let's call it what it was, a tax, a proposed slug on them, which would have been so very unfair. And with that unrealised gain, what we would have seen would have been farmers whose properties went up in value, increased in their worth, then being hit with a tax bill on that land going up, even though they weren't going to sell it, but because it had increased in value, they were going to be hit with a tax bill. What were they supposed to do? Hive off a paddock or three to pay the tax bill that those opposite wanted to slug them with? Well, thankfully, public perception and people power has seen that particular element of this particular legislation removed. And thank goodness for that. And the government has agreed to index the $3 million threshold, preventing bracket creep from slowly expanding the tax base over time. So what we see through those two concepts alone, the unrealised paper gains, protecting SMFs, holding farms and small businesses from being taxed on gains that they have not made, and the indexation of the $3 million threshold, is the government and its Treasurer admitting they got it wrong, badly wrong. And thankfully, they can admit that that error needed amending, and it has been. But will you hear any member opposite in their contributions on the Treasury Laws Amendment Building a Stronger and Fairer Super System Bill 2026 admit that? No, I don't think you will, Deputy Speaker. I certainly don't think you will hear any admission that this was going to be an unfair slug on our farmers. Our farmers who are already, particularly in Western Australia, facing the reality that if they sell sheep meat to the Middle East, that they won't have a trade in the future with the live ban export. Farmers in the Murray-Darling facing the prospect of less water because more productive water has been taken and used for the environmental purposes that this government is pushing. And farmers already now faced with the prospect of paying higher fuel costs because of the situation in Iran. And of course, let's not forget the high energy prices, which just keep going up and up and up, and the people that hurts most are small business owners and farmers who grow our food and fibre. And another thing that you won't hear from those opposite in their speeches on this important bill is the situation surrounding Shield and First Guardian, the collapses in the managed investment schemes. Now, I appreciate that the government is planning to tighten the rules around MISs and to give the corporate watchdog, the Australian Securities and Investment Commission, more power to demand information. But that Shield and First Guardian collapses cost people their life savings. It destroyed some people, unfairly so, tragically so. Could you imagine, Mr. Speaker, being one of those people on the cusp of a well-earned retirement, looking forward to your twilight years, knowing that you had that nest egg there, and all of a sudden having it taken away? So very unfair. And on Labor's watch. On this government's watch. About 12,000 Australians poured $1.1 billion in retirement savings into the two funds, which collapsed in 2024 and 2025 amid what incoming ASIC Chair Sarah Court has described as industrial-scale misconduct. They're not my words. That's the words of the 10 February 2026 article in ABC News by business reporters Ben Butler and Nassim Kadim. Investors in First Guardian, many of whom switched from highly regulated super funds into the product, faced little prospect of recovery directly from the fund, with liquidators in December saying just $1.6 million of $446 million tipped into it had been recovered. Not enough to pay their fees. That's what the ABC News reported. In order to recover money for investors, the corporate watchdog has instead launched a series of lawsuits against companies responsible for overseeing the fund. Now, have we heard the Treasurer explaining what was going to be done for those investors? Yes, those investors, many of them, switched from highly regulated super funds. But they did it based on good information. And let's not forget, they did it during a period Labor was in government. Now, Labor talks about being the party and the government of superannuation. They're proud to beat their chest about it, proud to spruik it. They condemn us for supposedly not supporting it. And I listened carefully to the contributions of both the member for Holt and the member for Moreton. The member for Holt talked about $36 billion being taken out during COVID. And she said, and I quote, "It had depleted or emptied," close quotes, some of their superannuation pools of money. But what she didn't say, it's the investors' money. What Labor people never understand, it's actually the money of the investors. It's not their companies. It's not the unions, although she did mention the unions because Labor members are always beholden to unions. And I can say that having been a member of a union for 21 years, so nobody can criticise me in that regard. Yes, I was. But, and I see there is balance. There has to be balance, and I appreciate the role unions do play. Member for Bowman, I do, but all in moderation, all in balance. But what we saw during COVID was a period of time where people were desperate, and the coalition had their back. I would hate to think what would have happened during those dark days had Labor been in power. They wanted us to spend more money. They go on about $1 trillion worth of Liberal Party debt, which is not true at all. Also, what's not true was the Liberal Nationals. I should throw the Nationals into any discussion about who was actually in power. But it was money that kept businesses' doors open. It was money that kept Australians safe. It was money that kept people alive. And no Labor member should ever, ever downplay the role that was done by the coalition government led by Scott Morrison, that the Johns Hopkins Centre Institute said that Australia was the second best in the world for COVID preparedness. And part of that was allowing people to access their own money, i.e. superannuation. And the member for Moreton talked about the title of the bill. I always admire, and I'm being genuine here, Deputy Speaker, I always admire whoever it is in the Labor Party who writes the title of their bills, because it's always rainbows and fairy floss and unicorns, and because it always seems as though, why hadn't we thought of this before? They're always beautifully scripted. Building a stronger and fairer, insert word here, system or program or whatever the case might be. And the member for Moreton talked about this being core Labor values. She said, she talked about equity and fairness. And every Labor member who will come in here will repeat the same dogma. They'll repeat the same lines because that's what they're told to do. It's got to be fairer because it's core Labor Party values, as if nobody else cares. And here we have the modern-day Robin Hoods, taking from the rich to give to the poor. Well, this isn't Sherwood Forest. This is the House of Representatives. And there are people on all sides, on both sides of Parliament, even I'm sure the crossbench too, who do care about people in retirement having a dignified quality of life because they've got and they can access their own money. That's important. It is. Now, this is a government which, as I said at the start, has been found out, and it is very much waving the white flag of retreat under pressure when it comes to the unrealised capital gains and indeed the indexation issue. This was not a proposal. This was not a proposal that was in any way, shape or form about fairness when it came to the unrealised capital gains. It was not. And certainly I would really like to hear what is being done by the government to help those investors in Shield and First Guardian, those investors who now face a very bleak, certainly not a dignified, quality of life in retirement. Australia needs a good superannuation system, and we have a country which, and I would agree with the Labor members opposite who do say it is the envy of the world, and it is. But it's not for those poor Shield and First Guardian investors. They are faced with the prospect of not seeing money that was theirs because of what happened with the collapse of those two super schemes. And we don't and won't hear Labor members talking about that. Now, equally concerning with the unrealised capital gains was the government's refusal to index the $3 million threshold. Now, in an inflationary situation, which is what we have at the moment, being made worse by this Treasurer, the member for Rankin, and his willingness to pour debt petrol on the inflation fire, and he is, and I'm not against spending, I never have been. I was in charge of $110 billion worth of infrastructure spending when I was the infrastructure minister. There's good spending and there's bad spending. And at the moment, unfortunately, we're seeing too much of the latter on this Treasurer's watch. But failing to index thresholds was a silent tax hike. It was. Thankfully, he has acknowledged that with the concessions made in this particular bill. Over time, more Australians would have been captured, not because they were wealthier in real terms, but because inflation eroded the value of the threshold. It's bracket creep by design and a flawed policy. And Labor, through taking that aspect out, has admitted that. But you won't hear Labor members mentioning it. You'll just hear them talking about fairness and equity and core Labor values and reading out the title of the bill as though, why hadn't the coalition thought about this? And they'll regurgitate history as Labor members always do, and they're very good at that. They're very good at that. But I tell you what, they're not very good. They might be good at the politics. Labor members always are. But, Deputy Speaker, I have to say they're not very good at the policy, and this shows it once again.
The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. The Assistant Minister for Immigration, Foreign Affairs and Trade has the call.
Thanks, Speaker. In my view, if I was to sum up what Australian workers are thinking at the moment, it would be that the income and taxation system is stacked against them. I often hear from workers that no matter how hard they work, they feel that they just can't get ahead. And they're right. They're right. The income and taxation system in Australia at the moment is stacked against workers, and it heavily favours the wealthy. For too long, our taxation system has favoured wealthy Australians at the expense of low to middle income workers. And you need look no further, Speaker, than the superannuation system to find evidence of this. At the moment in Australia, the wealthiest 10% of income earners receive $22 billion in tax breaks by transferring their income into superannuation rather than simply paying income tax on it like the rest of Australia. But the lowest 20% of income earners receive only about $800 million in tax breaks, despite the fact that that population of Australians is much larger than the wealthiest 10%. So the system is stacked against workers. And it is any wonder that people feel like no matter how hard they work, they can't make ends meet, and that they feel that the system is stacked against them, because it has been. It has been for too long, and our government is going to do something about that. And I want Australian workers to know that we hear you. We hear what you're suffering, and we know what you're going through. We know that the system is stacked against you. We know that it unfairly favours the wealthy at the expense of workers. And that is why we are changing the system. That is what this bill is all about. we are acting to rebalance the superannuation system unashamedly in favour of workers. This bill is about ensuring that superannuation works for the people who need it most, the average Australian worker struggling to make ends meet. It's for the workers who keep our community functioning every day, who are working hard and struggling to pay the bills and the mortgage. For the tradie that's just started out, maybe running their own business or working for an employer, the cost of tools, running a car and paying the rent. For the family with both parents forced to work these days, with a daunting size mortgage, trying to get the best education for their kids, probably looking after elderly parents as well, feeling that they just can't get their head above water. For the single parent living week to week, trying to do the best for their kid, maybe having to rely on rent assistance or family tax benefits, exhausted at the end of every week with nothing left. For those that are nearing retirement but are forced to continue to work beyond the normal retirement age because they simply don't have enough in their superannuation to retire on. This bill is for you. This bill represents our government listening to your struggles and acting to make the superannuation system fairer. And we'll do it in two ways, Speaker. The first set of reforms in this bill enhance the low-income superannuation tax offset. For too often, the settings have not kept pace with changes in wages, tax thresholds or the superannuation guarantee. As a result, hundreds of thousands of low-income workers have been missing out on the level of support the system was designed to provide. This legislation corrects that. From the 1st of July 2027, the maximum listo payment will rise to $810. The eligibility threshold will move to $45,000, and both will automatically adjust in future as tax thresholds and the superannuation guarantee rate evolve. These changes, Speaker, ensure that the tax system remains aligned with the broader tax framework and continues to deliver meaningful support. And the impact is substantial. Around 1.3 million Australians, most of them women, will benefit from this reform. The total number of people eligible for listo will grow to 3.1 million. Workers earning between $28,000 and $45,000 will see an average increase of $410 in their low-income superannuation tax offset. And depending on their career earnings, this could translate to around $15,000 more in retirement savings. That's real help. That's a substantial change. It's practical, targeted, and it makes the system fairer. It rebalances the system to ensure that we're favouring workers over the wealthy. The second reform ensures that the most generous tax concessions in the system are directed where they're intended, towards helping people save for a dignified retirement, not providing a massive tax subsidy for the wealthiest 10% of Australians with extremely large balances who are just diverting their income into superannuation to avoid paying their fair share of tax. From July this year, concessional tax treatment will continue for all Australians, but the level of concession will taper for those with very high balances. So earnings linked to balances below $3 million will remain taxed at up to 15%. But if you've got a balance of between $3 million and $10 million, then the tax rate will increase to 30%. And earnings associated with balances above $10 million will be taxed at 40%. Now, Speaker, if you've got $3 million or above in your superannuation, you are indeed a wealthy Australian. You are doing well. And the system has provided a massive tax concession for you over a long period of time. But that tax concession has been at the expense of those low-paid workers who are struggling to make ends meet. Well, it's time to rebalance the system. It's time to make sure that the system is fairer. So these reforms will ensure that the wealthiest Australians finally start paying their fair share of tax through that income diversion into superannuation. And both thresholds will be indexed to maintain consistency over time. Now, these changes, Speaker, affect a very, very small number of Australians. It's less than 0.5% of the Australian population with superannuation accounts. The higher rate on balances above $10 million affects less than 0.1% of Australians. Now, anyone would think that a reform that affects such a low proportion of Australians but has such a dramatic effect on advantaging and providing a rebalance for workers in this country would get the support of the opposition. But they'd be fooled, Speaker. They'd be fooled. They'd be fooled. They'd be fooled because, once again, those opposite are going to oppose this very sensible reform that rebalances the taxation system in favour of workers. Once again, they are going to side with the wealthiest Australians to protect a system that has led to Australians feeling left behind and workers feeling like they are struggling to make ends meet and like they can't keep up and that the system is stacked against them. Those opposite want to protect the existing system that has ensured that $22 billion worth of tax concessions go to the wealthiest 10% of Australians. A system that is unfair and has gone on for too long. And we are committed to ensuring that we rebalance it. These changes will ensure that the distribution of the most generous concessions, ensuring that they are not disproportionately absorbed by a very small number of individuals with balances far beyond what is needed for a retirement, a comfortable retirement. This is about sustainability, it's about fairness, and it's about ensuring that the system continues to serve the people that it was established for, to provide dignity in retirement, and that is the average Australian worker. It wasn't a system that was established to ensure that the wealthy could divert income into superannuation to avoid paying their fair share of tax. These reforms are coupled with other reforms that our government is making to ensure that the system is rebalanced in favour of workers. We've legislated the objective of superannuation so it's clear about what the superannuation system was intended to do, to provide that dignity for workers in retirement. We're lifting the superannuation guarantee, we've lifted the superannuation guarantee to 12%. We're ensuring that super is paid on government-paid parental leave so that parents, particularly women, who generally retire with a third of the retirement savings of men, ensure that they get a fairer deal because they have to take breaks from the workforce to raise children. We're finally recognising in Australia, through a Labor government, that if women, particularly parents, but particularly women, are going to have that dignity in retirement, then they deserve to ensure that their superannuation continues to grow whilst they do that unpaid work, that important work of raising children and taking a break from work. We're expanding the performance test to cover hundreds more products, and we're strengthening financial reporting obligations for funds. And of course, we've begun reforming the retirement phase to ensure members get better outcomes. All of these reforms, all of these sensible reforms aimed at ensuring that we rebalance our superannuation system to ensure that it provides sustainability and that it works for the average low to middle income Australian worker. But once again, we're seeing the coalition, the Liberal Party and the National Party, and let's face it, some of the lowest income workers in this country, some of the lowest socio-economic geographical areas in this country are in National Party seats, yet they continue to come into here and to vote against the interests of working Australians and to prop up a system that is delivering that $22 billion in tax concessions for the wealthiest 10% of Australians. They ought to be ashamed of themselves when they go back to their electorates and say that they are supporting workers, when they come in here and vote against the interests of Australian workers on every occasion and try and prop up a system that is ensured that workers feel that they can't make ends meet anymore and that they are struggling. The Albanese government, Speaker, is determined to make sure that we rebalance the superannuation system so that it meets its original intention and it works in favour of the workers of Australia.
The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Wentworth has the call.
Speaker, I rise to speak on the superannuation Building a Stronger and Fairer Super System in Position Bill 2026 and the associated Treasury Laws Amendment Bill. I do welcome this bill, and I welcome the government's approach to the superannuation system in its current form, not in its previous form. I'd like to talk a little bit about why it's important and why I think it is a useful reform, and at the same time why I disagree very strongly with the previous speaker in how they characterised that reform, because I am very wary of people setting up reforms as of class warfare, and I think that does not help this country stay together, and certainly some of the language that can be used around this bill is not helpful to making reforms which genuinely I think are really useful. Where I have spoken to my community a lot about superannuation and about its purpose and about what people want, and particularly when the government first floated changes in the superannuation system, I went out to my community. We had, I think, over 1,100 people respond to a survey, and over 80% of people said they do support changing tax concessions on super, and reducing some of the highest tax concessions, and indeed supporting increased tax concessions for less wealthy people, because they saw the need for that. And it's interesting, I had a number of people write in to say the current tax concessions actually are beneficial to me personally, but I still support reform because I do want to make sure that all Australians can have good lives, and I think that this is a reform that is appropriate. And I think it's that spirit that I do think the speakers, particularly on the Labor side, given that this was the language of the previous speaker, need to bear in mind, because I represent actually a lot of wealthy Australians who are very concerned that people across the country aren't able to lead dignified and decent lives. I represent many people who are well off, who worry about their kids, their grandkids, and frankly, even if their kids and grandkids are sorted out, they worry that other Australians who are working hard just can't get ahead. So they worry about that. They are open to, I have had many people actually recently say, look, I'm benefiting from various concessions, but I support change here because it can help other people. But then when members of Parliament demonise those people and say, oh, it's just the wealthy, we've got to give them a go and it doesn't matter, if we take money away from them because it's only a few of them, it doesn't help. And it's actually not going to help drive the reform that the country needs in a way that the country can stay together on. And I just really warn people to consider this as they are considering these bills. Now, why do I think this reform is appropriate? It is genuinely because we have a tax system at the moment which has various features, but we do have a tax system and then sort of actually a broader economic system which I think has delivered outcomes that we don't really want. And I'm going to talk specifically to some of those outcomes. For instance, in this country, of two families living next door to each other, both on 100 grand, an older retired family, on average, pays half the tax to a younger family. So a younger family who's likely less wealthy, unlikely to own their own home, or certainly less likely to have paid it off, more likely to have significant costs to them, such as childcare or paying off HECS debts. But they pay half. The wealthier family, on average, pays half the tax as the younger working family. I just don't think that makes sense, and I don't think that is necessarily, I don't think that is fair. At the same time, what we've seen over from 2004 to 2016, that the wealth of households over the age of 65 grew by around 50%. The wealth of households under the age of 35 didn't move. So we ended up with a bit of a generation gap emerging, which I think has only grown since then, though we don't actually have the numbers. And so we do have a situation where younger Australians are struggling to meet the milestones of their parents. We have a 20% drop in home ownership of younger Australians compared to previous generations of the same amount. So we do have real challenges in, I think, the social compact that we're offering younger Australians, that we're offering actually the broader Australian group, that sense that if you work hard, you know, if you get a decent job, if you try hard, you should be able to create a decent life for yourself, you know, whether your parents can help you or not. And I think it is really important that as a parliament we consider this. This is one of the issues that I have championed the entire time I've been elected. And, you know, that is why I support the government looking at tax in a way of making sure that all Australians, regardless of backgrounds, can afford decent lives for themselves and their families. And I think that is something that as a country that we do want. So then let's come to the detail of this bill. You know, it has been observed that the superannuation system, you know, there are many causes for, I think, some of the challenges in our system. At the moment, you know, there's low productivity, there's the lack of housing supply, but certainly the superannuation system has played a part. And we do have a superannuation system where the concessions are very generous. It's appropriate to have concessions on superannuation. We lock people's money up for a long period of time. We say, no, you can't access it until a certain age. So I think it is extremely appropriate that there are concessions in the superannuation system above and beyond the sort of progressive concessions in the tax, you know, in the working tax system. That is appropriate. And then the question is, you know, are the level of concessions appropriate? And I think this is where I have a lot of common ground and where I do support the government's bill in this, in the sense that I think it is fair when I think and when I talk to my community about what is the purpose of superannuation and, you know, what is the purpose of giving people concessions for superannuation, people, I think, very much do agree that the point of the concessions in superannuation is to support people to have a dignified retirement. People, I think that's something that the country can unite on. We want people to have a dignified retirement. We do not want people to be in poverty, to be insecure in their later years. And there is a good sort of financial, you know, benefit to the country as well if we have decent superannuation system and where people can have a dignified retirement. Then they also place less recourse on the public purse and on age pensions. So I think there is that kind of sense of that is the purpose of super. And I think I then look at, and I think this is how my community looks at the superannuation concessions currently and say, do they support that? They do support a dignified retirement, but in some cases the concessions, you know, well and truly go beyond what is needed for a dignified retirement. And so that is why, on balance, I support pulling back the concessions on high value super funds, where because the concession should be directed towards supporting a dignified retirement, but it is unnecessary to give additional concessions to not supporting, which go beyond supporting that dignified retirement. And I want to flag an example of this conversation I had with someone in my electorate just about this. And a man came up to me, and he was, you know, probably about my age, in his 40s, and he said, you know, I'm concerned that what we're doing is we're giving concessions, you know, to people who have significantly, sort of more wealth in retirement than, you know, the childcare worker who looks after my kid every day. And that really stuck with me because I think that is the question. Tax concessions are a choice. We don't have a lot to go around. And the question is, you know, are they being applied in a way that we think is best for the country, is both fair, is consistent, is economically efficient, is predictable, is not, you know, those are some of the sort of themes in which we should consider our tax concessions. And so I think in this case, where the government has landed is appropriate. And I will say, if the government had been taxing unrealised gains, as it initially intended to do, I wouldn't have supported this bill, even though I do support actually changing tax concessions. I made this point in various forms into the Treasurer and to others, and played I think a significant role in the bill in its previous form not going ahead in the last Parliament, by working with others across the Parliament, because I think steadfastly when I talk to my community, people do support changes to some pulling back of superannuation concessions, particularly when they can support people on lower balances to build more effective super. But the taxation of unrealised gains is bad policy. It is inappropriate, and it would certainly have unintended consequences, particularly in the innovation sector, in the startup sector, as well as for other groups. And I think that is why it was, that part of the policy I strongly opposed. And I want to sort of recognise that the Treasurer, it's not easy to change your mind publicly, and I recognise that the Treasurer changed his mind publicly, restructured the package, indexed the thresholds and removed unrealised gains, and I think that this is a much better policy and package for it, and I think it speaks to, I will give the Treasurer enormous credit for being able to do that, because I'm sure it wasn't easy. Sure, it wasn't necessarily what he wanted to do, but he listened to feedback, and I think that is actually what people really expect from us here in the Parliament. So I think that it's really, where I sort of wanted to sort of leave most of my comments. The only things that I would sort of really comment on is that what I do want to see, and what I think this government should be doing, is linking any changes, any reductions in tax concessions to meaningful reductions in income taxes for working age people, so that it's not just more money in the government coffers. And I think that this is really important, because when you listen to Australians about what, how they think about tax, and we're talking about tax, which is, I think, a really positive move, there is a great deal of concern that sort of tax increases, like this is a tax increase, just goes to government coffers, where governments can spend sometimes sometimes without as much oversight as you like, sometimes, frankly, on things that are pretty political, as opposed to for the best benefit of the country. There is a distrust that government spending isn't the most effective, and that it is not always, using every single dollar here, as well as and as thoughtfully as we use every dollar in our homes. And again, I'll comment on the previous member for Kingsford Smith, who I have enormous respect for, when he's saying, it doesn't cost, it's not many people whose money it is, and so it doesn't really matter. And I don't want to verbal him, but I want to acknowledge that it's not the government's money that they're touching, it's somebody else's money. And so, we need to show respect. We need to make a strong case if we are going to change the money that people have and those tax arrangements. I think it is really important. And I think that the government, if it is contemplating any more tax changes in the budget, that is what I think that's the covenant it should keep with the Australian people, that any additional tax that it raises, it should give back in income tax concessions. And I think it's not only important on principle, it is important because younger working people are really hurting right now. They are really struggling with the cost of living. Tax concessions is a way that you can actually make a real difference to people's lives, and I think it's in a quick way. It is important because government spending has grown at a rate that I think most Australians have some concerns about. It was just over 24% when the government came into power. It is at 26.9%. That is a significant growth in government spending, and I think that it is important that that government spending, honestly, is pulled back over time. Because I think that level of growth in spending is definitely unsustainable, and I think and so I think at the same time, so I think these are the sort of the core reasons why I think it is really important that the government uses any sort of money that is raised to give back to Australians who are struggling, and particularly for younger people who really feel like they can't get ahead, and the numbers bear them out. They can't get ahead. They're spending less, frankly, on non-essentials than previous generations did. They're not building wealth like they used to. They are not meeting the milestones of buying houses like they used to. They're not having kids like they used to. And we know that money and sort of economic circumstances are playing into this. So I do support the bill. But I do think the government needs to link any tax increases to tax reductions. I forgive the government in this case because they did announce a tax cut on the lowest tax level before the election, so I'm sort of letting them balance this one out. But I think any challenges, well, I'm giving credit for that, but I think any credits after that I think should be returned to the government, or returned to the people as tax concessions on working, because I think that's where really it is needed. Thank you.
The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today in support of the Treasury Laws Amendment Building a Stronger and Fairer Super System Bill 2026. This bill is about something absolutely fundamental, Deputy Speaker, making Australia's superannuation system stronger, fairer and more sustainable in the longer term. Superannuation represents the best of what it means to be Australian. It represents dignity, it represents security, and it represents confidence that after a lifetime of work, often physically demanding or sometimes under-recognised work, Australians can retire with stability and independence. In my electorate of Corangamite in Victoria, I often see what superannuation means in very practical terms. I speak regularly with people who came to Australia after the Second World War, moving to the Geelong region to build new lives. They worked in factories, on building sites, in small family businesses. They weren't wealthy people, but over decades of steady work they built up superannuation balances that now sit alongside the age pension and provide them with something incredibly important: choice, certainty and dignity in retirement. And Deputy Speaker, for younger generations, this superannuation reform will deliver even more over the course of their careers. But while this is so, we also know this: the benefits of super could be better distributed. That's why we're introducing this bill, Deputy Speaker, to make superannuation fairer for all, to help disability and aged care workers, to help retail and hospitality staff, and to help early years educators and nurses get the secure retirement they need and deserve. To achieve this, this bill makes two important changes. Firstly, it boosts the low-income superannuation tax offset. And secondly, it better targets superannuation tax concessions for very large balances. Together, these reforms strengthen the system. They provide more support for those on low incomes while ensuring the concessions for larger balances are fair and sustainable. On the first change, the low-income superannuation tax offset exists for a simple reason. Without it, low-income earners could pay more tax on their super contributions than they would on their ordinary income. This is not fair, Deputy Speaker. So under this legislation, from July next year, we will increase the maximum payment by $310, lifting it to over $800. We'll also raise the eligibility threshold from $37,000 to $45,000. These are not minor adjustments. They are meaningful reforms that deliver on the Albanese government's core commitment to help more Australians get ahead and lead fulfilling lives. Changes in this bill will help deliver on that commitment. The changes will deliver a more secure retirement for 1.3 million Australians, and the majority of them women. It will mean the total number of Australians eligible for LISTO is increased to around 3.1 million people. Our changes will benefit all workers with incomes between $28,000 and $45,000, with an average increase in LISTO payments of $410 annually. These workers are our disability support workers, our aged care workers, our retail hospitality staff, Australians who work weekends, nights and public holidays, our early childhood educators, our nurses. These are the workers who care for us, who are for our communities and bring people together. And yet too often they retire with far less than they deserve. By strengthening LISTO, we are making sure low-income workers receive a fairer tax concession on their super contributions. Over the course of a working life, These changes could deliver around $15,000 extra at retirement, depending on an individual's income path. This is not insignificant. For someone on a modest income, $15,000 can mean the difference between replacing a broken-down car or going without. It can mean more Australians have the ability to pay for the support they need at home, whether it's improving the energy efficiency of their home or simply ensuring they have what they need to live comfortably. The LISTO eligibility threshold and maximum payment amount will also automatically adjust in line with any future changes to income tax thresholds and the superannuation guarantee rate. This will ensure low-income workers receive a fairer tax concession on their super contributions to align with the government's third round of tax cuts taking effect in 2027. Those tax cuts and these changes will make a real difference, Deputy Speaker, to the lives of millions of Australians who work hard and do deserve better, Australians who volunteer at sporting clubs and food relief centres. They should have the support, and that's what this bill delivers. Deputy Speaker, the second key part of this bill reduces tax concessions for individuals with a total super balance above $3 million. This will affect less than 0.5% of all Australians and will commence from July this year. So let me repeat that. It will only affect less than 0.5%. It will mean the concessional tax rate applying to future earnings on balances between $3 million and $10 million will be a combined headline rate of 30%. Earnings corresponding to balances below $3 million will continue to be taxed at 15%. In the accumulation phase.
It being 7:30, I'll propose the question that the House do now adjourn. The member for Corangamite will have leave to speak at a later time.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The member for Kooyong has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Ahead of the forthcoming budget, I'd like to speak to how we can improve productivity through investment in healthcare. Healthcare is not merely a cost on the national balance sheet. It is an investment in the well-being of our people, which underpins workforce participation and drives economic growth. Investment in health is a productivity goldmine for Australia's economy. Every dollar invested in health and medical research yields close to $4 returned to the Australian economy. There are few sectors in which the economic dividends are so clear and so direct. Our healthcare system is not operating at its productivity potential. That's not because of the people who deliver care. Instead, the problem lies in the structures around them: outdated regulation, fragmented data systems, poor workforce planning, underinvestment in research and missed opportunities for disease prevention. Firstly, Australia's health and medical research sector is world-class, but it is underfunded and under-leveraged. Medical research is a critical enabler of productivity. It drives new treatments, new industries and new jobs, while reducing pressure on hospitals and primary care services. But our expenditure on R&D has fallen to only 1.7% of the GDP. That's the lowest in 20 years. The Medical Research Future Fund sits now at almost $25 billion. It remains under-distributed, and that money is just sitting fallow in the government's bank account. The MRFF represents billions of dollars in lost opportunity for discovery, for translation and for commercialisation. We could address this immediately by increasing MRFF disbursements to $1 billion annually, which was the original intention of the fund when it was created. But the government could also engage with Horizon Europe, and it could also engage with fully funding the National Health and Medical Research Strategy. Secondly, Deputy Speaker, we have to address workforce planning and regulation. It's extraordinary that there's currently no single body responsible for workforce planning for the national medical workforce. Workforce shortages are amongst the most significant constraints on productivity across the care sectors. If we want a productive system, we need modern workforce regulation. We need clearer scope of practice frameworks and a national planning agency with real authority to enable better workforce distribution. Another major productivity bottleneck lies in training. Students in many health disciplines have to complete hundreds of hours of unpaid placements. All should be included in the Commonwealth's paid prac placement scheme. When students defer or abandon their degrees because they can't afford placements, we are losing a workforce that we've already invested in training. That is a false economy. Finally, we can't talk about healthcare productivity without talking about prevention. Australia spends less than 2% of its total health budget on preventive care, despite evidence that every dollar spent on prevention returns $14 in downstream savings from fewer chronic conditions, fewer hospitalisations and fewer years lost to disease. Chronic diseases are one of the country's largest drivers of lost productivity. In 2023-24 alone, Australia's health expenditure reached $270 billion. That was driven in part by avoidable chronic conditions that could be reduced through better prevention. People with chronic conditions are 60% less likely to participate in the labour force and less likely to work full-time. Early detection, healthier environments and community-wide preventive programs all reduce rates of chronic illness and resulting absenteeism. Nowhere is that clearer than in dental and oral health. Nearly 1 in 5 Australian children defers dental care due to cost. In 23-24, we saw 88,600 preventable hospitalisations for dental conditions in Australia. That is a stark illustration of how failing to invest in prevention costs us far more in the long term. Expanding preventive dental care, starting with children and older Australians, would reduce chronic health risks later in life. It would reduce the incidence of chronic disease, diabetes and stroke in older Australians. Deputy Speaker, improving productivity in our economy doesn't have to be about asking people to work harder. It should be about building a system that works smarter, that invests in healthcare research, supports its workforce, reduces chronic illness and sees health not as a cost but as the foundation of prosperity.
The member for Hunter has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. Today I rise to speak about something that matters deeply to me and my community: job security, fairness and what can be achieved when workers, unions and communities stand together. This week an agreement was reached to continue operations at Moyoona Colliery under a new 3-year framework while Eraring Power Station remains online. This agreement saves around 300 direct jobs at a mine, 300 local jobs, and it protects over 1,000 more across the broader Lake Macquarie and Hunter community: contractors, transport operators, small businesses, suppliers, apprentices, cafes, mechanics and family-owned operations all rely on Moyoona and Eraring continuing to operate. Speaker, these are not just statistics on a page. They are mortgage payments, they are school fees, they are apprenticeships, they are kids' footy registrations. For months those families were living with uncertainty. Moyoona was built for one purpose and for one purpose only: to supply Eraring Power Station with coal. It has no alternative market, no rail link, no export pathway. It exists just to power that power station. When questions were raised about the commercial arrangements between Centennial and Origin Energy, the future of the mine and those 300 jobs was suddenly in doubt. That uncertainty rippled through the community. And let's be clear, this was not about geology. It was not about demand disappearing. Eraring is continuing to operate. This was about whether the commercial arrangement would match that reality. What we have now seen is Centennial and Origin move, negotiate in good faith and land a practical outcome that delivers certainty. And that is a great thing, Deputy Speaker. It is great to see both companies come back to the table and work through the issues to secure a sensible 3-year framework. Origin stepping up and securing this arrangement demonstrates what responsible corporate citizenships look like. Large energy companies operate in regions just like mine because of its hard-working locals. The least that those communities deserve is fairness, certainty and good faith negotiations when jobs are on the line. This agreement recognises that reality. But, Deputy Speaker, this outcome did not just happen. It happened because workers stood together. It happened because families spoke out. It happened because the community made it clear that avoidable job losses were not acceptable. I want to place on record my thanks to the Mining Energy Union for the work they did throughout this process. In particular, I want to acknowledge Graham Kelly, Jeremy McWilliams and Jerry Price. Their leadership, steady approach and their focus on constructive solutions made a real difference. I also want to thank the site delegates, the workers at Myuna and their families who held firm during months of uncertainty. They conducted themselves with strength and dignity. They did not ask for special treatment. They asked for fairness. They asked for certainty while the power station they supplied continued to operate. And that's exactly what this agreement delivers. It's a win for workers, it's a win for families, and it's a win for the Hunter community. Because when you save 300 jobs at a mine, you're also protecting thousands more across the supply chain. You're protecting the local engineering workshops. You're protecting the truckies. You're protecting the apprentices learning a trade. You're protecting small businesses who depend on steady workflow through our region. You're protecting the economic heartbelt of communities like Wangi, Morisset, Currambong and right across Lake Macquarie and the Hunter. Speaker, the Hunter has powered New South Wales for generations. Our miners, power station workers and contractors have turned up in the middle of the night, in the heat, in the rain, in tough conditions to make sure homes, hospitals and businesses right across the state have reliable power. That contribution should never be taken for granted. We understand that change is happening in our energy system. We understand that transition is underway, but transition must be fair. It must be responsible and it must respect workers and communities who have kept the lights on for decades. What this agreement shows is that when workers, when unions, when businesses and the community stand together, practical solutions can be found. This is not about shouting from the sidelines. This was about standing up, backing our community and insisting on a sensible outcome. Today, 300 workers and their families can now breathe easier. Thousands more across Lake Macquarie and the Hunter can plan ahead with confidence. That matters. And I will always stand up for the workers and the communities who power our nation. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you for the hard work you put in. And most of all, thank you to your families that put up with you being away and out of action and out of the town for many, many days on end and for long hours as well. So thank you.
The member's time has expired. The member for Monash has the call.
Mr Deputy Speaker, for many years I was honoured to be invited to the annual Gippsland Interfaith Iftar Dinner, which was held in the Latrobe Valley, and on Saturday night I attended the first formal Iftar dinner held in Baw Baw Shire. I deeply appreciate the generosity of spirit behind the invitation to the broader community, which brought people together from different faiths and backgrounds, bonded in friendship, respect and shared values that are important to our community in Monash. In an uncertain world, evenings like this remind us that regional communities bring people together. I particularly want to acknowledge the Baw Baw Islamic Network, President Farhad Zakaria, Vice President Mansour Shamsi, Secretary Abdul Mozi Khan, Treasurer Ali Haider and committee members Zahid Khan, Marine Syed Shamsi and Sharif Rafat for their leadership and the enormous effort that goes into bringing together this event every year. The themes of Iftar, including self-restraint and empathy for those less fortunate, are examples for many people in our community who are able to strongly connect to those themes and messages. Mr Speaker, when I was elected to this place, I committed to standing up for farmers in Monash at every opportunity, and that's exactly what I'll continue to do. Recently, I've been meeting with a number of local residents and farmers deeply concerned about the impact of prime agricultural farmland, coupled with a lack of social licence presented by a number of renewable energy projects across West Gippsland. From Yarragon to Darnham and Trafalgar East, I continue to hear from local residents about the giant battery energy storage projects being proposed smack bang in the middle of prime dairy and horticultural country. The residents concerned have no quarrel with the concept of renewable energy, but it needs to win the community support where it seeks to operate. State and federal renewable energy zones were established with the goal of keeping these projects in designated areas, presumably away from soil that needs to be preserved for the food that we grow and produce and ends up on tables across the country. Well, these projects are well outside the designated renewable energy zones that have been established, and in some cases they're in bushfire-prone areas and near waterways. The proponents have put together a slapdash approach to community engagement, hosting community forums at inconvenient times like 4 o'clock in the afternoon when many impacted residents are in their milking sheds and can't step away. Now, the other issue I have with the way these renewable energy projects are being handled, particularly by the Victorian Labor government in my community, goes to the state-owned and managed State Electricity Commission, which has just purchased the Delburn wind farm business. Now, this is not the original and best SEC. It's not the SEC that John Monash was the inaugural chair of and that he used to set Victoria up as a manufacturing powerhouse with the once 4, now 3 coal-fired power stations in the Latrobe Valley. This SEC was set up by the Victorian Labor government a couple of years ago. It employs 1 person in Gippsland. It competes with the private sector. And now it's purchased a wind farm that hasn't been capable of washing its own face as a standalone private enterprise or winning the support of the community in which it is seeking to operate. Now, this is not loose change either, Mr Speaker. The purchase, on behalf of the Victorian taxpayer, was around $700 million. Now, this is a state that has a total combined debt greater than the states of Tasmania, New South Wales and Queensland combined. And I don't think anyone in their right mind can argue that this is a good use of taxpayer money or that taxpayers should be bearing the risk of a project that really hasn't been able to stand up to date. Our region deserves better, our community deserves better. Farmers in my region deserve to be treated with respect. Our food, our soil, our prime agricultural land needs to be better respected, it needs to be better utilised, and the treatment that farmers in my electorate have had to bear from the Victorian and federal Labor governments is just not good enough. To the local residents and farmers in my electorate who have contacted me, I will continue to work with my state coalition colleagues on this because we will stand up and fight for you. It is not good enough. You deserve better. Gippsland deserves better, and Australian farmers deserve far better than what they've had so far.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, Nowra is a proud Defence and Navy town, home to HMAS Albatross, HMAS Creswell, the Fleet Air Arm and the Royal Australian Naval College. Defence and defence industry are our biggest employers, and I am proud of the amazing work they do for our community and our country. That's why I am absolutely delighted that Nowra's iconic chopper on a stick is coming back. After more than 25 years sitting proudly at the town's northern gateway, the UH-1B Iroquois helicopter, serial 894, was carefully removed from its long-standing post in September 2023 for detailed examination and repairs. But after more than 20 years exposed to the elements and a decade since its last refurbishment, the aircraft had begun to show significant deterioration. Sadly, a heritage assessment by the Royal Australian Navy's Sea Power Centre confirmed that helicopter was no longer suitable for public display and posed a potential safety risk to the community. Since its removal, my community has been crying out for the chopper's return, and I've been working hard to ensure it comes back. Last week, I was thrilled to announce it is coming back, and to make its return even more exciting, the people of Nowra have a chance to choose which helicopter will take pride of place back on the stick. They can place their votes online for a life-sized model of the UH-1B Iroquois, affectionately known as the Huey, which served with the Royal Australian Navy from 1964 to 1989, or a model of the Seahawk helicopter, which has been operated by the Royal Australian Navy since 1988 and represents the contemporary aviation capability of the Fleet Air Arm and the ongoing role HMAS Albatross plays in supporting naval operations. Speaker, I've spoken to a lot of former and serving defence personnel, and believe me, everyone has a very strong opinion about which chopper should return to the stick. Of course, there's the historical attachment to the Huey, which is a much-loved symbol of our town for almost 3 decades and recognises the significant role the chopper played in the Vietnam War. And then you have the Seahawk Romeo, which local people can see flying overhead and represents HMAS Albatross at Nowra, the Navy's largest operational establishment and home of the Fleet Air Arm. I know how much our community loved the chopper on a stick, and in fact I was stopped in the supermarket over the weekend and congratulated for bringing it back and thankful that people got to choose. There's been spirited debate on my social media page as people share their memories of the Huey with its distinctive thump-thump sound and their enthusiasm for the future of the mighty Seahawk. One older resident, Steve, said, "I love the Hueys, as just about everyone my age has seen them in countless movies, but the Seahawk is the current and future of the Navy." Our poll certainly has people talking, and I'm genuinely so interested and excited to see the poll results after voting closes on March 26. In the lead up to the election, I promised to return the town's icon, and I thank the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence for joining me in Gilmore to announce its long-awaited return. Returning a chopper to Nowra's town entrance is so important, and I have been encouraging everyone in the Shoalhaven to have their say and, importantly, to cast their vote. I'm asking people if they will be on Team Huey or Team Seahawk. Having a chopper back on that stick represents the critical role our former and current serving defence personnel have played and will continue to play in defending our nation. I hope it will also encourage local young people to consider a career in defence or defence industry. Since its removal, I've been working hard every step of the way to ensure our prominent Navy icon returns, because that's what our community wants and deserves. I'm absolutely delighted that everyone will get to have their say on this next chapter in Nowra's history. Will it be Huey or will it be Seahawk? Whichever chopper is chosen, it will be an enduring feature for decades to come, honouring the region's deep ties to the Navy and its proud aviation heritage. I encourage everyone in the Shoalhaven to cast their vote.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give a call to the member for Cowper.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And this government, this Labor government, has plenty of slogans. But the one they should adopt is divert, deflect and deny. Divert, deflect and deny, because that is exactly what they have done for the past term and a half. And Australians know that. If I can give you 3 examples, Mr Speaker, of divert, deflect and deny. Divert. We saw the horrible situation, the horrible Bondi massacre that was preceded by over 2 years of ignoring the warnings by the Director General of ASIO, by the people in the community, the Jewish community, that something was coming. And yet when we saw that horrible massacre, what happened? Well, we saw diversion. We didn't see action. We saw this government blame gun laws, not radical Islamists, but gun laws. And I went in my electorate to a rally with over 700 good, honest, decent, gun-owning people, because they were angry. They were angry that this government had diverted the attention from them and their failures to change the gun laws against them, to punish them, to divert the spotlight off the Prime Minister from his failures to do what he had to do and what he failed to do over a period of 2 years. And now they'll lose their guns. And now they'll have to comply with other laws. We have the strictest laws in Australia. But because of the diversion, we have to change
because of this government's failures. And then we look at deflection. This week we've been criticised. The Coalition has been criticised for asking questions about the ISIS brides, or should I say ISIS sympathisers. These are people who left our country, left our shores, left the best country in the world to go and work and fight for ISIS. But what does the government do? They don't answer the questions that we asked about repatriating them. They should never come back. They should not be in this country because they hate us. They hate what we stand for. They hate what we do. We've heard the vomit, the disgusting words of some of those ISIS brides about what they should do to teachers, about what they should do to the public, about what they should do to Australia. We do not want you in this country. And the Coalition will do everything, absolutely everything, to keep you out of here. Because you do not deserve this country. You do not deserve to be here and the benefits of what this beautiful country offers to all those beautiful migrants who come into this country and offer what they have. You will not spew your violence into this country. And then the denial. The denial of the government's policy in relation to illegal tobacco. We have criminal gangs running our streets in Melbourne, in Sydney, in Brisbane, because this government won't act. We need a government that enforces our laws, which gives our AFP the funds and the muscle to fight against them. But yet we don't have that. All we have is denial, deferral, and a government that doesn't recognise what is going on in this country, and we should condemn them for it.
The question is the House to now agenda. Give the call to the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise tonight to speak about the Defence Estate Audit and what it means for Fort Queenscliff and parts of Swan Island in my electorate of Corangamite. I am so fortunate to have these sites in my region, places with incredible histories, sites that are loved by our communities. And like my communities, I share a passion for these sites and want to see them protected and celebrated with greater access for all Australians. Speaker, Fort Queenscliff is more than 160 years old. It is iconic. It is part of our defence history. It was home to many defence personnel, bringing a vibrancy and economic benefit to the town of Queenscliff. And while it will remain a significant part of our nation's heritage, it no longer serves to benefit defence in our defence capability. This being said, the heritage elements within the fort will continue to be protected into the future. This is non-negotiable, and it will apply to the magnificent red brick exterior walls, the black signal tower, the army barracks, alongside many other key buildings and features on the site. On top of this, we will work with the community on how we best increase visitation to the site, including the museum. Any divestment will mean that whoever decides to purchase the land must treat the site with care, respect and a demonstrable focus on preservation and increasing public access. Currently, the fort only holds tours twice a week, with 35 spots available for each session. Outside of those times, the gates are shut and the community is kept out. This will change for the better through this process. So let me be crystal clear, Speaker. A purchaser will need to adhere to strict heritage protections and community access will be enhanced. The whole idea that the fort could be pulled down is an absolute furphy. There is so much misinformation flying around. and it's not constructive. The fort cannot be bulldozed and turned into a supermarket, as some peddlers of misinformation have suggested. Heritage buildings cannot just be torn down. These are just two ridiculous examples that have been peddled by people who should know better. I urge those people to take instead a common-sense, rational approach where we work constructively to protect the heritage assets while embracing tourism and economic benefit that could well come from opening the doors of the fort more often. Speaker, I have to be abundantly clear. This divestment process will uphold all relevant obligations, including under the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act. Likewise, the land at Swan Island, currently home to the Queenscliff Golf Club, will not be subject to inappropriate development. Any such outlandish suggestions are just another attempt to sow fear. The golf club will continue to be consulted. They have been kept in the loop, and they have had an opportunity to feed into the process. Deputy Speaker, my message to locals is this. Divestment will not happen overnight. Engagement sessions are set to take place, and I will let you know when and where they will happen. The heritage assets will be protected, respected, and community access will be much better than it is now. Mr Speaker, I'd like to thank the Deputy Prime Minister and the Assistant Minister for Defence and all Defence officials who have played a key role in getting us to this point. The Defence Estate Asset Audit sets up our ADF for the future while honouring the past. It acknowledges Defence is not a heritage management administrator. It recognises our historical sites must remain accessible to community, and notably, heritage assets must be protected. It sets the foundation for an increase in funding for defence capability, and it's good economic management, Speaker, with potential to increase visitation and economic benefit. There's much water to pass under the bridge, but I will work with and for communities to get the best outcome possible. That's my commitment, to work constructively alongside the community, listening and ensuring our history is accessible, respected and protected for future generations to enjoy and cherish. Thank you.
Thank the member for Corangamite. It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.